Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter joined the Shinobi Alliance in Naruto? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Most people believe your life flashes before your eyes right before you die. Your memories, the places you've been, the people you've loved, and the things you've treasured, all on display in your mind as you take your last few breaths. People say you can tell whether you lived an eventful life or a wasted one in those last moments. Harry was no exception. He lay crumpled on the ground in the only place he'd ever called home. Sadly, the Hogwarts he knew and loved was no longer standing. Hogwarts' school of witchcraft and wizardry, now only a mountain of stone, had been destroyed in the final battle between light and dark. He would miss Hogwarts. As he thought of the years he'd spent there and the memories created, Harry regretted he wouldn't be able to finish his 7th and final year. It was Hermione's hope for the three of them to go back to school after all the fighting was over and graduate together. Unfortunately, with Hermione and Ron both 6 feet under and Harry not far behind, this idea would now just be a nice optimistic dream. Harry guessed he lived an okay life though. In his 19 years, he gained great friends, learned about magic, and made some wonderful memories. Except for the last 2 years, which he did not want to think about just now. In all honesty, he wished he could erase those horrible memories so even in death he wouldn't remember them. The war had been brutal. After Dumbledore's untimely death, Harry begrudgingly became the leader of the Light. He never understood why people pushed for him to lead. He was young and inexperienced, but people clung to him and his name, and in the end there wasn't much choice in the matter. He led them through many fights and conflicts and took each death as his own failure. He lost many allies and friends through the war, and each weighed heavily on his heart. It's good I'm dying now, he thought, strangely cheerful. There isn't anything left in this world to live for. Everyone I love is waiting for me on the other side. He looked around while straining his eyes through dirty glasses. He saw a single goalpost left standing very close to where he resided. I must be on the Quidditch pitch then. He was lying in the place where only a few years before he had proudly held the Quidditch cup in his hands, celebrating his final win as Quidditch captain. The memory of the win was fleeting, but seeing his friends happy and cheering brought a painful smile to his face. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, everyone, I'll be seeing all of you soon. As he continued to look around, he glanced at all the bodies surrounding him. Most were unrecognizable. In the collection of rubble, bodies, and blood, Harry couldn't distinguish between his allies and the Death Eaters. A war fought over blood. How ironic that now their pure blood is mixed in with all the mudbloods and blood traitors too. He spotted his newly acquired wand, a black elm taken from a fallen Death Eater a few months back, splintered a few inches from his fingers. The wand had accepted him well enough, but was nothing like his own holly and phoenix feather wand. How he missed his old wand. Lord Voldemort had gleefully snapped it after one of the many encounters the two had over the years. Harry finally spotted a corpse he did recognize. His eyes welled with tears as he spotted the greasy hair and hooked nose of his former potions master, whose body oozed from deep lacerations. It appeared the Death Eaters had taken great pleasure in torturing their notorious traitor. From the looks of the many broken bodies around him, Professor Snape didn't fall without taking a few Death Eaters with him. Hope the bastard got them good, Harry thought proudly. Once this is all over and I see him again, I'm going to force him and my dad to make up. Too much has happened for them to continue their schoolyard rivalry. I'm sure Mom will help too. Harry closed his eyes, picturing his family and friends all together again. Everyone was happy and laughing with no thoughts of war or death. The scene brought a brief sense of peace. I do regret not being able to settle down and have kids though, Harry thought bitterly. I think I would have been a pretty good dad. Having grown up in a house devoid of love and kindness, he was sure his children would have grown up in a loving and happy home. It would have been nice to have a house filled with lots of kids, he thought. Just like the Weasleys. They were always happy. He forced himself not to think about what happened to his favorite red-headed family once the war started. Harry's breathing became difficult and the wetness building beneath him expanded. Dying was painful, and his entire body ached. Bleeding out, Harry found, was not the easiest way to die. Especially out here on the cold, hard ground all alone. He pondered what the headlines would say about his current predicament. Rita Skeeter would have a field day for sure. He could see it now. Harry Potter, the chosen one, the boy who lived, destroys the beloved wizarding landmark Hogwarts, and defeats the Dark Lord in the process. He started chuckling but choked on the liquid in his lungs and coughed. He had done it though. The scorched parts of what were left of Voldemort's body were scattered about 20 feet away from where Harry himself had fallen. He had finally killed the bastard who made his life hell. He avenged all of the people this monster had destroyed, but he was years too late to save anyone. He thought about all the people he had lost, his best friends, Ron and Hermione, the whole Weasley family, Neville, Luna, Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore, Hagrid, and countless others who had followed him until they met their untimely deaths. A single tear fell, though he couldn't feel it through the ever-increasing coldness of his body. Harry's raspy voice spoke softly into the eerie silence. "I'm sorry, everyone. It took me way too long to kill him. I hope you can forgive me." His ragged and painful breathing slowed. He closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive and finally take him to his family and friends who were waiting for him on the other side. "Here I come." Harry welcomed the approaching darkness. Harry saw a blinding light, floating serenely above him. This must be the end, he thought, watching the light slowly approach him. He closed his eyes and basked in the sudden warmth. His worn and aching body suddenly felt rejuvenated, and he no longer felt the cold hard ground beneath him. He felt levitated in a bright ray of sunshine. Strangely enough, Harry's eyes snapped open to find he was indeed suspended in the air. He panicked, flailing his body around, failing to find his balance without the ground for support. "Calm down, my child. Everything is as it should be." He froze as a disembodied voice projected through the white abyss surrounding him. 3 indistinguishable forms appeared before him with nothing but a faint outline to show their figures. "I must still be dying if my hallucinations are this unreal," Harry thought. He blinked rapidly, trying to dispel the imaginary people from his vision. "Harry Potter." He looked up at the middle figure who'd spoken. "You have led a difficult life, and this fault resides with us, the Fates, for sending the prophecy between you and Tom Riddle to our chosen seer. We placed you in the position as the world's savior and took away your chance at a normal life. We now wish to redeem ourselves and gift you with, as your headmaster would say, your next great adventure." "What do you mean?" Harry asked curiously. He figured that, even though this was just a dying hallucination, he might as well play along with his delusions. He was indeed enjoying the experience of warmth in this hallucination, so he was fine with it lasting a bit longer. "As you are on the brink of death, it is easy for us to send your body and soul to a different dimension. Think of it as a second chance to live the life you were deprived of." "How can you send me to a different dimension? Or rather, what is a different dimension?" In the lull of the warmth, the talk of dimensions was still strange, and he was curious how his subconscious could have come up with it. It was a bit far-fetched for his imagination. He heard chuckling amongst the shadows. "We are the Fates. There are many things we can do that you mere humans cannot even begin to fathom. And to answer your other question, dimensions are different worlds completely separate from one another." The center figure leaned toward Harry slowly. "But there is no time for us to explain everything to you just yet. All you need to know is that for your selfless and courageous acts, and for the defeat of a terrible Dark Lord, you have been blessed by the Fates. And furthermore, an old wizard has requested that you carry on his bloodline in your new life." I'm not quite sure I'm following." Harry was interrupted by faint laughter echoing from the 3 dark shapes. "We are running out of time, and I am not yet finished," the center figure continued. "When you arrive at your new home, you most likely will not be able to understand the language. It takes time for the information you need to be assimilated by your mind, so be patient, as you will need the necessary information to blend in." The heat around Harry continued to increase, and his body shifted uncomfortably. "Because of the influx of information, you may develop some temporary blank spots in the memories of your past life, but don't be alarmed. This is just so the emotions from your past memories will not consume your conscience as you are assimilating to this new life. You have the choice, however, to leave your memories behind if you wish." "Hang on, I don't want to lose any memories." Even though this was a hallucination created by his slowly dying mind, he couldn't help but feel his heart aching at the thought of losing the memories of his loved ones. "Calm down, child. You will only have blank spots temporarily. If you wish to keep your memories, then they will stay with you. We do not want you to live in the past though. This gift of a new life has been bestowed on you. Do not disregard this chance by staying in the past and not living life to its fullest. Harry just stared unblinkingly at the middle shadow. It was simply too bizarre, too unreal for him to comprehend. You should start believing this, Harry James Potter, because I assure you this is all real. Now, as you are to become an heir to this wizard, you will see some changes in your magic. Also, the magic in this dimension is very different from what you are used to. You will see once you get there. Secondly, there will be another heir coming soon after you. Your magical sibling, if you will. She died earlier on in this war, so it will take us longer to send her to you. A sibling? Harry echoed in frustration, all thoughts of hallucinations gone from his mind. None of this makes any sense. Why can't you explain yourselves? Harry did not like dealing with these so-called fates. Instead of answering his questions, they were only adding to his confusion. We believe in learning through experience, one of the figures stated smugly. But we will give you just a little help before you go. Without further warning, the figure rushed toward Harry with frightening speed and thrust a clouded hand straight through Harry's skull. Too stunned to move, there was a burst of pain and heat, and Harry was instantly accosted by foreign symbols and sounds spinning rapidly through his mind. There will also be a small side effect from traveling to a different dimension while you are still alive. You'll discover it soon enough. We hope you are ready. Before Harry could blink, he was pushed firmly by something and started plummeting through an endless sea of white clouds. Harry couldn't answer as he plunged further away from the dark figures above him. His vision was starting to fade and his consciousness with it. Before he blacked out completely, he heard a faint echo in his ears. Good luck, Harry James Potter. As soon as Harry disappeared from their view, the three figures looked at each other in silence. What memories did you take from him? The figure on the left asked curiously. I took his most traumatic memories of the war. The ones I hope he never regains. The three stared back at the spot Harry had disappeared from, as though they could still see him and were assessing him with a critical eye. Have we done the right thing? One of them asked finally. To tell him this is a second chance, only. What we have done is for the good of this world, another stated decisively. He will understand in time. That poor boy, the third said quietly, before the three fell into silence once again. Kakashi sat in a tree, hovering noiselessly over a campfire. The smell of alcohol encumbered his highly sensitive nose. The unsuspecting group below laughed boisterously, showing off their stolen prizes to one another. The sounds of sake glasses being clinked together echoed through the forest, followed by drunken cheers. That's a damn great haul, one of the men yelled happily, clapping another on the back. Too bad we got no women in the wagon, another added sadly and hiccuped. Why we always unlucky and hit the wagons with all men. If we had some nice ladies here, we'd have a lot more fun. Tonight. A few others nodded in agreement. There's that red light district in Tanagakure. We got enough money to have fun with lots of women now. And lots o' sake. More cheers erupted from the suggestion. Bakusu, you's always wanting to go to the red light district. This is why you's always broke. The others laughed, and they all continued to drink merrily. Having fun over there, Guro? One of them asked the man sitting on a log away from the group. The lookout growled and stabbed his sword into the ground, obviously cross about missing out on the drinking, and they all burst into raucous laughter again. Kakashi sighed inaudibly as the group then started drunkenly singing. These people are the worst bandits I've ever seen. A signal from his left spurred him into action. Kakashi leapt onto the closest target, the lookout a few feet from the camp, and cut his throat before the man could utter a sound. A green blur shot through the remaining 5 targets, all of who could not react fast enough to defend themselves. Kakashi scanned the clearing, making sure all of the bandits were disposed of before casually approaching his comrade. Guy, this is the 5th group of bandits we've come across, he muttered, kicking a sake bottle out of his path. Jennings could have handled this easily. It's been 2 weeks, and there haven't been any signs of foreign ninja anywhere in this forest like we thought. Guy nodded. Yes, my esteemed rival, but we must continue our youthful pursuit. The Hokage would not have sent us to this specific location if he did not think there was trouble. 2 weeks of scouting the forest between the border of the Land of Rivers and Konoha had left the two finding absolutely nothing that fit their mission parameters. The Hokage had given them a very vague mission to look for something out of the ordinary. Kakashi had spent the last 2 weeks pondering what the Hokage could have meant by this, but still the answer eluded him. After they cleared the area of stolen items and hid any trace of a campsite, the two prepared to leave. "We still have 2 weeks left of this mission," Guy continued. "Let us do our best, and even if we find nothing, we can still valiantly rid this forest of the bandits and return the items unjustly stolen from the good merchants of Konoha." Guy shot Kakashi a blinding smile and a thumbs up. Kakashi ignored his teammate as he pulled out an orange book and hid his face behind the pages. "Ah, Kakashi, always so hip and cool," Guy said enthusiastically as Hei set off. Why had the Hokage sent them on this fool's errand? Kakashi thought as he gracefully jumped from branch to branch, his face still buried in the orange book. Does he know something they didn't? Regardless of the reason, Kakashi resigned himself to spending the next 2 weeks hunting drunken bandits and dealing with Guy's youthfulness. Or so he thought. End Chapter 1. Thank you for reading, and please let me know what you think. Instructive criticism and positive reviews are very welcome. Lights the Forest Chapter 2 updated on the 2nd of November 2019. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter, the next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 2. The Forest, begin flashback. "Sweetie, you can't come with me," the man stated, sliding his wand into his arm holster hastily. "This battle will be extremely dangerous and you already need a healer to take a look at that leg." He watched as she tried not to limp, walking closer to the front door. "You can barely put any weight on it as it is, and you still need to replace your wand after what happened last time." "Dad, I'm supposed to be out there though," she began slowly, ignoring the exasperated look her father gave her. "The Fada told me, they said it was very important." Her father sighed. Having a stubborn 16-year-old daughter was difficult, especially one as special as his. He took a deep breath to calm himself and turned to face his daughter once more. "I can already tell that whatever I say to you will be futile." The blank stare he received was confirmation enough. He walked over to an old cabinet and took out an old wand, carrying it lovingly to his daughter. "This wand, it was your mother's. You are so much like her. I have no doubt it will work well for you. With this, you'll have your mother's protection out there if I'm not able to help. This wand is precious to me, so I am expecting you to bring it back. Please, don't do anything too reckless. You're all I have left." She put her own broken wand in the holster fastened to her ankles and clasped her mother's wand gently in her palm. She then pulled her father into a warm embrace. "This is a precious gift indeed. Don't worry, I'll be back before the next issue is published." "That's my girl," her father said and kissed her forehead. Hours before the battle ended, she found her next, and last, opponent. Spells were fired rapidly as she danced around the Death Eater. Her unique dodging, though it looked more like a strange jig, helped her avoid most of the curses sent her way. She, on the other hand, caught him with an odd string of jelly legs, the tickling curse, and a confusion jinx, which caused him to send a cutting curse at his own legs instead of hers. Shaking off the effects of the spells, he growled angrily and began firing curses with gusto. The injury to her leg caused her to falter enough for a Sectum Sempra to hit her in her left forearm. She was knocked to the ground with a cry of pain, and the Death Eater took that moment to disarm her. She struggled to stand, her left arm hanging lifelessly against her side, seeping blood. She looked around quickly to find her mother's wand laying 10 feet to her left, too far for her to reach in time. The man laughed in her face as she knelt wand-less in front of him. "You put up a good fight, little girl, but in the end, the Dark Lord's followers will always triumph." Without hesitation, she quickly pulled out her own wand from her ankle and waved it towards the man. A destructive blast surged out of the broken wand and promptly blew up not only her but also her attacker. The next thing she saw was a great white light. "So, you must be the Fada," she said calmly into the abyss. A lone man was found standing in the empty battlefield days after the battle ended. He looked out of place, dressed in a crisp black suit with a glaringly yellow bow tie and his hair carefully combed. His leather shoes were coated in mud and debris, but the man didn't seem to notice or particularly care. A few hours before, the man would have been seen searching the grounds with fierce determination until he found an abandoned wand. He now stood, cradling the wand tenderly in his hands, as he silently wept. He wept for his loving wife, whose devotion to her research led him to raising their daughter on his own. He wept for his gifted and caring daughter who deserved a life much greater and longer than the one she was given. He also wept of the realization he would now have to brace this world without the two that gave him his reason to live. There was no body to be found, nothing left to properly bury. He cursed his inability to protect his only living kin from the terrors of the world and wished he had just locked her up until this whole bloody war was over. But she would never have allowed it. Her inherited stubbornness and belief in what is right would have helped her find a way around that as well. He checked his watch before apparating back to his home. He slowly made his way to an artfully made tombstone and a small box ready to be buried. He opened up the wooden box and peered longingly at the contents. He decided to bury her most precious possessions, hoping they would carry on her spirit to the next life. Resting right on top of an old butterbeer necklace and some bright red radish earrings was a picture of his daughter. She was smiling brightly at the camera and waving enthusiastically. He gazed at the photograph for what seemed like an eternity, burning that particular image into his mind. He took a deep breath and then laid his wife's wand down into the box as well. Protect her in the next life as I have failed in this one. 3 figures then apparated into the clearing. Harry, Neville, and Tonks walked slowly over to the newly made tombstone and faltered a few steps away. Mr. Lovegood, I'm sorry about Luna. Harry wrung his hands uncomfortably as Mr. Lovegood turned around to greet them with a somber nod. Life is unpredictable, he replied, suddenly. Guilt and blame only hinders us while it gives fuel to our enemies. We all know the real culprit here and child, it is not you. With tears searing down his cheeks, Neville meekly walked over and placed a sealed envelope into the wooden box. His budding affection for the eccentric Ravenclaw would now be buried among her precious belongings. Mr. Lovegood lowered the box into the small pit, and Harry and Neville helped with the burial. Harry, we have to hurry, it's risky you just being here, Tonks said quickly with an apologetic glance at the grieving father. The 2 boys said their silent goodbyes to their friend and bade Mr. Lovegood farewell before the 3 hastily apparated away. Xenophilius stayed glued in front of the tombstone for a long time after, as he prayed that his daughter find love and happiness in her next adventure. End flashback. Harry woke with a jolt. He lifted his head off the ground slowly, trying to ignore the pounding in his ears. His body protested the movement, and he could feel painful bruises where he had apparently fallen. He looked up and stared incredulously at the canopy of leaves overhead. Trees the size of skyscrapers filled the entire area with roots, resembling bodies of a full-grown basilisk, protruding out of the ground. Birds fluttered by, diving in and out of the tree branches, and the sounds of large animals rustled through the forest. The forest was massive and unfamiliar, and he had a strong inkling he was not in England any longer. This new and foreign terrain was intimidating, especially because he had no idea where he was or, more importantly, how to get somewhere safe. Stupid fates trying to meddle in my life again, he grumbled under his breath as he remembered the hazy conversation he had right before waking up. The whistling in the wind sounded almost like chuckling, and he had a strong desire to curse them even more. Harry then paused. Coming to the realization that this might actually be real and not just some hallucination his mind made up, his body suddenly froze in panic. After I died, I was supposed to see my family and friends, he thought with despair. During the war, his only consolation was that when he died, he would finally see his loved ones again. Hearing Ron and Hermione bicker over inconsequential things would be music to his ears right about now. The forest sounds mocked him as he thought of his 2 best friends. Anger flooded his senses. He had made plans for the afterlife, and now the fates had messed it all up. He would have finally been able to hug his parents and tell them how much he loved them. After missing their presence his entire life, all he wanted was to make up that time and get to know them firsthand. Tears started to trickle down his face. He also would have been able to talk to Severus again, tell him how grateful he was for everything the potion's master did for the cause and especially for him. He'd also finally get him to stop being stubborn and reconcile with his father. There were so many people, countless numbers who followed him in the war, who had died because they believed in him. And he never was able to thank them or tell them how sorry he was for leading them to their deaths. His guilt welled up, as it had many times over the last couple of years, but he squashed it down fervently. Harry took a deep breath and wiped the tears from his cheeks. For now he needed to focus on his present situation. He would mourn the loss of what could have been after he figured out where the hell he'd fallen. He tried to pick himself up slowly but found himself tripping on his own clothing. He faltered, wondering how that was possible. When he looked down at the article in question, he saw his black cloak trailing far beyond where his body ended. What the? He held his hands to his face, now noticing how very small they looked in comparison to what he remembered. Frantically, Harry patted at his face, his fingers searching for anything out of place, but was unable to determine anything wrong except smaller features. How is this possible? His eyes glazed over as he tried to recall his last memory. One single sentence echoed in his mind as if spoken again right in front of him. There will also be a small side effect from traveling to a different dimension while still alive. You'll find it out soon enough. A side effect of shrinking? Harry fumed. No one would take him seriously if his body was the size of a little kid. He then noticed that he no longer had his glasses on. He blinked slowly, glancing at his surroundings, taking in all the crystal clear details and vivid green colors of the leaves. Well, I guess one good thing about this is it seems I will no longer need my glasses. He tried his best to fix the cloak to fit his new small form. He tied the ends rather hastily around his waist, ending with something that looked more like a toga than a cloak. It was the best he could do with the situation at hand. So after looking around at the trees around him, Harry grimly set out, not fully aware of what it was he was looking for and dearly wishing for some pants. If I meet anyone, they're going to laugh their heads off when they see me wrapped up in a toga. How humiliating. Harry fought his weariness as he trudged through the endless forest where he had awoken. The forest reminded him of the forbidden forest at Hogwarts with the towering trees and odd animal noises in the background. He shuddered as he thought about his experiences there, with one very detailed memory of giant flesh-eating acromantulas chasing him and Ron through the forest. If I come across an army of acromantula again, I don't know if I would be able to handle that. He sighed at the difficult situation he had been placed in. Yet again, he is forced into an unknown situation with no clue as to what he's supposed to do. Except this time he didn't have a Ron and Hermione by his side. He felt a sharp pain in his chest as he thought of his best friends. Come on, Harry, focus. He checked his magical core, trying to see if it had been affected by the transportation to wherever he was. It felt fine, just a little weak, and he gave a sigh of relief. I might have enough magic for my animagus form. He stopped walking for a moment to carefully consider the risks. He didn't want there to be complications with his animagus form and his newly shortened body. His mind drifted to the lessons Remus had taught him about animagi. The animal was affected by the person's height, weight, age, and many other factors. Since he didn't know any of those answers for his new body, his animagus form could possibly be dangerous for him to attempt. So instead, he chose a random direction and started walking again, hoping to find something soon. During the war, they frequently had to camp in forests, so he knew to look for a shelter of some kind, preferably an unoccupied cave. Let's hope I'll get lucky and find a place quickly, he thought, though he never seemed to be very lucky. After wandering over half a day with no indication of being closer to finding his way out of the forest or discovering any type of shelter at all, Harry sat down leaning his small frame against a large tree root. His body, aching and sore, couldn't take much more of this random roaming through the forest, especially with no destination in sight. His throat was parched and his stomach growled angrily at him. The only solace in this situation was that he had not encountered any strange beasts so far in the forest. He shook his head with resolve. He'd have to risk his animagus form. His form would enhance his visual and olfactory senses, so he'd have a much higher chance of finding clues of which direction to travel. Risking a few complications was worth it if the alternative was staying lost in this immense forest and becoming food for a hungry animal. He shifted and immediately felt comforted by the familiar form. He had named his form Moony for his old friend Remus, who helped him achieve the form shortly before he died. He could feel the slight differences in this form and his old one. He glanced down to study his smaller paws. At least I'll be able to hide easier as a younger wolf. His animagus form had strong instincts and at the beginning fought Harry for dominance. He and Moony had come to a compromise though, and Harry, while he stayed in complete control of the form, was heavily influenced by the natural instincts and thoughts from the wolf. After he shifted, Harry was accosted with a multitude of unfamiliar scents. Where the hell am I? He wondered, trying to sift through the new scents. Mooney wanted to go investigate all the new and interesting smells, but Harry needed to find someone to help him get out of this forest. Toward the east, his nose detected a waft of cooked meat, cloth, and smoke. There was a human nearby. He treaded softly toward what he now knew was a campsite. He sniffed again and noticed two distinct human scents. He crept up slowly, trying to get close enough to tell whether these humans were friendly or not, without being seen. His instincts from the war automatically made him hesitate to approach. This isn't a war anymore, Harry, he tried to convince himself. It was a hard concept for him to fathom. As he wavered a few yards from the campsite, a flash of movement caught his attention in the trees, and he saw a glint of metal. He lowered himself, unconsciously growling at the unwelcome danger. It's only a wolf here, no missing nin for us to battle for now, my rival. The owner of the voice jumped down from the tree and gave Harry a grin. He was wearing a green jumpsuit and had thick, black eyebrows the size of large caterpillars. Sorry little wolf, no food for you over here. The other human then appeared from behind a tree. His gravity-defying white hair looked normal compared to the unusual clothing they were both wearing. This second one even had a face mask. What kind of a place has people who dress like this? Harry wondered, trying to picture somewhere that would deem outlandish clothing like this to be acceptable. He recognized a few of the sounds the humans were making from the information the Fates had given him before T Impossible Journey, but Harry couldn't understand what the words meant. It only confirmed Harry's suspicion that he was very, very far from home. He tried to focus on the sounds, but it was still too early for any of the given knowledge to be helpful in this situation. The white-haired human lazily strode over to where Harry was still cowering defensively. He's just a baby, he said, leaning towards Harry to get a better look. Looks pretty hungry to me as well. Harry bared his teeth, trying to decide whether these two were a threat to him or not. The masked human laughed and, in the blink of an eye, swept Harry up into his arms. Harry squirmed and tried to bite the human who dared to pick him up. Don't worry, little wolf, I have food for you, you need it. Oh, I had forgotten. You have a soft spot for wolves, don't you? The green one stated cheerfully to the one in the mask. Harry stared at the piece of meat placed in front of him. Both of the humans left him alone other than small glances they shot his way every now and again. He sniffed the meat, and the delicious scent made the decision for him. He took a small bite with as much self-control as he could manage. It was rabbit, but the flavoring was a little different compared to the rabbits he'd eaten in the past. Not wanting to think any more confusing questions when he had no one to answer them, Harry focused his attention to the meat and ate greedily. After finishing the meal the humans had provided, Harry took the time to study them sitting around the fire. The white-haired man was staring lazily back. Harry believed his companion had called him rival, and the other he had heard referred to as guy. Suddenly, and without being quite sure what had just happened, Harry found himself held down with a blade at his throat. I know you aren't a real wolf, so who are you, and how are you able to hold that form so convincingly? The white-haired man said with a pleasant tone, but his body language screamed a threat. Harry shuddered at cool metal pressed against his skin and slowly released his animagus form. A child? How is a child able to do that? By his youthfulness, I would guess he isn't any older than 4, Guy stated, his caterpillar-like eyebrows disappearing beneath his bowl-cut fringe. Harry, back in his tied-back, overly large black cloak, tried to explain that he was lost, but the only words coming out were in English. It was clear by the expressions on the two men's faces that they didn't understand any of it. How did he know I wasn't a wolf? Harry wondered, gazing at the sharp weapon fearfully. And how am I supposed to explain my situation when I can't even explain myself? He swallowed hard, anxiously wondering if the Fates had given him a second chance, only to have him killed within hours of his reawakening. Harry had never thought much of forests, anyway. Poor Luna. And now Harry has officially met Kakashi and Guy. Reviews are always welcome. I love hearing what you guys think. EM Lights The Hidden Leaf Village Chapter 3 updated the 2nd of November 2019. Hello. Please enjoy and let me know what you think. EM Lights The Next Great Adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore. HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 3. The Hidden Leaf Village. Guy glanced at Kakashi with surprise. You are indeed worthy to be my rival, Kakashi. How is it you knew he was human? His scent, Kakashi replied easily. No further explanation was given. The kid's chakra levels are relatively high, but that does not explain how he is able to achieve such a youthful transformation. Maybe it's some type of bloodline limit. Kakashi just hummed, still gazing at the boy with one expressionless eye, as Guy unrelentingly rambled off different explanations of the child's strange wolf form and what might be the cause of it. Kakashi still held the kunai against the boy's neck, but he noted that from his expression, the boy acted like he'd never seen a kunai before. He also looks to be lost, Guy stated thoughtfully. Despite his youth, he is only skin and bones. Looks like he hasn't had a bite to eat in days. I wish to feed him more so his youthfulness can grow. My rival, I think we should take him with us. Do you think, Kakashi stated slowly, that this boy could possibly be what the Hokage sent us out here for? Ah, that is possible. He does fit the abnormal guidelines set for our mission. Kakashi nodded and pulled his kunai away, though still holding it ready in his hand. It's decided then. We'll take the child with us to the Hokage. If we are wrong, the Hokage can figure out what to do with him. Yes. My thoughts exactly. You make one wrong move, Kakashi said, leaning right into the boy's face, and this will not end well for you. Though he could not understand the words, Harry did glean enough from their tones and actions to know he was being led somewhere, and he shouldn't try anything funny or there would be consequences. They packed up their campsite at an incredible speed and gestured Harry to walk alongside them. While their bodies seemed relaxed, Harry noticed the tense shoulders and the slight head movements scouring the road. They act like soldiers, Harry realized. They look to be only a few years older than myself, but who knows how long they've been in service. He peered up at the two once more, staring at them in a different light. Though I don't know what kind of military has soldiers who dress so strangely. Again, where the hell am I? It was about 30 minutes of Harry walking between the two soldiers on a road until he saw a very large wall in their path. He figured that was their intended destination since the wall was the first structure he'd seen since waking up. The soldiers were discussing something in their language about his shape-shifting abilities. Harry was slowly starting to understand the words and put them into sentences, although speaking was a different action entirely. Instead of dwelling too much on this, he just focused on being able to understand the soldiers' conversation a little more clearly. At least this would help him figure out what he needed to do to survive in this new world. When they came closer to the wall, Harry saw large gates with people bustling around inside them. It looked like some type of town, a medieval-looking one at that. When they came to the outside of the gate into the town, two men also wearing strange outfits were sitting lazily at a booth and called them over. One of them had spiky black hair and dark eyes, and a bandage resting on the bridge of his nose. The other one had straight brown hair that tumbled down to entirely cover his right eye. They both looked at Harry with confusion. So, who's the kid? The first one with a bandage across his face asked the green-clad man. Pretty sure you didn't leave with one a few weeks ago, the bandaged man grinned. We found this youthful one in the forest, the green man stated, gesturing toward Harry. He has a wonderful bloodline we want to show the Hokage. Harry was sure his name was Guy, given how often the silver-haired one called him that. He had initially thought the other man was called Kakashi, but Guy referred to him as rival, more than anything else, so he wasn't quite sure which one was his name. The two men stared at him expectantly, but Kakashi, rival, interrupted. We are in a bit of a hurry, so we'll be off, he said, with a wave and an eye smile. He motioned to Harry and Guy to continue and followed behind them toward the gate. All right, we will see you around, Kakashi, Guy. Harry wanted to ask what a Hokage was but still couldn't figure out how to say it. It was getting increasingly more frustrating not being able to talk and only able to understand what the two soldiers were saying. Especially when the silver, white-haired one stated that if he had longer hair, he could be confused with a cute little girl. Harry fumed at that comment, and it took every ounce of strength not to start cursing back at the man. He was 19 for Merlin's sake. These emotional outbursts felt strange to Harry, as this younger body's ghetto whine and complain seemed foreign to his 19-year-old mind. He pondered this strange and horrifying realization that he indeed was going to be starting over as a child, with childlike impulses. Well kid, welcome to the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi said, peering over at Harry with his one eye. Harry just nodded. He still couldn't tell if this man meant to hurt or help him, so he figured staying timid for now would be beneficial. Kakashi stared at Harry thoughtfully. I guess you do understand what we are saying then. That's good to know. Harry looked up and nodded once again. He wasn't sure what was in store for him next, but at least he could answer yes or no. This would have to do until he was able to figure out how to speak this strange language. And for what seemed to be the 100th time this day, he cursed the fates for making this next great adventure so difficult for him. This kid is an enigma, Kakashi thought as he stared down at the young boy walking dutifully next to him. Large chakra reserves like this and unknown abilities usually scream for a ninja or spy. I figured he was just an older shinobi with the ability to transform into a child just as he transformed into a wolf, but now. He stared down at the child once again, his trained eye catching the rapid breathing and small shivers from the young boy. He either is a brilliant actor or he's really just a lost child, one with a very unique bloodline limit. He then pulled out his beloved orange novel and began to read, despite Guy's protests of reading that smut in front of the child. Best to just let the Hokage deal with this one. The three walked through the place called the Hidden Leaf Village in silence, which was just fine for Harry. He was too lost in his thoughts about what this meeting with the Hokage, whoever he was, would mean for Harry. What if they decided it was better to just kill him and be done with it? Then another horrible thought occurred to him. What if I died and I'm actually in another dimension like the Fates talked about? Would this new world has its own heaven? If so, I won't ever be able to see my old friends and family ever again, just strangers from this world. Harry's eyes filled with tears, and he tried his hardest to control the emotions waiting to explode. He sniffed involuntarily, drawing the gazes of the two soldiers. Guy gave Harry a sympathetic smile and patted his head rather hard. It'll be okay, my young friend. The Hokage is a very wise man. He will see the youthfulness you possess and know just what to do with you. This comment didn't calm Harry's nerves, rather the opposite. Harry didn't like that one man was the deciding factor on what will happen to him. In no time at all, they had arrived to a huge building in the center of town. This is the Hokage's tower, Guy said enthusiastically for Harry's benefit. Harry hesitated at the door, uncertain about the events that would unfold after he entered. Come on, the white-haired soldier ordered casually, giving him a slight push through the doorway. Time to see the Hokage. Harry took a large breath before slowly walking through the doorway, though he wasn't able to stop his hands shaking from nerves. Huge windows, capturing the magnificence of the entire village outside, lit up the circular room he had just entered. A small mahogany desk sat in the middle of the room, littered with stacks of paper haphazardly lying about. Old dusty books piled to the ceiling hid most of the walls from sight. A small elderly man sat behind the desk with a large pipe in hand. His puffs of smoke expertly circled his head like a halo before dissipating into the rising air. It seemed like this was a common pastime for the old man. He was currently busy staring into an antique crystal ball, watching a 7-year-old with bright yellow hair playing pranks on unsuspecting people. He looked up as the two soldiers and Harry came into the room and grudgingly put the crystal ball away. The elderly man's features resembled his old headmaster so much that for a second Harry was back at Hogwarts, walking into Dumbledore's study once again. Thinking of Dumbledore made Harry's heart hurt. He missed the quirky old man and his half-moon spectacles, strange wardrobe choices and all. Harry's eyes fluttered shut as Dumbledore's death flashed before his eyes without warning. A few members of the Order were engaged in an intense and lengthy battle after a small raid had turned into an ambush. Finding out that a traitor was amongst the Order was difficult, but no one had time to dwell on the fact while being attacked from all sides by Death Eaters. Harry, Kingsley, Bill Weasley, Hannah Abbott, and Hermione were all a part of this group and no one was equipped or ready to handle the large number of attackers. Dumbledore appeared soon after the ambush began, though how he knew they were in trouble was another mystery. The brief moment of cheer that they may get out of this alive turned bleak as the Order members realized Voldemort had arrived. Dumbledore, in all his glory, took it upon himself to distract the Dark Lord as the rest of the group tried to find a way to escape. Harry, run! Dumbledore exclaimed as Voldemort entered into the fight. He stood proudly in front of Harry, blocking him from view. Harry, clutching his bleeding right arm, stood frozen as he gazed into the red eyes of his parents' murderer. Well, Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. The two people I've been waiting most eagerly to see, Voldemort said smoothly, a malicious smile gracing his face. I have to thank our new member for this happy reunion. The Death Eaters laughed darkly, still fighting viciously against the other Order members. One face in particular stood out. Terry Boot, the traitor from Ravenclaw, had a manic grin as he stood smugly behind the Dark Lord. You will all find out how you chose the wrong side. I'm glad I was clever enough to figure it out before it was too late. Mr. Boot, Dumbledore said sadly. How blind one can be when faced with troubled times. Troubled times, Dumbledore? Voldemort sneered. It's more than just troubled when you are about to die. Dumbledore raised his wand just in time to conjure up a shield against the first spell. Kingsley, get Harry out of here, Dumbledore ordered, summoning an immense golden shield to block the group from the number of attacks by Voldemort and his followers. The few Order members stood inside the Golden Dome and watched Dumbledore helplessly as he continued his fight with Voldemort. Bill, disable the anti-apparition wards, Kingsley barked, and the eldest Weasley began muttering quickly with his wand in the air. Break down that barrier! Voldemort screamed, and the Death Eaters began firing spell after spell against the shield to no avail. Harry struggled against Hermione's tight embrace to try and find a way to help the headmaster in his fight. There will be other opportunities for you to fight, Harry, Hermione said as calmly as possible. Getting the wounded to safety and living to fight another day is our priority right now. You do realize you were hurt, don't you? And Hannah doesn't have much time left. The blonde Hufflepuff was grasping her red-stained torso weakly in the arms of Kingsley. Harry understood this, but watching Dumbledore struggle to hold the shield and keep up with Voldemort's brutal attacks was painful. It was clear the old wizard was wearing down. Dumbledore was on another level, but how long could anyone last against this? Got it! Bill exclaimed, just as the shield dissipated. A yell of triumph from the Death Eaters was silenced as Dumbledore used the rest of his magic to raise a barrier around the Death Eaters and Voldemort so they would have time to escape. The only shortcoming was Dumbledore was inside that barrier and completely open to attack. With a hauntingly joyful cry, Voldemort cast his final curse, and as Harry was side-apparated out by Hermione, his vision filled with a familiar blast of green light. Harry's eyes prickled as they were filled with tears. He wiped them away with him forearm hazily. The situation before him was more important at the moment than rehashing bad memories. So, who is this young one? The elderly man asked pleasantly. Harry, now understanding the language relatively well, answered quickly, Harry, my name is Harry. The old man's forehead furrowed and he frowned deeply, glancing between the two men who'd escorted Harry. Damn, Harry thought, seeing the reaction, I said that in English again, didn't I? Hokage-sama, we found this boy, though he was in the form of a wolf pup at first, in the forest we have been scouting the past 3 weeks. We brought him here to see what you wanted to do with him, Kakashi replied lazily after Harry's failed attempt at speaking up for himself. All three of them stared at Harry, making him increasingly uncomfortable. He realized he was sweating rather excessively under his thick toga cloak. Okay Harry, you can do this, he thought with determination. I just have to be able to say enough so they know I'm not a threat, and then all of this confusion will be over. Harry, he said slowly, pointing at himself. I'm Harry. The old man stared at him with piercing blue eyes. So, your name is Harry, little one? Harry nodded quickly. Well, Harry, I see that you can understand us relatively well. Are you able to speak our language though? Harry scrunched up his face in concentration. Trying, he said, and to his relief, it came out in their language. He looked up and smiled at the old man, who looked at him with amusement. Well Harry, what were you doing deep in the forest? I got sent here by interfering fates and have no idea where this is or what I'm supposed to do. Harry whined, and cursed himself for saying it again in English. He closed his eyes. Okay, try something simpler, lost, Harry stated. I guess I really will seem like a child if the only way I can speak their language is in one-word sentences. He grumbled at the thought. Lost, you say? The Hokage trailed off. Hokage-sama, if I may make a suggestion? Kakashi asked, stepping up to the desk. The Hokage gestured for him to continue. Maybe Yamanaka-san would be able to get some answers from him. We can't be sure if he is faking having this language barrier or not. Kakashi, you want to send a 4-year-old to tea and I? Guy exclaimed. His youthful mind could be destroyed. The Yamanaka technique is the most ruthless mind interrogation Konoha has. Harry did not like how the conversation was going at all. Yamanaka-san is out on a mission right now, the Hokage responded. Ibiki-san then? Kakashi said, though his hesitance for the suggestion was made clear. He is even worse, Guy argued. There are rumors of Ibiki's interrogations that even give me nightmares. What about his subordinate, Anko-san? Harry noticed the white-haired soldier and the old man both shivered. You want sadistic Anko to interrogate him? Kakashi mused. Anko, has not found her ability to use restraint in her interrogations yet, the Hokage confessed. But, Ibiki-san, really, this Ibiki character sounded more like a Death Eater than a soldier. Definitely someone he would have tried to avoid if possible. I have the worst luck in the world it seems. How do these soldiers even interrogate? They most likely don't have things like veritaserum, so do they use knives and such to torture their victims for answers? The Hokage rubbed his chin in thought. Even though I do not see this child being some sort of spy, it might be best to see if Ibiki is able to get some answers out of him. There are so many questions to have answered. A look of horror shot across Harry's face. The Hokage saw it and smiled at him. Do not worry, child. I will not let him harm you, unless, of course, you are a spy, then I'm afraid it's a different story. Kakashi, please escort Hari to the T&I building. Kakashi bowed, grabbed Harry, and jumped out the window, with Harry's foreign protests heard all the way out. Guy, I would like you to go and talk to Ibiki personally before he sees Hari. I want you to explain the situation and let him know that this child isn't a suspect yet. We would just like to know who he is for now and where he has come from. I'm very interested in finding some answers as well. Hi, Hokage-sama, Guy responded, and then bowed before heading out the door. The Hokage sat back in his chair thoughtfully, his smoking pipe all but forgotten after the mystery of the young new arrival. Transforming into a wolf pup, what a curious boy. It seems the prophecy I heard is coming true. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. I need to contact Jiraiya as soon as possible. If he is indeed a part of that prophecy, I'm going to need assistance. Hopefully this boy will accept joining our village. It'll be interesting to see what kind of abilities he possesses. End Chapter 3. Reviews and constructive criticism always welcome. Lights Ibiki Chapter 4 updated the 3rd of November 2019. Hey guys. Thanks so much for all of your reviews. Lights the next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore. HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 4. Ibiki Kakashi landed in front of a building that in Harry's opinion was more of a prison than anything else. Towering, thick gray walls with barred windows and a heavy door that screamed, once you come in, you never come out. Harry had never been tortured before. He always knew it was a viable possibility during the war. He never thought he'd encounter this as a possibility just because of his existence though. He obviously wasn't a spy, but what if they didn't believe him? What if this man was just sadistic and didn't care whether Harry was innocent or not? Without a wand, he felt extremely vulnerable in such an unknown situation. What was his story supposed to be? He had no idea about this world, but if they found an animagus transformation odd, then it seemed magic did not exist here. Should he tell the truth and be marked as insane, or lie and possibly get caught and then tortured for lying? As they entered, the white-haired soldier led Harry silently down a long hallway. Harry involuntarily started shivering, thought it wasn't from the cold musty air that filled the building. Kakashi peered down at the shivering form and felt a small pang of guilt. He laid his hand awkwardly on the boy's shoulder and gave it a small squeeze. Harry peeked up at him with wide eyes in response. Ibiki is pretty intimidating, but if you aren't a spy, there is nothing to worry about. The boy didn't seem reassured by his words. Kakashi sighed. He wasn't any good at comforting people, especially children. He had zero practice with kids and avoided passing a genin team mostly for that reason. He guessed it might have been because he graduated so young and didn't have a typical childhood. Where are his parents anyways? Kakashi thought. Shouldn't they be worried about him? He shook his head, clearing that line of thought. Kakashi brought him to a room empty of everything but two small chairs. Harry sank into one of the chairs and pulled his knees to his chest. Kakashi, instead of sitting in the remaining seat, leaned against the doorway studying the boy. Seeing the frail-looking kid hug his knees to his chest reminded him of himself after his father died, scared and all alone. He stopped himself of thinking any further about it. It wasn't his problem. He did what was asked of him and brought in a suspicious person from the woods. He glanced once more at the boy before exiting the room. If he makes it through Ibiki, then I'll make Guy buy him dango as an apology. Guy appeared in Ibiki's office just as Kakashi walked into the building with the young boy. Ibiki was instructing his subordinate, a Tokubetsu Jonin named Anko, to finish all the paperwork he had put aside for too long. Yosh. Hokage-sama wishes for you to speak to a youthful boy my rival and I found in the forest. A language barrier hides his youthfulness. Please lend your help. Guy grinned widely and added, I know you can do it, my spirited friend. Ibiki stared at him blankly for a moment before turning back to his subordinate. I'll be in the interrogation rooms if you need me. He stepped past Guy and out of the room, the other shinobi falling in step with him. Is the kid already here? Guy nodded in the affirmative. Yes, my rival was charged with bringing him here directly. Ibiki pursed his lips. If the boy was with Kakashi he could be anywhere in the village. So, why does the Hokage want me to question a kid? Young Hari has already shown to us his shining spirit of willful youth. He is able to shape-shift into a wolf pup, which is the glorious form he wore when we first came upon him in the forest. Ibiki was only slightly impressed with this information. But if the Hokage wanted him to question the kid, there must be something special about him, and not just a shifting ability. Guy frowned, expression suddenly serious as he eyed his comrade. Ibiki-san, the child seems scared and all alone. Please, don't be too hard on him. Ibiki stared unblinkingly at the boy. Even though this was how he usually started interrogations, he was not staring to freak the kid out. He was merely studying him. Well, he looks about 5 but extremely malnourished. Doesn't seem to have had a decent meal in weeks. There are faint scars along his body, a rather deep one on his left forearm, and a strange mark like lightning on his forehead. Might have been abused or tortured for a great length of time. His clothing does not seem local at all. In fact, I have never seen fabric such as that before. What caught Ibiki's attention next were the boy's eyes. They are a striking green color, but they look very peculiar on his young body. Those eyes hold pain, suffering, and loneliness, eyes that I see mainly on shinobi veterans or rescued torture victims. This boy looks like he has lived through many years of war and death, which is what I find to be very strange for one so young. No, his eyes are much more interesting than any shape-shifting abilities. It seems torture is the most reasonable explanation for this boy's state. If he passes this, like I believe the Hokage knows he will, I will highly recommend this boy for therapy. Harry tried to maintain eye contact with the man but was finding it very difficult. He felt to see if his clemency shields were still erect. Something about this man reminded him of Snape, and while Snape had been a good man, he had still been a right bastard most of the time. He hid a wince as he struggled to sense any type of barrier into his mind. Hoping this man didn't know any type of legilimency, Harry started twiddling with his thumbs waiting for the man to start talking. So, Hari is it? Harry nodded, looking up once again. My name is Ibiki, and I am the head interrogator for Konoha. I should warn you that I can tell when someone is lying to me, so it would be best if you refrained from trying. I am a master in torture, but I would rather not have to resort to that. The man gave Harry a very Snape-like smirk. Feeling extremely nervous, he nodded again. Wonderful. So, Hari, where did you come from? Harry inwardly cringed. First question, and already he didn't know how to answer. Okay, just keep it short and vague, and it will be almost like the truth without looking like an insane person. Far away, Harry said simply. Home gone. Harry almost winced at how weak and childish he sounded. Keeping to simple answers and having the voice of a child was really starting to irritate him. Your home was destroyed then. Another nod. All right, what about your family? Parents dead, Harry replied. Kakashi, listening through a one-way glass with Guy and the Hokage, was surprised at the lack of emotion the boy had when talking about his deceased family. He glanced over at the Hokage, who looked troubled at the revelation. Are you a spy? No. Are you working with anyone else who is a spy or from another village? No. Ibiki glanced at the window on the side of the room and gave a small nod, indicating it was the truth. The Hokage, sitting behind the one-way glass, sighed with relief and smiled. He turned to Kakashi and Guy and said, "As I suspected. Now we will have to figure out what to do with him." Kakashi silently agreed but kept his gaze on the boy. "The Hokage will have to be careful with this one." Ibiki continued the questioning. "And how old are you?" "Don't know." This was the first answer that really shocked Ibiki. There was no lie in the kid's statement. How can a boy not know his own age? Harry was getting frustrated. He was able to keep it simple so far, but he didn't even know his age for Merlin's sake. He was technically 19, but he had no idea what age his new body was. Ibiki was slowly losing his scare factor, as Harry was now just frustrated and ready for this to be over and done with. "Are you alone?" "Yes." "Are you a shapeshifter?" "No, just wolf." So he couldn't shift. Ibiki glanced at the one-way mirror. This boy. He was very interesting. Just not in the way the Hokage had expected. Harry was a riddle, one that Ibiki wanted very much to figure out. One after another, he fired questions away and received short, broad answers that only led to more fascinating questions. "So Hari, how did you end up in the forest?" Harry sighed. He had been in this room with this Ibiki man for about 10 minutes, trying his best to answer truthfully without sounding mentally unbalanced. He thought for a second, and a good, albeit only slightly truthful, answer came to mind. "Searching for sister," Harry said, hoping this man believed him. The fates did say he had a sister, so he does need to find her at some point. Too bad he had no idea who she was or where she might be. "So, you think she came to this village? What is her name? How old is she? Is she a ninja?" "A ninja?" Harry looked at the man with widened eyes. Is that what these people were? Ninja? Harry remembered his cousin Dudley watching a television show with people all dressed in black, fighting with long swords. Dudley called it the True Ninja, though Harry wasn't sure if it was the title or just a character's nickname. Harry wasn't allowed to sit and watch it with him, but he used to hover in the background to catch a few minutes of the show. The show had inspired Dudley and his gang to dress in black and run around the backyard with sticks and their pockets filled with small rocks, fighting and hitting each other. They only stopped when one episode showed the ninja jumping through trees, and Dudley tried to reenact it. Breaking your arm can cause you to become very disenchanted with a series apparently. These people were the sword-fighting, tree-leaping ninjas he had found so interesting back then? Ibiki saw the child's confusion, but couldn't fathom what it was from. Well? Harry jumped out of his realization, remembering he was supposed to be answering the question. He could dwell on the consequences of being in a world of ninja if he ever made it out of this interrogation. Don't know. Ibiki, getting fed up with all the don't know answers, was about to start in on the boy, when they were suddenly interrupted. Ibiki-san, I can't figure out what you want me to do about the incident in Iwa. Should I? Oh. Enko looked up from the papers she was holding and realized she had interrupted Ibiki's questioning. Ibiki refrained from rolling his eyes. After glaring at the boy to stay put, he stood up to snatch the papers out of Enko's hand. As Ibiki read through the report, Harry took the time to study the young lady that had come in. She was wild-looking, with spiky black hair and a wicked grin. He noticed she had on the same jacket that both Kakashi and Guy wore. She must be a ninja too then. He was about to look away when he saw a head poke out of her jacket sleeve. A black snake's head. Shocked, Harry continued to stare at the snake as he heard him start speaking to his handler. Mistress, the boy over there smells funny. Enko tore her eyes away from the report then glanced at Harry. She grinned. Oh, smells funny how? Ibiki looked up at Enko in confusion, but then saw her attention was directed at the small snake protruding out of her CL thing. He smells of places far away. Places I have never been. Well, that was strange. Enko had been all around the continents with her familiar Habu, so hearing this boy was from somewhere new was surprising. Habu says this boy is from a place he has never been before, Enko announced to Ibiki. That is strange, because Habu has been to all the continents. Harry, being able to understand everything the snake was saying, paled at the statement. He wasn't sure what would come of the insinuation, but he didn't think any of it would be good. He then realized, cracking the first smile since he'd been brought into this village, he had just found a way to speak without struggling with the new language. It's not very nice to tell people they smell funny. Everyone in the room and behind the one-way glass stared at Harry as if he had grown two heads. A speaker. I never thought I'd meet a true speaker such as you. I will have to tell my kin that a brother without scales has appeared. The snake excitedly left his mistress's flak jacket and slithered over to the young boy. He climbed up Harry's leg and came face to face with him. He tasted Harry's skin and squirmed. You even taste different, the snake admitted and hissed in laughter. Anko, can you understand him? Ibiki asked slowly, still wrapping his head around the new development. Yeah, I can. Ibiki, who is this kid? I've never even heard of a person being able to actually speak like a snake. It's called parseltongue in my language, Harry said to the girl Anko. It's kind of rare, but I was born with this ability to speak with snakes. Huh. So the kid was born hissing at snakes. You found yourself a unique kid, Ibiki. Anko, I need you to stay and translate for me. This will be much faster than the short one or two-worded answers the boy has given me so far. Is that okay with you, boy? Harry nodded as Anko settled herself against the back wall and Ibiki sat back down to continue the questioning. So, we were talking about your sister. Why don't you know anything about her? Harry hesitated before responding. My memory is messed up. I don't know anything about my sister, only that I have one, and she is supposed to be coming soon. I don't know when or where she will be. That's why I need to find her. Phew, Harry thought as Anko relayed his answer. Still truthful without sounding insane. I'm starting to get good at this. The rest of the questioning went smoothly, as Harry was now able to converse quite efficiently through Anko. Well, that was certainly enlightening, said the Hokage, sitting back in his chair stretching as the questioning came to an end. We have learned that the only family he has left is his sister who is missing. He is from somewhere far away, he can turn into a wolf, and that most. All other information we could want he doesn't know because his memory has been compromised. What an interesting boy. Kakashi silently agreed. Yes, the kid was an enigma, one that even people outside of this room would love to figure out. But his role in this was coming to an end. He had important things to get to, like visiting the memorial stone. Yes, well, let's all return to my office and figure out what to do next. Harry, Kakashi, Guy, Ibiki, and Anko, whose presence there was only because Harry had taken her snake Habu with him, all stood in front of the Hokage's desk. The snake, feeling Harry's nervousness, whispered comforting words into his ear. Oh Merlin, this is it, Harry thought, his heart sinking into his stomach. I should never have spoken to the snake. They're going to think I'm a freak because I can speak parseltongue. No wait, the girl can understand it, and she's okay. Maybe they will like that, but what if they think me being a wolf animagus is bad? What if they think I'm dangerous and kill me? Oh no, what if? Harry's thoughts are interrupted as the old man began to speak. Well, my boy, you have definitely made this an exciting day. We would like to help you on your quest to find your sister, of course, but if you said she is searching for you, then I think the best course of action would be for you to stay in one place. Then when she comes, she will be able to find you easily. Now, the question is, would you be opposed to staying here in Konoha? The Hokage finished and stared at Harry with those twinkling eyes that were so damned familiar that he already knew what his answer would be. I will stay, Harry said with a smile. He did see the logical reasoning of staying in the village. First, the old man was right about the higher probability of his sister finding him if he stayed in one place. And if the fates dropped him here, then maybe this sister would be dropped off around here as well. Also, he didn't want to keep traveling through forests. Harry wanted to find a place that maybe he could once again call home. Hogwarts was the only place he ever felt was home. If he had to live another life here, he wanted that feeling of belonging once again. Excellent. Now, since you are so young, I don't think it would be a good idea for you to live on your own. There is an orphanage. Harry quickly paled, but I think the best option would be for you to stay with someone who will be able to take care of you and protect you if need be. The Hokage then looked at Kakashi with knowing eyes, which made the ninja realize what this would be leading to. The Hokage wanted the boy to stay with him. Kakashi could understand the reasoning, of course. He was a seasoned Anbu captain, one that other countries would think twice before confronting. He had no family to support and had quite the fortune piling up, so financially a child would be no problem. He was sure if he said no, he could walk away with this and go back to his life as normal. He didn't want the responsibility of a child. He didn't know anything about raising a kid, since he never really was one. But the Hokage was entrusting him with this task, and so it must be important to keep the boy safe. He had suspicions before, but now more than ever he believed the Hokage knew more than he was revealing to the rest of them about the child. It was too much of a coincidence that they were sent to scout those specific woods and this mysterious boy just appears out of nowhere. Could he do it though? Raise this wolf child he just met? He glanced at the boy who was stroking the snake with a worried expression. His eyes trailed back to the Hokage, who gave him another pointed look and raised eyebrows. He could hear Guy enthusiastically rattling off names of potential guardians for the boy but knew what the final outcome would be. Fine. Kakashi tilted his head slightly to show his reluctant agreement. He hoped the Hokage knew what he was doing. The old man looked positively smug. He can stay with me, Hokage-sama, Kakashi stated, interrupting Guy's continued list of candidates. His offer came to the surprise of everyone in the room but two. Harry's head snapped up at the white-haired ninja with his mouth wide open. Kakashi rubbed his hair, embarrassed and unsure of what to say. I have a spare bedroom that I don't use. I'll also be able to train him if he wants when I'm not on missions. Also, Genma lives next door, and I know I can talk him into checking on, Hari while I'm away. Kakashi, you are so hip and cool to offer the youthful Hari a home. Guy proclaimed, giving Kakashi a thumbs up with tears streaming down his cheeks. I will also offer my assistance in helping care for our young charge. The Hokage smothered the victorious smile that threatened to show on his face. Everything was going to plan so far, Kami knows. Kakashi could use someone to give his life meaning. The boy needed a guardian, someone who wouldn't abuse the fact that he has unique abilities. And when the time comes and the prophecy comes to light, the boy will need that support more than ever. Hari, what do you think? The Hokage asked, peering down at Harry who was still staring up at Kakashi. Harry looked away from Kakashi and nodded slowly. He wasn't sure why this ninja had offered him a place to stay, but he would be careful. He was in a new world filled with ninja and other unknowns, and with that comes new rules. However, this ninja said he would train Harry, and training is exactly what he needed to survive in a place like this. Another small part of him had a faint hope for finally growing up with someone who didn't hate him. He remembered as a child wishing for a relative or just anyone to come and save him from the Dursleys and raise him like any normal kid. The man was a ninja, however, a suspicious one at that. Normal doesn't seem very likely. While he felt confusing childish emotions swirling through his mind, he still was technically an adult, so he really didn't need to be raised by anyone. He forced his thoughts away and focused on the people around him. With that settled, I suggest, Kakashi, that you take young Hari home and get him settled in. He certainly has had a long day. Tomorrow you need to take him to the hospital for a checkup, and then you can show him around his new village. Be sure to stop at the academy so he can see what to expect if he wishes to attend next year. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi gestured for Harry to follow him, and, after Harry had given Habu back to Anko, they left. Guy bowed and tailed behind them as well. Ibiki, is there anything you wish to add? The Hokage asked curiously. The boy has been severely tortured. His sister may have been as well. I recommend therapy at the very least for him. I've seen torture victims go insane from something small triggering a flashback. The Hokage nodded gravely. And I am also going to continue keeping a close eye on the boy. There is something odd about him, and I intend to find out what that is. Kakashi led Harry out onto the street toward his apartment. He noticed that Harry was getting quite a few odd stares and realized it was because of his clothing. The strange black cloth wrapped around the kid's body was definitely not a normal style around here. So, Hari, first thing tomorrow we will be going to buy you a whole new wardrobe. Harry, who had detected the weird glances he had been receiving, was awkwardly tugging at his cloak. He blushed and agreed instantly. It wouldn't be prudent for him to strut around with a toga in a ninja village if he could help it. Also, Guy promised to buy you dango. End Chapter 4. Getting to know Hitaki Kakashi Chapter 5 updated the 3rd of November 2019. Thank you for continuing to read my story. You guys are awesome. Enjoy. Lights the next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore. HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 5. Getting to know Hitaki Kakashi. Harry lay on his new futon, staring at the unusual objects lining the walls of his new room. Strangely shaped weapons, shelves filled with scrolls and bright orange books, and maps with lands and waters Harry didn't recognize filled the surrounding walls. So this is a ninja's bedroom. His younger self would have loved it. Dudley too, before he broke his arm doing stupid stunts he saw on that ninja show. He had already looked all through the maps on the wall for a name he recognized, but had been unsuccessful. He could ask if Kakashi knew of a place called England, but after all he'd learned so far, he seriously doubted it. He'd find some history books later on to read up on this place and discover if this is in fact a new world. He would dwell on this terrifying potential confirmation when he wasn't so exhausted. He thought of his new guardian Hitaki Kakashi, and Harry still had no idea how he felt about him. His experience told him that everyone had an agenda, and he needed to figure out what exactly Kakashi's was. Why would he want to take me in? How could he possibly benefit from this? He yawned and turned over, cuddling against a soft blanket with a stuffed gray wolf under his arm. To his chagrin, his childish tendencies surfaced once again as soon as he walked into Kakashi's extra bedroom. Harry saw the gray wolf inside a box filled with Kakashi's old toys and immediately gravitated toward it. He almost giggled at the ridiculousness of a 19-year-old war hero sleeping with a stuffed animal. Harry was baffled by these inclinations that surfaced, but he decided it wasn't anything too serious to worry about just yet. Kakashi didn't seem to mind that Harry chose one of his old toys, though it was hard for Harry to tell with his face mask hiding most of his expressions. In Harry's opinion, the ninja seemed confused as to what he is supposed to do with a child. Does he not remember when he was this age? Harry wondered. I guess I can't really speak, I only vaguely remember being a child. I just have memories of a lot of yelling and trying to hide frequently. He huddled further into the futon, trying to decide whether to attempt to fall asleep or not. For the past couple of years, sleeping had been very difficult to come by. His nights usually consisted of either waking up to nightly Death Eater raids or a night of fitful dreams that always turned into nightmares. These nightmares would always lead him to being either shaken awake by one of his friends or woken up by his own screams. He was so tired, but he didn't know how Kakashi would react if Harry had a nightmare. Best not to find out then. Silencio, Harry whispered with his arms stretched out, but instead of casting the wandless spell, pain jolted intensely into his hand. What on earth? Harry could still feel the tingling all over his skin, a sensation he'd never felt before. He sat straight up in bed and held his hand out again. Lumos, he said, concentrating on lighting up the palm of his hand. Again, a jolt of pain shot through his arm to the rest of his body. It was then that Harry started to hyperventilate. Oh no, this can't be happening. How will I survive this place if I can't even cast any spells? He tried his other hand with the same spell, tried to summon a small book, levitate his wolf toy in the air, and even change the color of his pillow. His magic was unresponsive and the only effect was the same pain in his hands. He sat on the bed, his hands both pulsing painfully as he stared blankly into the ceiling. He felt his magical core swirling in his abdomen, but nothing he did would bring his magic out. It had taken him months of training after his 19th birthday to perfect his wandless abilities. A fact that had made Professor Snape both proud and bitter, as he was the one who had taught Harry this skill. His wandless magic had saved his life countless times. One memory especially came to mind. He had once been captured and taken to Malfoy Manor, and his wand forcefully taken away. Even under the circumstances, he couldn't help but smirk at the memory of Lucius Malfoy's face after Harry blasted the bars of his cell and sent Malfoy flying into a far wall. Since he didn't have a wand here in this place, the only thing he could rely on would be his wandless abilities. If he couldn't even do that anymore. I am totally screwed, he thought anxiously. But Kakashi, he said he would teach me to be a ninja if I wanted. If I learned that, then I could protect myself even without my wandless abilities. His stomach churned at the thought of being so helpless. I might have to think some more about this. He wasn't sure whether he even wanted to be a ninja at all. But I was able to transform into my animagus form, so maybe I just need more practice. He started his breathing exercises, something he learned early on to help calm down impending panic. He breathed in slowly, held it for a second, and let it out, counting to 10 each time. He finally felt most of the panic subside, much to his relief. I'll just have to deal with this in the morning, he whispered to himself before drifting into a fitful sleep. The basement meeting room at number 12 Grimald Place blurred and contorted all around him. Empty seats ran along the length of the long table, and Harry felt a painful pull in his chest for the growing number that would never be filled again as the Order of the Phoenix dwindled. "Harry, look at this." Hermione called his attention to the map spread out in front of them. Harry looked down at the blurry collection of houses and streets of the small town of Raven's Nest, located just outside London. "Voldemort will probably attack from this direction." Ron nodded his agreement from her other side. "Harry, we'll send your team here, and Charlie will be in the air over here. During the defense, Tonks's team will come out of disguise and fortify our defenses here and here. I'll take my team down the main road," Hermione added, tracing out a path on the map. "We should be able to notify the largest number of people, and hopefully get them all to safety. Don't forget, it will be Christmas Eve," a sour, biting voice said behind him, and Harry turned to see Snape. Peering over his shoulder suspiciously, his cheeks were more sunken and hollow than in the past, and his gaunt frame weary. "Families will be together in their homes, not about in the main street." Hermione pursed her lips. "I know that. But the road is in the center of town. I'll send half of the group down the east side and half will take the west, but most of the side streets don't go all the way through the village, so we'll be working off the main road too. Coordinate. Work the details out with Seamus and Ernie," Harry said brusquely, pushing his chair back and rising. "We don't have much time. Christmas is only 3 days away, and we need to get Tonks's team out there now." He turned towards the door and the room faded into darkness behind him, and when Harry ducked through the doorway, he found himself on the street. Harry's breath began to quicken. "Oi, Harry!" A little girl with bubblegum pink hair and a puggy nose ran down the street in front of him, and he turned to stare after her, eyes slowly rising to the air, which was full of black, shadowy shapes. He stared for several seconds, frozen, dread pooling inside of him and the horrible, echoing scream of his mother piercing in his ears. "Tonks!" he shouted as he shook off his daze, looking down the street again for the girl, but she had turned the corner already and was nowhere to be seen. "Harry," a voice said behind him, and Harry turned. His team stood behind him in the street, grim-faced and determined, and Harry managed to still the trembling in his hands and pull out his wand. "First order of business is to drive out those Dementors," he stated boldly, raising his own wand and pointing it towards the oncoming horde. "Expecto Patronum." Silvery forms cut across the streets and through the air as Patronuses of all shapes and sizes threw themselves at the Dementors. Harry and his team advanced through the village streets. Once in a while he caught sight of Charlie, or one of his team members, flitting through the air above them on broomsticks. Glimmering white lights driving back the mass of Dementors above. The streets were still, except their own teams and the Dementors, fleeing before them. Hermione had already been through this part of town, and the majority of the residents had been evacuated. But for others, they could hear screaming voices echoing through alleys and streets, and as they advanced further, reclaiming the village, they came across bodies. The villagers they hadn't been in time to save, staring blankly and unmoving, mouths slightly parted, empty of souls. Victims of the Dementor's kiss. Harry tried not to look at them, but their hollow eyes stared back at him all the same, accusing. He was supposed to have saved them. He should have gotten here earlier. The most horrible sight was near the edge of town, where 2 small children lay in each other's arms, vacant expressions on their small, round white faces, eyes turned up towards the skies. He watched, numbly, as one of the newer recruits approached them, trying hopelessly to wake them from their daze, even though Harry knew they never would. Their bodies were still alive, but those children were now nothing but emotionless dolls, a fate worse than death. "C.A." Harry started. When the younger man started to become almost hysterical in his desperation, he never finished the sentence, because the man dropped dead in front of him, a violent, green light hitting him from the side. "Back!" Harry shouted, head jerking and body instinctively slipping into a lower crouch, wand in his hand and eyes searching for their enemies. "Get to cover." They were still apparating, appearing further out in the streets, one after another, spells flying almost the same instant they materialized. Harry sent a spell flying in return, and behind him his team did the same as they retreated further back down the street. The Death Eaters were still appearing, and Harry cursed when he saw groups of them knotting together. "Everyone get out of here, now!" he shouted. He saw one of his team turn on the spot and disappear, even as he moved to do the same, but they were too late. The rest of their attempts at apparition failed. The Death Eaters had managed to erect their anti-apparition wards in time. They were trapped. They fought as they retreated, back towards the main road, more of his team falling under curses and spells as they struggled to gain distance and cover on the larger attacking force. People screamed around him, friends, people he cared about and had fought beside before, and there was nothing he could do for them but hope they got out alive. He ran around another corner, bringing up the rear guard on his team, and spun, motioning for his team to run to the next street down, when a black cloaked figure ran out from a side alley. Harry's wand was on him in an instant, and half a spell out of his mouth before he recognized Seamus Finnegan. "Harry!" The other man called, and Harry quickly dropped his wand and cut off his attack. "Hermione sent me." Harry's eyes widened and he looked around, half expecting to see her standing behind him. "Where is she? Has your team made it out yet?" Shaking his head and taking a moment to catch his breath, Seamus pointed up towards a tall office building back in the direction he'd come from. "They're safe." Hermione wanted to make sure everyone else got out, too. Jets of light burst out of one of the upper windows in the building, aimed down at the street below, and as Harry watched, several red bursts of light struck the side of the building from the street, causing the whole thing to shake. "They have to get out of there," he breathed, staring in apprehension as a growing number of curses struck the building. "She said they would be right behind us," Seamus assured him, passing Harry a worn tennis shoe. He recognized it as one of the portkeys they had set up ahead of time. Harry drew his eyes away from the building under siege reluctantly and looked around at the remaining members of his team. They were red-faced and weary, breathing hard and covered in sweat, dirt, and blood from their retreat through the village. Even if there was anything they could do for Hermione, they would never make it past the Death Eaters. They were too exhausted. He would have to trust Hermione to take care of herself. Nodding to Seamus, he held out his own portkey and ordered their retreat. As the last of his team grabbed hold of his and Seamus's portkeys, the familiar sensation of bending space and time hit Harry harder than usual, and the next thing he knew, he was kneeling on the ground, opposite Ron, who was clutching Hermione's body. The woman was limp on the ground and unresponsive, her eyes open but dark and dilated and staring lifelessly. Blood soaked her clothes, matted her hair, and painted red, gory streaks down her face from an open wound on the side of her head. Harry couldn't breathe. He could only stare, horror warring with disbelief. Silence hung heavily around him, and it was as if the world had ceased to exist. There was only him, Hermione, and Ron, tears streaming down his face. A wave of sound crashed in around him and the world sped up again. Ron was sobbing, loud, hysterical cries as he pulled Hermione from the growing puddle of blood underneath her, gathering her unresponsive form in his arms. I'm so sorry, there wasn't, the building just collapsed and I'm so sorry." Somewhere behind him, Ernie Macmillan was rambling, his own voice thick with tears and sharp with pain. Harry couldn't look away from Hermione, even when someone started shouting behind him, this time loud and angry, and across from him Ron surged to his feet, face red and wand drawn. "You bastard!" He wasn't sure if it was Ron or Charlie or George or even more than one. "You complete and utter bastard. She's dead, it's your fault, I can't believe you would." He saw the light of the spell, reflecting off the walls around them, and then Ron was screaming again, stumbling back to Hermione's side and practically collapsing on top of Hermione's bloody corpse. "I'm so sorry." Ernie was still apologizing, his voice choking with sobs. And Harry stared, tears slowly gathering in his eyes as he looked at his two best friends, one dead, one broken, both covered in blood and the sounds of their pain shaking around him. "Hermione," he managed, a weak, scratchy whisper. "Hermione." The second time, it was louder, desperate, because this couldn't be happening. But it was happening, and hadn't it happened before? It was all happening again. His third attempt was less her name and more of an inarticulate scream, desperate and painful. As his body shook and sobs started to bubble up, he joined his best mate in mourning, and that was when he knew that none of them were going to survive this, and it wasn't a game, and even if they did survive, they would wish that they didn't. Harry, wake up, it's just a dream." Harry jerked awake and looked at Kakashi warily. His throat felt raw. He'd known not having a silencing charm would lead to problems like this. Now he had Kakashi staring down at him with an unreadable silence, and he didn't know how to explain. "Wait a moment," Kakashi said finally and disappeared. Moments later, Kakashi returned with 2 steaming mugs. He handed Harry a cup of hot tea and sat on the edge of the bed. Harry took a sip of the tea and was surprised he actually liked it. It had a nice vanilla flavor and soothed his throat nicely. I used to drink this tea after missions when I was younger. I had terrible nightmares and would wake up very similarly to you most nights. Harry stared at him in shock. He never thought the stoic man would open up to him about something so vulnerable. My sensei would always give me this tea, and we would drink together and talk about it until it wasn't as painful as before, the man explained quietly. Now, every time I have a bad dream, this is the only tea that calms me down. They sat quietly for a few more minutes, just sipping the tea before Harry broke the silence. Thank you, he muttered softly, not knowing what else to say. He was grateful for the tea, but mostly for the fact that Kakashi hadn't started nagging him about what his nightmare was and why he was screaming, which is exactly what Hermione would have done if she had been here. He shuddered. It was too early to be thinking about Hermione so soon after that dream. Kakashi cleared his throat awkwardly. Ma, it's no problem. I'm, here if you want to talk about it. Kakashi then took the 2 empty cups and silently left Harry's room. Harry glanced at the clock and saw that it was already 4 in the morning. He groaned. There was no way he was going to be able to get back to sleep. He stretched and quietly got out of bed. He pulled on the old clothes Kakashi gave him, a slightly large pair of black shorts and a black t-shirt, to last him until they went shopping later that day. There is no way I'm going back to sleep, so I might as well do something productive. Kakashi lay in bed wide awake, thinking about the strange boy now under his care. For someone so small, to have such frightening screams, it wasn't natural. He'd seen comrades from the war suffer from terrible night visions and wake up in a similar fashion. Even he himself had gone through nightmares like that. Kakashi heard the light footsteps of his charge in the kitchen. He felt at a loss. He didn't know how to handle a child, much less a child who has obviously suffered greatly. I just reacted like sensei used to, he thought. His sensei would have been great at caring for a kid, like he should have with Naruto. Kakashi shook his head, trying to stop that line of thought. Instead, he turned his thoughts back to his new charge. What could this boy have possibly gone through to have such horrible nightmares? Kakashi yawned loudly as he threw a kunai at the raging alarm clock next to his bed. He sat up and rubbed his eyes before realizing what he had done to his clock. That is the 4th one this month, he thought with annoyance as he stood up and stretched. I'll need to remember to buy more when we are out shopping today. As he got dressed and headed out of his bedroom, he noticed an appealing smell coming from the kitchen. He peered inside and saw the boy placing food onto 2 plates and laying them on the table. Come eat, Harry said simply, gesturing for him to sit down. Kakashi wasn't sure what to say, so he did as he was told. On the plate were scrambled eggs and toasted bread with jam, which was food Kakashi didn't remember buying. Kakashi stared thoughtfully at him for a moment, reassessing his impression on Harry yet again. So this is what the boy was up to early this morning. Kakashi thanked him and began to eat the first home-cooked meal he'd eaten in weeks. Harry was annoyed. His idea of cooking to get his mind off of the dream was made difficult by the kitchen having almost nothing edible. Most of the food was spoiled rotten and thrown angrily into the garbage. It was a small blessing the bread had not expired. You need to get groceries. No, wait, that was English. Not much food, need more, Harry muttered, looking down at his own plate. I sound ridiculous. Harry thought savagely. When will I be able to finally speak clearly? We can go today while we shop, Kakashi finally declared between bites. I usually don't keep many groceries in the apartment, but since you are staying here as well, I will make an exception. Kakashi crinkled his eye, and Harry presumed he was smiling. Harry watched him eat with the ability to still hide his face behind the face mask. Harry wondered briefly what the man hid so expertly behind the mask. Scars seemed a likely reason given his occupation. Harry resisted the urge to touch his own lightning scar. He understood the desire to want to hide them. Studying the chopsticks in Kakashi's hands intently, Harry now saw a new challenge develop in front of his eyes. Harry picked up his chopsticks warily and awkwardly held them. It didn't help that the Dursleys had never taken him to an Asian restaurant, so he had never tried them before in his life. He watched Kakashi closely and tried to copy him, but to no avail. He ended up getting frustrated and stabbed the eggs instead. Kakashi didn't comment on Harry's obvious struggle but noted how strange it was that the child did not know how to use chopsticks. It was just another oddity that Kakashi put in the back of his mind for later evaluation. Harry stared at the stall in horror. While he was living with the Dursleys, he was never taken when his aunt, uncle, and Dudley went to eat fancy dinners. Therefore, sushi and other strange fish and seafood cuisine looked alien to him. People actually eat that stuff? He thought with morbid curiosity. As he stared at the multitude of raw fish and other aquatic selections, it hit him again how very different this place was compared to what he was used to. They picked out enough food to last about a week. Harry chose items he was actually familiar with, because he figured he would be providing most of the meals. Kakashi had mentioned earlier how he barely knew anything about cooking unless it was rice or over a campfire. Maybe down the road he would learn how to cook the seafood options, but that would be a challenge for another day. They dropped off their groceries at the apartment and headed to a clothing store nearby. Kakashi helped Harry choose a wardrobe with some casual clothes and also some outfits for training. As Harry tried on clothing options, Kakashi left and bought a bag full of alarm clocks, though Harry had no idea why he needed so many. Harry couldn't figure out the strange sandals some people wore, so he chose some black boots that were more comfortable for him. Harry's training outfit was a short-sleeve black shirt with a green hidden leaf symbol on the front and black pants. Kakashi even joked about getting Harry a face mask to match his if he became a ninja. Harry gulped at the price of the clothing, but when he tried to take some of it back, Kakashi waved him off and paid for it. Hokage-sama said he would help pay for your clothing since you didn't have any when you arrived here, so don't worry, it's no trouble, the man assured him. They walked out of the store with 3 bags full of clothes, and Kakashi led Harry to a bench outside. Stay here for a second so I can drop these off at the apartment, and then we can head to the hospital for your checkup. After, I can show you the academy if you want to see it. Harry nodded in agreement and sat obediently as Kakashi disappeared with a poof and a swirl of leaves. It's a little like apparating, I think, Harry thought. Maybe they have their own variation of apparating, so I will be able to do it even if my magic doesn't work. There was another thing bothering Harry about not being able to use his wandless abilities. He had been able to transform into his animagus form without a problem, but trying to perform a simple lumos caused him intense pain. He wasn't sure what was going on. But he didn't know how to begin figuring it out. He would just have to keep attempting spells and see if something changes. He watched as a father and son strode along the road in front of him. The boy couldn't have been any older than Harry and was happily skipping along while grasping his father's hand. Because he never had a father figure in his early years, Harry didn't understand why his heart suddenly felt heavy from watching this father-son duo. Kakashi returned and motioned for Harry to follow him. Harry got up and stared at Kakashi's empty hand. His hand flexed involuntarily. Harry looked at his hand in shock and shook his head vigorously. This was silly. He was an adult, he didn't need to be coddled. He clenched his hand into a fist and followed Kakashi diligently. Kakashi kept his nose buried in an orange novel as he escorted Harry to the hospital. They were led to a room, and a nice old man named Masaki came in to greet them. So I hear you are the little man who appeared out of nowhere, he said, smiling down at Harry. Harry, who never liked hospitals, tried to smile back but made a pained expression instead. And you are here just for a checkup, nothing to worry about. My name is Masaki, and I'll be your medic today. I'll just need to take a blood and urine sample from you and give you a simple physical. After getting his finger pricked and providing a urine sample, he was told to strip to his boxers and Masaki took his blood pressure, heart rate, and checked his spine. How old are you, Hari-kun? Harry shrugged his shoulders, and Masaki looked at Kakashi with confusion. He doesn't know how old he is. His memory has been affected, so he doesn't know much about his past at all. Kakashi answered for him. Masaki rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, in my professional opinion, I would say he is about 5 years old, though he is a little underweight. I think some nutrient supplements will be beneficial for a couple of months just to get him on track for someone his age. The man smiled and winked at him. Harry nodded, smiling in return. He had always been underweight, so this was no surprise for him. Though the idea of getting to a normal size sounded great. Maybe he didn't have to be the shortest kid his age this time. Kakashi, I assume you are the one I should contact when the results of the tests come back? Masaki asked as Harry was redressing. Yeah, that's fine, Kakashi replied, before lowering his voice. It was also recommended that Harry speak with someone. Is there anyone you would suggest? Masaki rubbed his chin in thought. There are a few Yamanaka who specialize in pediatric therapy who may be well suited for him. I'll ask around and see who is available for him. Kakashi nodded and turned toward Harry, who was now fully dressed. Time to go, Hari-chan. He promptly picked the boy up and jumped out the window. Hitaki, the medic grumbled after them. Does he even know how to use a door? Harry protested on the way down, but Kakashi only chuckled at the boy's antics and waved off his protests. You'll get used to it. I never use doors. They landed outside and started the trek towards the academy. On the way, Kakashi spotted Genma and Rado talking with two ladies and headed over to introduce Harry to them. Hari, this is Genma and Rado. Genma is our neighbor and will be watching out for you when I am gone on missions. Harry glanced at the man named Genma. He had short brown hair and held a sharp pointy thing in his mouth. It seemed like a safety hazard to Harry. Seems we will be spending some time together then, huh? Genma said and winked at him. He breaks into a strange language every now and then, but you get used to it. Harry glared at Kakashi with his best attempt at a snake glare, but apparently 5-year-olds couldn't pull it off very well, because Kakashi just lazily smiled back at him. Ah, isn't he just the cutest? One of the ladies exclaimed, smiling down at Harry like he was a small puppy. Rado's eyes lit up. Well, if Genma can't keep him, I am always available to babysit. I just love kids. Rado grinned as the two ladies gushed over how sweet he was to volunteer. Harry rolled his eyes at the vulgar scene. He would not be used to help this man pick up girls if he could help it. Just ignore him, Genma whispered in Harry's ear. He is a little single-minded when it comes to the opposite sex. I'm off to show Harry the academy, but you can come by any time, Kakashi announced, grabbing Harry's hand and leading him down the street again. Bye. Harry shouted over his shoulder and waved at the ninja as they left them behind. Genma seemed like the type of person he could get along with well. Rado, not so much. He never understood the boys in his year who acted like idiots trying to impress the girls in his class. There were always more important things going on in the wizarding world than dating. Though maybe he missed his chance on experiencing the dating life, and now he'd have to wait another 10 years before having another go at it. Harry groaned at the thought of going through puberty again. The academy was a medium-sized building with kids sparring in a training field outside. They appeared to be only a little older than Harry and already looked like professionals. Harry and Kakashi watched them in silence for several minutes, and Harry silently marveled over what they could do. It was definitely intimidating and weird to think that this was common here. I was a soldier once and failed. If I want to succeed in this world, I'll have to do it on their terms. Want to learn, Harry declared, pointing at the kids sparring. Kakashi patted him on the head. Well, good, I was hoping you'd say that. We will start training tomorrow. What? Harry asked in surprise, starting to feel just a little worried. Did the man trick him somehow? Just what was he getting himself into now? End chapter 5. Well, there you go. Okay, so next chapter Harry will meet a few of the Rookie 9. Training begins. Chapter 6 updated the 3rd of November 2019. Thanks for all the reviews. You are the best. Lights disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 6. Training begins. Harry lay gasping on the soft grass. His first day of training consisted of Kakashi wanting to see how in shape Harry was, so Harry suffered through what Kakashi referred to as a fit test. His current body was small and frail, so it was easy to see that Harry needed a lot of work to catch up with the kids he saw at the academy. He kept reminding himself that this was what he wanted, but his reassurances failed to quiet his aching muscles. First, I want to see what your speed and accuracy are, Kakashi had explained when they first arrived earlier that morning. He pulled out some kunai and shuriken from his pouch. These are blunted so you won't accidentally hurt yourself or others depending on how terrible you are at throwing. Harry glared fiercely at him, but Kakashi continued as if he didn't notice. I've set up targets all around the trail you'll be running. The objective is to hit as many targets as you can while completing the path as fast as you can. Harry glanced at the path he would be running. It twisted in and out of the forest and surrounded an entire training field. I was thinking about 3 laps for your first day? And that's how Harry's abysmal morning began. It turned out that though he was deemed average in his speed, his accuracy was horrible. Out of the 30 targets, he might have hit 5 in all 3 of his laps. Well, At least now we know target practice will be a daily routine when you start your real training, Kakashi noted. As well as building up your speed. Now, for stamina, I want you to run the perimeter of this training field and count the number of laps you complete until you can't run anymore. Kakashi watched the child struggle as he attempted a fourth lap. It was odd how he kept tripping as though running was a new motion for him. He was impressed Hari had made it this long, though it seemed as if he was running out of steam. Kakashi's guess was correct as he saw the boy stumble to the ground, and instead of trying to pick himself up, he stayed down. Kakashi, Harry panted. You mean? He heard a chuckle coming from his right side but was too tired to turn his head. You'll get used to this kind of work if you really want to become a ninja. You're only 5, so the training you will go through is not something everyone has access to. This will put you way above the other kids your age. Who knows, maybe you will graduate early like I did. Kakashi looked at his watch. Oh, I was supposed to meet a friend. You'll be okay here for a while? Harry grunted and rolled his eyes. Apparently Kakashi took that as, I'm fine, now go and leave already, and poofed away with a twirl of leaves. I hurt too much to get up and this ground is comfy. I think a nap is looking like a wonderful idea. And Harry, exhausted from the workout, instantly fell into a dreamless sleep. Harry woke up to the sound of soft breathing next to him. For a split second, he felt like he was back in his 4-poster bed in the Gryffindor dorms, until he realized Ron's breathing was much louder and consisted of snoring. He snapped his head toward the sound and saw 2 boys next to him. The sleeping boy lying beside him had his black hair pulled into a spiky ponytail and his hands behind his head like a pillow. The other boy, who was a bit on the larger side, with a brown mane of hair and swirls on his cheeks, sat quietly with a wrinkled bag of empty chips in his lap. Hello? Harry said hesitantly. The large boy turned to stare at him and gave him an apologetic smile. Sorry to sneak up on you while you were sleeping. Shikamaru loves taking naps too, so when he saw you laying down over here, he decided we should join you. It okay, Harry replied, lying back down to stare at the clouds. He pointed to himself. Harry. Oh, yeah, I'm Akamichi Choji. This is my best friend Nara Shikamaru. I don't think I've ever seen you before. He is the new boy that the Junin Hitaki Kakashi took in. The sleeping boy startled Harry when he suddenly decided to join in the conversation. My dad was telling me about you. I hear you can turn into a wolf. Harry nodded, embarrassed. He didn't realize other people would know who he was. This wasn't like in the wizarding world. He wasn't famous here and scars were common among ninja. I guess even in this ninja world I had to be viewed as different. Somehow, he thought grimly. Welcome to the second life of the still famous Harry Potter. You can turn into a wolf? That's so cool, can you show us? The round boy asked excitedly. Harry nodded and a second later, he was being pet by the Akamichi boy. Shikamaru, this is amazing. Do you know if it is a bloodline trait? The lazy boy turned his head to study Harry's small wolf form. I've never heard of any ninja being able to do something like this, especially without hand signs. There is a strong possibility that it's some type of bloodline, but I have never heard of it. Harry's wolf enjoyed the scent of the 2 boys. One smelled of sweet barbecue and the other's scent was like a forest. He liked them both. He transformed back, and the Akamichi boy cheered and patted him on the back. Do you want to play with us sometime? We usually go and play ninja with some of the kids in our class. I'm sure they wouldn't mind if you came along. Harry hesitated but agreed nonetheless. Even though playing with little kids didn't sound like the greatest idea, these 2 boys were very nice and it wouldn't hurt to act like a real child sometimes. Kakashi stared as Harry inhaled his lunch. Since the boy was his responsibility now, he took to studying the oddities that came from the child. It was strange that for a boy so young, he seemed to have haunted eyes at times. Eyes like the shinobi that fought in the last war. Now, there were times when Harry was so excited that he lit up like a happy 5-year-old should, but those oddly would also surprise the boy. Strange indeed. He wondered if the medic had found a suitable therapist for Hari to meet with. If the boy's nightmares were any indication of what he went through before coming to Konoha, therapy would be imperative for his growth and healing. It has been mentioned to me that I should find you a tutor, Kakashi announced, startling Harry away from his food. You need to learn more of the history of the villages and how to speak properly. It's not my fault I can't speak perfectly yet, Harry responded, only to blush crimson when he heard it come out yet again as English. Okay, maybe I do need a few lessons. And I definitely want to start learning some of the history from this world. I wonder if I could convince Guy to teach you. Maybe make it into some sort of challenge. Harry could barely hear Kakashi's mutterings but still felt a chill down the back of his spine. Yosh. My esteemed rival has revealed a new challenge for me. I am to teach you how to speak proper Japanese, and I will complete this before he is able to teach you chakra control. I will win or I will do 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups. If I cannot do that I will do 100 laps around Konoha on my hands. Guy struck a pose and grinned maniacally, which absolutely terrified Harry. And so began the first day of Harry's real training. He woke at 7, cooked breakfast with Kakashi, and then began his lessons. Kakashi had a month off of active duty so he had time to train Harry. Kakashi decided to continue working with him on his speed and accuracy in throwing the ninja weapons on top of helping him with chakra control. Harry went to see Guy afterwards and was forced into the man's crazy teaching traditions. Guy believed that learning was part mind part body, so before they began his language lessons, the two of them went on a 2-hour run to prepare his mind for youthful learning. In the late afternoon, Kakashi showed Harry how to meditate and work on locating his chakra. These exercises will help you learn chakra control. If you are not focused, you won't be able to utilize your chakra for jutsu. So, Harry spent the whole afternoon with a leaf placed on his forehead, trying to keep it balanced while he meditated. Chakra was something obviously foreign to him. It was so different than magic, and he was not used to anything else being used as a source of power. As a result, the leaf stubbornly refused to stick to his skin for more than a few seconds. Don't get frustrated or you will lose focus and your concentration will be shot. Kakashi's advice seemed helpful but did not make the exercise any easier. They went back to Kakashi's apartment that night with Harry's head hung dejectedly toward the ground. Don't worry, Harry. No one gets this on their first try. Or their second try. Focusing your chakra for someone your age is very difficult, but if you practice and work hard, it will become second nature to you one day. Thanks, Kakashi, Harry said, grateful for the optimism in Kakashi's words but still annoyed. It may be difficult for someone who is actually 5, but he wasn't. He should be able to learn things much faster than a normal kid. They walked in a comfortable silence until Harry's stomach rumbled loudly, much to his embarrassment. He looked up sheepishly at his guardian. I suppose we should stop and get some dinner first, Kakashi stated while chuckling. He was starting to grow fond of his ward and beginning to believe that it wasn't a total disaster in volunteering to look after him. Even if the Hokage all but forced him. Harry was thankful for his first day of training. He was so exhausted that night, he had no time to think about his past or have any dreams at all. However, he woke up the next day with his muscles screaming in pain. When Harry told Kakashi about his soreness, Kakashi gave him a scary smile. You'll work out the soreness during your training today, he said a bit sadistically. Harry's training routine the next day was the same as the first day except after lunch, the two boys Shikamaru and Choji came to see if he wanted to play ninja with them. Harry didn't know what playing ninja was, nor could he see the fun in playing ninja with children. Still, Harry found himself looking up at Kakashi for approval. Of course Harry can go with you. He is still having trouble speaking, so don't think it's weird if he speaks gibberish. Q glare. But Hari-chan, be sure to be back for your chakra control training later. Tonight. Harry nodded and leapt toward his new acquaintances. Bye. Harry yelled out the door, waving jauntily. Kakashi watched him go with a strange expression gracing his covered face. Hey everybody. This is Hari, and he is here to play ninja with us, Choji remarked happily as the three joined a group of kids running around in an odd pattern Harry couldn't figure out. One of the boys approached Harry and leaned into his face, inspecting him. He seems a little too young to play with us, the boy said finally, and Harry couldn't help but get irritated. This boy reminded him remarkably like Dudley. It was like elementary school all over again. Oh, come on Akio, he is only a few years younger than us, and he has already started training to be a ninja, so I think that qualifies him to play with us, Choji retorted. Too bad Akamichi, I say he's too young, and I don't want him to play with us, the boy named Akio hollered at them. Tisk, troublesome. Choji, we will find people to make our own ninja game, Shikamaru stated and turned to walk off. As Choji and Harry caught up with him, he looked at Harry and said, don't worry about those kids. They're from civilian families and don't understand the importance of clans sticking together. Clans? Harry had heard others referring to clan business, but he wasn't sure what it meant. Clans are what make ninja villages strong, with either unique jutsu known only to members of a particular clan or a keke genkai, particular abilities that are passed down genetically. Civilian ninja are important, too, of course, but the clans are what give every village a unique set of strengths and weaknesses. Shikamaru explained. Harry thought over the information about bloodline limits. The fates told me I would carry someone's old bloodline. I wonder what it could be. Harry heard a commotion coming from where the kids were playing the ninja game. A blonde boy had come up to them apparently wanting to play as well. Harry stared as he watched a couple of parents swoop in and practically carry their children away from the boy. He noticed the parents' glares at the child, and Harry wondered what he had possibly done to warrant that reaction. He followed the boy with his eyes as the kid walked dejectedly toward a single swing to play by himself. "Hey," Harry said softly, tapping Shikamaru's shoulder, not wanting to be overheard. Why? It seems Shikamaru was able to understand what he was wanting to say. "Ah, that is Uzumaki Naruto. He is in our class at the academy and is a prankster." Shikamaru put his hands behind his head and sighed. All the adults have always hated Naruto for some reason and tell their kids not to talk to him, even before he was pranking people all the time. I asked Dad about it, but he wouldn't tell me why. Harry gave him a confused expression. "And you? Both our dads told us to make our own decision," Shoji piped in. "Naruto is loud and annoying sometimes, but he is funny so I don't mind him." Harry glanced at Shikamaru, waiting for his response. Shikamaru sighed. "Naruto is troublesome and kind of an idiot, but he's not a bad guy. He doesn't deserve all the hate he receives from others." Harry nodded, secretly glad these two weren't the type to pick on someone just because others did. He was reminded of his childhood as Harry Potter when he was bullied and ignored because his cousin didn't want anyone to like him. He knew how terribly lonely it was to be left out of all the games by the other kids. "I also know how devastating it is to have everyone hate you too," Harry thought bitterly, reminiscing about his 5th year when the whole school and the media hated him. "But at least I had some friends on my side then. This boy doesn't have anybody." "Shoji, Shikamaru, it's time for you to come back home for clan training." An older man in a shinobi uniform came over and gestured for the two boys to follow him. "What a drag," Shikamaru mumbled. He stuck his hands in his pockets and lazily started to follow the shinobi. "See you later, Hari." "Bye, Hari," Shoji said enthusiastically. "We will definitely get our own group together to play next time." "Bye," Harry replied, waving his hand. He then looked around for the blonde boy so he could introduce himself, but the swings were empty and the boy was nowhere in sight. Hopefully the boy was around next time so they could invite him to play. Harry walked back to his apartment much happier than before. These two boys were good kids so he wouldn't mind spending more time with them. He also had the potential to help someone who really needed a friend as well. As someone who knows how it feels to be left out, I don't like seeing someone treated like that. To Kakashi's chagrin, Harry soaked up all the language lessons very quickly. They assumed it was because his amnesia made him forget how to speak, so him getting reacquainted to the language came easily. After only a week, a triumphant guy strutted around the village to let everyone know of his latest victory over his rival. "Yash, I have been victorious in a challenge of my rival's choosing. The springtime of youth has yet again triumphed over the hip Kakashi." Even though the two were inside their apartment, Kakashi and Harry could hear Guy's shouts through the walls. "Does he always do this when he wins?" Harry asked cautiously, thankful for the ability to voice his thoughts completely. "I have come to realize I should never assume anything when it comes to Guy," Kakashi casually replied. "Kakashi." Harry glanced at his guardian with pleading eyes. Please, never, ever instigate a competition between the two of you ever again. At least not one that you won't win. I will run 100 laps around Konoha in celebration. If I cannot complete that, I will walk 50 laps around Konoha on my hands." With his final statement, Guy set off to begin his multitude of laps around the village. Sighs of relief were heard all around as soon as Guy left the villagers alone. Kakashi gave Harry his famous eye smile. "Yes, I doubt I will do that again." Harry grinned with relief written across his face. Instead of discontinuing Harry's lessons, Guy decided he would teach him hand-to-hand combat. We will begin with the academy level taijutsu. With your small size though, Harry glared, we might have to incorporate some variations for you. Guy showed Harry the katas he would be practicing and helped him perfect the motions. Harry's body slowly began to adapt to the new routines, and he became faster and more agile as the practice continued. Maybe there was a method to the madness of Guy's insane traditions after all? Genma, who had started to become a regular addition to Harry's daily life, decided he would teach Harry proper manners, including the correct honorifics to use and how to bow. He thought it was quite funny to see the little boy struggle so much on a simple bow. Harry, it's very simple. The depth of the bow determines the respect or familiarity you have with the person you are bowing to. Genma showed him yet again an example of a bow used for a cage or the head of a family. Harry moved his torso forward awkwardly. Genma chuckled at the attempt as Harry scowled at him. I never had to bow to anyone in the wizarding world. No one did. Well, come to think of it, that odd wizard Digalis Diggle bowed to me once. When I was a kid. Harry inwardly grinned at the expression on his aunt's face after it happened. She'd have a coronary if she saw the people I'm associated with now. They dress even stranger than wizards. He smiled at the thought, and then continued with his practice. All of his lessons were tough and demanding, but Harry was feeling stronger and healthier than he had ever felt in his life. I am given regular meals and exercising, two things that never happened with the Dursleys if I didn't count running from Dudley during Harry hunting, or weeding the garden. I wonder if I'll be able to grow to a more normal height instead of the scrawny 5 feet 7 inches I used to be. He grinned at the implication. Bring it on, Ninja World. Harry thought with an inward grin. I'm ready for you. End Chapter 6 EM Lights Forming Bonds Chapter 7 updated the 9th of November 2019. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 7. Forming bonds 3 months later and Harry was rapidly improving in his training. With his new eyesight, hitting targets actually came pretty easy for Harry once he felt comfortable with the movements. Not having to deal with flimsy glasses any longer also proved to be most advantageous. Though he wasn't strong enough to throw a kunai very hard, 7 times out of 10 he hit the bull's eye. The workouts for Quidditch during his school years paled in comparison to what his workouts now entailed with Kakashi. He finally got to the point where he was enjoying the pain and soreness and felt invigorated after a long run. It was silly to think that as a 5-year-old child he was in the best shape of his life, though it was nevertheless true. On top of the workouts, he continued training with his chakra as well. It took Harry a few extra weeks longer than he would have liked, but he finally had a breakthrough with his chakra control. Once he figured out that chakra was channeled through his body like wandless magic, he was able to balance the leaf easier and longer each time he tried. He used his memories of the wandless lessons with Snape to understand exactly what he needed to do. Potter, you must focus. The Dark Lord will be using every advantage he possesses against you. If you are unable to gain some decent dueling skills, you will fail and all our work will be for naught. Harry coughed and struggled to catch his breath, his hands placed on his knees. He wiped the sweat off his brow and held his right hand up again in preparation. Snape gave him no warning before sending an array of curses his direction. Harry ducked and fired a half-formed curse with his hand toward the oncoming attacks. Potter, pay attention to the direction of your spells. A missed attack is a failed attack and will only be wasting your power. Harry stopped moving as Snape approached him with a sneer. And I have to say, Potter, that was pretty pathetic. Even if that spell had hit me, it would have only paused me for a second. Harry winced and forced down a spiteful retort. Even though Snape and Harry had put aside their past aggression toward each other, Snape never wasted an opportunity to knock Harry down a notch. His sneer softened as he continued. You are not channeling your magic into your hand correctly. With wandless magic, there is no wand to channel the magic in your core to the desired destination. You have to use your body as the wand and your hand as the release point. Visualize this when casting. Now, again, these lessons continued until Harry was able to cast all types of spells wandlessly, making Snape, though he denied it until the end, an extremely proud mentor. Even though his chakra control was improving, Harry was having no headway with his wandless magic whatsoever. Every night before he went to bed, he would meditate and concentrate on his magical core to try to cast a spell into his hand. The now familiar jolt of pain still shot down his arm each time, becoming a throbbing ache throughout the entire appendage. He knew he probably should stop trying. Common sense told him to stop, that this was 100% causing more harm than was necessary, but he just couldn't give up the hope that his magic would come back to him. Harry was also meeting with Yamanaka Naoji once a week to talk. Harry had never been to a therapist before, so it was new to tell things about himself to a complete stranger. Since most of his experiences were from a past life, there wasn't much he could say when Naoji asked about life before Konoha. They usually chatted about Kakashi, training, and how he was getting along with everyone. It was relaxing to talk through the adjustments to his new life. Even though he couldn't explain details, Harry also spoke about the sadness of losing his family, the fear of the future, and his nightmares. Now San helped him start working through his overwhelming grief and how to heal. He also talked through how to cope with nightmares, which was surprisingly helpful. Harry understood why therapy was recommended for him. He would have benefited largely from it in the past to deal with the abuse from the Dursleys, the pressure of being thrust into the spotlight, and the struggles of surviving in a tumultuous wizarding world. Harry was winding down his usual morning stretches and katas before his training for the day. His movements and form were close to perfect, and soon he'd be able to start learning how to fight. Kakashi was pleased with Harry's progress. The little 5-year-old was improving rapidly with his speed, accuracy, chakra control, and now learning the basics of taijutsu. "You may become a talented shinobi after all," Kakashi announced after Harry finished going through the katas while balancing a leaf to his forehead using chakra control. Harry grinned. "Yeah, and one day I'll be even better than you," Harry said cheekily, skipping around Kakashi with the leaf still firmly attached to his forehead. "Ma, it's always possible. Though, you'd have to be able to catch me first." Kakashi took off and Harry laughed and cheerfully chased after him. Both of them enjoyed the brief moments where they could act like kids, though in Harry's case it was more like acting his own apparent age. Harry had steadily grown fond of his guardian through the 3 months being in the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi was like the big brother he never had but thoroughly wished for. He also let Harry be independent, which was very lucky. Not many people would give a 5-year-old as much leeway as Kakashi did. And Kakashi never admitted it aloud, but he was quite happy Harry had come into his life as well. The only family he had before was his sensei's son, and he wasn't allowed to approach him yet. If the Yondaime's last student started to act familiar to Naruto before he was a shinobi, people could possibly make the connection of Naruto's birth parents and would lead to him getting many dangerous enemies, or so he was told. Other than Kakashi, Guy and Genma had also wormed their way into Harry's life and acted like doting uncles, wanting to help Harry grow as a shinobi and as a happy and healthy young boy. Though they were only a few years older than his past self, Harry looked up to all 3 of them very much. "Let's go get some lunch, Hari," Kakashi said when he noticed the boy slowing down and taking deep breaths. And Genma said he would drop by to see if you wanted to go and train with him. Harry grinned up at Kakashi but was still too out of breath from chasing him to answer. Kakashi took this as a yes and started to meander back to the apartment, pulling out a familiar orange book to read while checking over his shoulder to make sure Harry was following. On his walk back to the apartment, Harry felt a shock jolt up his right arm. He hissed in response, but the painful sensation went away as quickly as it appeared. What was that? Harry wondered. Did I push myself too far last night? He flexed both his arms instinctively, waiting to see if the pain would occur again. Harry saw Kakashi falter briefly in front of him, most likely checking to see if he was okay. Harry continued his walk to the apartment and after a few moments of moving his arms about, he shook his head and dismissed it as a fluke. It was probably nothing after all. They arrived at Kakashi's apartment, and Harry ordered Kakashi to sit and let him fix some lunch. Kakashi sat down at the table at Harry's insistence and watched the boys scurry around the kitchen with interest. Harry's taste in food was more eccentric than Kakashi was used to. Just the night before, Harry made a bizarre casserole of ingredients that was odd but strangely delicious. Kakashi wondered if they were recipes from his dead parents, or things he made up to get by. "Here," Harry exclaimed, setting down a surprisingly normal plate of onigiri in between his seat and Kakashi's. "Genma showed me how to make these the other day. Now I can make normal food too." Kakashi smiled under his mask at the excitement his young charge was showing when talking about learning how to cook new food. He personally didn't see the interest in cooking anything. His idea of a good home-cooked meal was instant noodles. The perk of having a cook in the house, though, was always having a homemade meal, and this was definitely a good thing in Kakashi's book. Something smells good in here. Genma's head popped through the window before he climbed into the kitchen. Harry had learned very quickly that windows were much more popular for ninja to use than doors. Yep, I cooked lunch, Harry piped up, hurrying over to make Genma a plate as well. Genma grinned happily at the food placed in front of him and he tucked in. You did a great job with this, Harry, I'm impressed. Harry smiled at the compliment as he made his own plate before sitting down. So, Harry, Genma said through mouthfuls of food, would you like to come and do a bit of training with me today? Harry's eyes lit up. Training with Genma was always interesting. When Genma taught, it reminded him of Remus's lessons in defense. Lessons were hands-on and unique, but always informative. Last time they had done, in the field training, and Genma had him stalking one of the Chunin instructors for a good 20 minutes before said Chunin caught on. The training now involved into him stalking anyone and everyone at different times each day to see how long he could go without getting caught. Genma said it was good stealth training for later on. Yes, of course. Harry agreed immediately. He finished his lunch quickly, and Kakashi waved him off when he started picking the dishes up. You cooked, so I'll clean. Go ahead and train with Genma. Kakashi gave his famous eye smile and shooed the two of them out the window. Genma led him across rooftops and stopped on a roof overlooking the main street. Harry was proud of his improvements with maneuvering on the tops of buildings. He was hesitant in the beginning, but realized how much easier it made traveling around the village. The streets were bustling with afternoon shoppers and shinobi traveling through, so traveling above them vastly shortened their travel time. Okay, Harry. This training is going to be a little different than the usual stealth training we've been doing. Genma pointed at a young teenage girl looking at jewelry displayed at a stand and gazing particularly at a pair of sparkly earrings. Now, that girl in the purple dress. Is she a kunoichi or a civilian? Harry narrowed his eyes to stare at the girl, but nothing out of the ordinary stuck out to him. Civilian? Genma smirked and shook his head. She's been a genin for a few years now, Genma stated, and Harry's eyes widened before turning to study the girl in a new light. Look closely. Watch the way she instinctively glances at her surroundings. Her body also moves in a swift and lucid way, and you can see the trained muscles flex in her arms and calves. If you look at her right thigh too, you can see the impression of the kunai held. There. Harry tried his best to notice everything Genma was saying, proud when he was able to spot the kunai strapped to her thigh and saw her body flex instinctively as a passing merchant brushed against her shoulder. Being able to determine whether the people around you are shinobi or civilians is vital to your survival when on a mission outside the village. So today you will be attempting to find the off-duty shinobi in the crowd. We won't get too detailed for your first time, but later on. I'll have you determine what level the shinobi is. When you become better at noticing the details, you'll know what kind of a threat any foreign shinobi is and whether you can fight them or need a quick escape. Harry sat dutifully in a comfortable spot on the roof and started to scrutinize the crowd, searching for any of the details Genma had mentioned. Genma surprised him by jumping down and buying them both a box of dango. People watching is much better when you have a delicious snack, Genma said innocently, munching on his first stick of dango. Don't lie, Genma, you just always want dango. Genma chose not to reply, his mouth full of dango. They sat on the roof together eating dango and watched as the shinobi and civilians passed by. Harry spent the time guessing, with Genma confirming or correcting, and he got it right about half of the time. This is a very informative lesson, Harry said after about half an hour. Your trainings are always interesting, Genma. Don't tell Kakashi that, or he might get jealous, Genma replied, sending Harry into a fit of laughter, though the excessive sugar Harry had consumed might have been the cause. Harry slowly started to become more proficient at spotting the differences between the civilians and shinobi, though the off-duty Junin still fooled him most of the time. Genma made him feel a little better by telling him it took him years to notice the high-ranked Junin hidden in crowds. After finishing all of their dango, Genma stated the training session was over and they both headed back to the apartment. On the way there, Harry glimpsed Shikamaru and Choji, and they waved him over. Genma pushed him towards his friends, and Harry wandered over to where they were playing. Hey, Harry, we haven't seen you in a while, Choji said while munching on some chips. Harry rubbed the back of his neck, a habit he had picked up from Kakashi. Well, I'm hoping to start at the academy soon, and Kakashi has been helping me learn more about being a shinobi. Sounds like you are going to be really bored in there if you already know everything, Shikamaru commented. Though it's always boring there, especially the first year, so I guess it doesn't matter. Well, Kakashi graduated early when he was younger, and I'm kind of hoping that I can be like him and graduate early too, Harry replied, admitting for the first time his goal for the academy. He didn't want Kakashi to know what he was aspiring for in case he was disappointed when Harry didn't succeed. I heard it is real hard to do that, but I'm sure you can do it, Harry, Choji stated confidently, giving Harry a warm smile. Harry responded with his own, grateful that the boys didn't make fun of his ambition. So, do you guys have time to play another game of ninja? Harry asked, a little guilty he hadn't sought after the two boys too often. Shikamaru glanced at his watch. Actually, Choji and I are late for dinner at his house already. This was verified by a large shinobi from Choji's clan trying to catch their attention. Next time for sure though. Oh yeah, Hari, before we go, we promised one of the boys in our class that we would introduce you to him, Choji stated. Kiba is from the Inuzuka clan who raise and fight with nin dogs. He wanted to see your wolf form, and then we can all play ninja tag. Yeah, that sounds fun. And I haven't really transformed in a while, so it will be nice to let Mooney come out and stretch his legs. All three of the boys grinned. Want to meet us outside the academy after school ends tomorrow? We can show you around as well, since you are going to be starting there soon. Harry nodded his consent and headed back to his own apartment where Kakashi was waiting. While Harry was out with Genma, Kakashi was summoned to the Hokage's office for a meeting. So how has our young Hari been? Have you noticed any oddities about him to help figure out where he could be from? Nothing other than not knowing what chopsticks were and strange cooking recipes, Kakashi replied with a slow shrug. Other than that, he really just seems like a normal young boy that had to grow up too fast. I've spoken with Yamanaka-san who said his therapy sessions are going well, but he still won't open up about the specifics of his past, the Hokage said. He puffed another ring from his pipe. We've put out word about his sister, but with so little information, there have been no leads. I don't want him to be fretting about her still being missing. Has he remembered anything more about his sister? He hasn't really mentioned her at all since he came into my care, so I don't think he has remembered anything, but I will ask him later. Kakashi replied. The Hokage hummed thoughtfully. I have been thinking about Hari's situation, and I have decided that you should go ahead and incorporate him into the academy. He should be training with children his own age. His training with you has been beneficial, but now he needs to learn from his peers about teamwork and what it means to have the will of fire. The next day during training, Kakashi called Harry over after he finished going through the training course for the third time. He was only a bit winded, his body having built the necessary muscle to complete the tasks Kakashi dealt out for him day after day. That's enough for now. I've talked to the Hokage and the first-year academy teacher, and we've decided that if you are willing, you can start classes beginning next week. Yes. Harry agreed excitedly with a grin, all the weariness from training forgotten. Also, the Hokage wanted me to make sure you were doing okay with everything. Harry looked up at him curiously, not really understanding the question. Kakashi continued, well, you came here searching for your sister, and we haven't been able to locate her yet. The Hokage has all of his networks putting word out to keep an eye out for a girl searching for a boy named Hari, but no leads have come up so far. Have you remembered anything else about her that would help in the search? I'm sorry for not asking how you were about this earlier. Harry looked down guiltily. He had almost completely forgotten about the so-called sister that was supposed to be coming after him. But he didn't even know who she was or when she was going to be arriving in this world, so it had just slipped his mind. I'm okay. I haven't remembered anything about her, but I know she will come sooner or later. I'm sure of it, Harry responded confidently, giving Kakashi a big smile. And I really like living with you and training with you, Guy and Genma. You guys have really become like a family to me. Harry blushed immediately after realizing what he had just said. He didn't mean to comment on his feelings toward his guardian out loud, especially if Kakashi did not see him the same way. Kakashi patted Harry on the head and gave him his famous eye smile. I couldn't agree more. Harry felt a lump in his throat. Both his 19-year-old self and his 5-year-old self yearned for family, and Kakashi's offhand reply made Harry feel like he could burst with happiness. He tried to play it off nonchalantly as they walked back home for lunch, but he knew. Kakashi noticed the small smile and the not-so-casual movement of wiping his sleeve against his glistening eyes. "A speaker, you say?" the quiet, haunting voice asked. "Yes, the word has spread to all my brethren. He is a snake with no scales and is one of our kin. You are not allowed to hurt him, or I will eat you." The summons bared his poisonous fangs to show the seriousness of his threat. "Hurt the boy? Oh, no, I have plans for this one. I can't wait to meet him. Coo. End of Chapter 7. Thanks for reading. Please let me know what you think. Mooney, Spars, Growing Pains Chapter 8 updated the 10th of November 2019. Disclaimer. I do not own Harry Potter or Naruto, but I really wish I did. Lights the next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 8. Mooney, Spars, and Growing Pains. Harry ambled down the street toward the academy to wait for Shikamaru and Choji to show him around. Kakashi had put him through a grueling training practice that morning so he could have the afternoon off to see the two boys. He arrived at the academy a little early, and he sat on the nearby swing to amuse himself by twirling around in circles. While he was waiting, he decided to try channeling his magic into his hand again. It was almost habit, attempting to use magic whenever he was alone to see if maybe this time it would work. It was illogical, stupid even, to keep trying, but he just couldn't stop. "Lumos," he whispered, holding out his right hand and concentrating, forcing the old familiar presence of magic into his hand. The now very typical pain shot down his arm, coursing through his fingers like lightning. He hissed involuntarily and stopped attempting the spell. His right hand stung for 3 to 4 minutes before falling into a relieving state of numbness. The pain in his arm had lasted longer than it ever had previously, and that realization made him frown. This is going to be a problem. Harry heard noise coming from inside the building, and a few seconds later, kids spilled out into the front of the academy. "Kiba. Here is the boy we've been telling you about," Choji said happily, leading a wild-looking boy over to the swing Harry was currently occupying. Harry jumped off the swing and walked over to where Choji and Shikamaru were standing. "Hi, I'm Harry," he said, smiling up at the much taller 7-year-old. The boy reminded him of a young Remus, except that this boy's canine features were evident on his face. "I'm Kiba," the boy replied excitedly. "I hear you can turn into a wolf. Can I see?" Kiba's announcement was a little loud, and a few of the academy students overheard and began peering over at Harry. "Of course," Harry said, glancing uneasily at the growing crowd. Even now, he still didn't like being at the center of attention. He transformed into Mooney, and the other 7-year-olds gasped in surprise. "Ah, he is so cute. That's so cool. Can he teach us how to do that? I wish I could take him home." Mooney preened under the attention, but Harry sat stiffly as some of the academy students pet his fur. A flash of orange caught his eye, and Harry turned to see the young blonde he remembered from the playground a few months back. Harry had searched for the boy a few times, but felt guilty he didn't try harder to find and befriend the lonely boy. Determined to make up for his previous lack of effort, Harry bounded over to the boy and tackled him to the ground, barking and wagging his tail playfully. The boy laughed out loud and began to chase Harry around the yard. "Leave him alone, Naruto," a blonde girl screeched. A few of the other kids started yelling at him as well, but Harry decided to stop this before it escalated too quickly and transformed back. "Naruto isn't doing anything wrong," Harry stated firmly. He didn't like the pack mentality of the children here. It was too much like his past. "Harry, stay back, our parents said he is dangerous." "Dangerous? A 7-year-old? Harry almost started laughing at the ridiculousness of it. The poor kid looked so dejected by the comments of his peers. Harry knew when these kids got older, this bias would change, but it seemed their bullying only extended from how the older generation perceived the boy. Harry didn't understand why Naruto was hated. It made him more determined to gain the boy's friendship. "It is ridiculous to think of a young boy as dangerous," Harry called out to the kids who were yelling. "You know what? Naruto is going to be my friend from now on." He grinned at the shocked faces, but none were more shocked than Naruto. He stared gaping at Harry, looking as though he didn't dare believe what the boy had said. "So Harry, taking advantage of the boy's hesitation, grabbed his hand and pulled him over the Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. "Why don't we all play ninja?" Harry offered, looking at Naruto for confirmation. "You guys can show me around the academy some other time. What do you think, Naruto? Do you want to play with us?" The blinding smile from the young boy made it all worth it. Kakashi peered from behind a tree at the young kids playing in the yard. He couldn't help but grin proudly at Harry's announcement of friendship to Naruto. "At least my kid can see past the ridiculous judgmental comments made by most everyone else in the village." Kakashi choked as he realized what he had just thought. "My kid, eh?" He slipped into the safety of the trees to head to his favorite training ground. He needed to stop this line of thought before it became dangerous. Harry had a blast playing with Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Naruto. Though he felt too old to be playing and at times it felt a bit awkward, watching Naruto beam happily at him every time he looked his way made it more than tolerable. He decided it would be fine to play with the boys on a normal basis, just to ensure this boy always had kids to play with. "And soon I'm going to be going to the academy with you guys too," Harry said as they wrapped up the end of the game. "I won't be in your class or anything, but I'll get to see you guys more now." Shikamaru looked at him thoughtfully. "You said you've been training under Hitaki Kakashi ever since you came here, right?" Harry nodded his agreement. "Humph, troublesome. I doubt you'll last a week in the lower classes." "What do you mean by that?" Naruto yelled, growling in Shikamaru's direction. "Hari-kun is going to do great, he won't fail, believe it." "That's not what I meant, Naruto." Shikamaru rubbed his forehead in annoyance. "I meant that Hari is probably going to be too advanced for those lower classes and will end up getting moved to a more difficult class, but that's just my guess." "Well, Kakashi said I was almost to genin level now," Harry said thoughtfully, as the other four boys stared in shock. "So I guess it wouldn't be too strange to be moved up a class or two." He also had the benefit of having a mature mental state, so learning new things and grasping concepts was incredibly easy compared to the other children his age. "Hari, you are just full of surprises," Kiba announced with a grin. "Glad that I got to meet you before you went and become a big famous ninja out there." "I'm the last person who wants to be famous, trust me on that one," Harry said confidently. He chuckled a little on the inside. "These guys have no idea." Harry left the boys to head back to his apartment for the night. Naruto didn't want to stop playing, but Harry promised him they would do it again soon and the boy finally agreed to head home as well. He decided to travel as Mooney since he rarely used his wolf form anymore, and the day had reminded him how much he loved it. He passed a delightful smelling shop filled with exotic herbal aromas and paused to enjoy the scents tickling his nose. As he sat there sniffing the air, he saw one of the academy boys pass by who'd left the school at the same time as Shikamaru and Choji. Maybe they are all in the same class, Harry wondered before Mooney decided he wanted to follow him. The scent coming from the boy was burning ember and something else even Mooney couldn't identify, so of course he was curious. Feeling a bit like a stalker but justifying it as stealth practice, he followed the boy through the village, keeping to the shadows. The black-haired boy in question began looking over his shoulder every now and again, and Harry would dart into bushes and behind trash cans to avoid being seen. Harry grinned, showing off his baby canines. This was fun. It reminded him of one of Genma's training sessions, and he couldn't wait to tell his older friend about it. Harry turned a corner and hesitated. The boy had disappeared. He sniffed and could still smell the ember but didn't see the young ninja to be anywhere. Harry was about to transform back into himself when he was suddenly picked up from behind. He began panicking before realizing it was the boy from before. "There you are. Why have you been following me? Are you lost?" The boy studied Harry for a moment before tucking him under his arm and walking in a completely different direction. Harry couldn't believe it. He'd been caught. Never mind telling Genma about this, he would never speak of it ever again. "Now who do you belong to?" "The Inuzukas," the boy muttered to himself, smiling shyly at Harry. "I thought they only trained dogs though, not wolves." Harry, still embarrassed and trying to decide whether to show himself or not, hung limply in the boy's arm. "But if you don't belong to anyone, want to stay with me? My Ni-san is always too busy for me, so it would be nice to have someone to play with." Harry just nodded, surprising the boy. So you must be pretty smart. Maybe you'll be a good wolf nin when you get older." This boy must be pretty lonely if he wants to play with a wolf pup, Harry thought. But why doesn't he play with the other kids in the academy then? Harry made a decision then. To hell with it, if he was going around befriending all the downtrodden and lonely children of this village, he might as well be thorough about it. Hermione would be proud. He hopped out of the boy's arm and transformed, smirking at the boy's dropped jaw. "Hi, my name's Harry," he said, rubbing his hair with embarrassment. "Sorry for following you. My wolf thought you smelled good, so he wanted to meet you. And I wanted to test my stealth by hiding, though it seems I may need more practice." He grinned sheepishly. I'm Sasuke. Wait, you're the wolf from the academy today. Is it a Kekai Genkai? I guess you could say that. I don't think I could teach anyone how to do it. Sasuke nodded. That's pretty cool. Well, I'm off to go train, so I'll see you. Wait. Would you mind if I trained with you? I've only ever trained with older people and never someone close to my age. It was sudden, but Harry actually considered it a good idea. If he wanted to be ready for the academy, he needed to train with others closer to his own apparent age. Sasuke raised his eyebrow. Do you think you can keep up? You're pretty young. Harry nodded fervently. All right. Come on, I'll teach you a few things, but if you're too slow I'll leave you behind. Sasuke led him to the woods close to the Uchiha compound. They arrived at an open area, and Harry spotted some worn wooden posts battered with holes. He figured this was Sasuke's typical training spot. Sasuke started to run through the academy katas as warm-up, and Harry went through the version Guy taught him. They went through some throwing drills, and Sasuke seemed surprised Harry wasn't lying about his training. It made the boy curious to how strong Harry really was. Who trained you? He asked suddenly, startling Harry out of his focus on the target. The younger boy faltered and brought his kunai back to his side. My guardian Hitaki Kakashi, his friend Guy, and my neighbor Genma. Sasuke's eyes widened at the name Hitaki Kakashi. Remembering his brother mentioned it a few times in conversations with their father. This boy must be pretty strong then. Sasuke peered down at Harry thoughtfully. So, do you want to spar? He asked. Harry grinned and agreed immediately. He was excited to spar against someone close to his own physical age and wanted to gauge his ability against someone already in the academy. Kakashi, Guy, and Genma were great sparring partners, but they always went easy on him and infuriatingly still managed to win. Sasuke led Harry to a nearby training field not far from where Harry usually trained so they would have a bit more space to run around. He felt a chakra flare to notify him that Kakashi was around somewhere close by. I'd better show him that I can keep up with the academy kids or he might change his mind about letting me attend. First to draw blood, then? Sasuke inquired and Harry nodded. That seemed to be the best way to identify a winner. If they fought to a forfeit, some shinobi wouldn't give up until they passed out or were too injured to move. Not a good way to end a friendly spar. Okay, begin. Both boys hesitated a second before Sasuke charged in close, and they began testing each other with taijutsu. Sasuke's arms and legs were longer, and he was stronger than Harry, who was quickly put on the defensive. Harry felt every punch that he blocked connect with his forearms with bruising force. After taking 2 such blows, Harry jumped back to open the distance between them. He wasn't expecting the ball of fire thrown his way, and he only just managed to dodge, staining his clothes with grass as he tumbled across the ground in a controlled roll. Apparently, Sasuke was way ahead of his classmates if he was able to perform fire jutsu on that level. He'd have to be careful not to get caught or he'd be seriously burnt. Harry threw a series of shuriken that had Sasuke dancing back in a retreat and gave him a few precious seconds to think of a strategy. Kakashi hadn't started teaching him any ninjutsu yet, and in this matchup, ninjutsu would win over close-range fighting. If Kakashi is watching, maybe this will be a good motivation to see that he needs to start teaching me ninjutsu, he mused with a touch of irritation. A plan was slowly forming in his mind. He threw a smoke bomb from his shinobi pack he wore around his waist and began sprinting head-on toward Sasuke as plumes of thick, gray smoke engulfed their training area. Using chakra to enhance his muscles, something he learned just recently, he flipped over the boy's head while Sasuke coughed on the fumes. The smoke dissipated as Harry landed lightly on his feet, and he crouched under the expected kick coming from an annoyed 7-year-old. His duck turned into a sweeping kick against Sasuke's sole supporting leg and the older boy stumbled off balance. Harry threw the kunai still in his left hand and smirked as it nicked Sasuke's side. As the academy student was a little too late, turning his tumble into a roll. Sasuke corrected his balance and rubbed a fist against his side where Harry had hit him. The kunai had barely scraped him, but it was enough to break the skin. A little smear of red appeared on Sasuke's hand. With the realization that their fight was over, the adrenaline slowly began to drain from Harry's body, and he became aware of the ache from the bruises that must be already forming on his arms, and a sharper pain in his right shoulder. He turned his chin to look, and hissed at the sight of a shuriken sticking out of his skin, one corner buried maybe a centimeter into his flesh, with a shallower scratch beneath it showing the path of a second blade. He hadn't even noticed in the heat of the moment. "I have to say I wasn't expecting that," Sasuke admitted grudgingly. Harry winced as he started to ease the shuriken out of his arm. It hurt more when he pulled, but he knew it wouldn't start to feel better until it was out. "You still beat me," he stated, smiling despite the pain as he held out the other boy's weapon to return it to him, dripping a few drops of his own blood from the tip of one blade. "That's the most fun I've had in a while though. We should definitely spar again soon." Sasuke nodded. "You're pretty good, kid. Better than most of my classmates. You can spar with me anytime." Harry couldn't help but beam in reply. Kakashi nodded with silent approval from his perch at the edge of the field. Hari really has improved if he can keep up with an Uchiha 2 years older than him, Kakashi thought as he slowly backed away, leaving the two boys to flesh out their budding friendship. But I guess he really does need to start learning some ninjutsu. Harry awoke before dawn the next day and mused over the events that occurred the day before. He was excited about the prospect of learning more about the new children he'd met and attending the academy with them. While it was still a little odd building friendships with kids much younger than himself, he thought they were kind and fun, and he enjoyed their company. I wonder who will be the study-obsessed Hermione, or the lazy one who has a knack for strategy like Ron. He smiled sadly as he remembered his two best friends before placing those memories aside to focus on the new task at hand. Harry decided to spend the early morning attempting his wandless magic again. He could feel his magic inside, much like how he could feel his chakra thanks to Kakashi. It was there, swirling in his abdomen, but he just didn't know how to force it out of his body without it sending stabbing pain wherever he tried to focus it. How do I fix this? There has to be a way around this pain so I will be able to use my wandless magic again. With a determined glint, he ignored the pain and began practicing with vigor. If I just keep practicing, it will come back. My magic has to work again. After attempting his wandless magic all morning, his body started to ache. It started out as a mild annoyance, but over the rest of the day he could feel searing pain as if his blood was on fire. The moments of relative peace in between the pain grew shorter throughout the day. The pain became worse and worse until it started to affect his movements and made training almost unbearable. This lasted for a couple of days, with the pain getting increasingly worse much to his chagrin. He was supposed to be starting the academy in a few days, and Kakashi definitely wouldn't let him if he wasn't able to train normally. Kakashi, apparently noticing something was wrong, called an early end to their most recent training session and trailed after him back to the apartment. "What's wrong?" He looked Harry up and down, searching for a reason for the boy's obvious pain. He didn't see any outward sign of injury, so he turned back to Harry and calmly waited for his explanation. "Nothing. I guess my body just needed a break today." Kakashi dropped his inquiry, but Harry could tell he didn't believe his excuse. Harry knew he should probably tell Kakashi what was going on, but he didn't want to bother Kakashi or anyone else with this problem. Even if he did tell him, what could he say? "I'm trying to gain back my magical ability, but it's only causing me pain." No, he would only be sent to a psychiatric hospital, and then he would never become a shinobi. Maybe it will start to go away soon. Or at least he hoped. Maybe if I just lay off practicing for a while, it will go back to normal. By the next day, however, Harry could barely move without grimacing. As soon as he walked out of his bedroom door, he collapsed, and Kakashi immediately rushed over to him. "Hari, what happened?" Kakashi seemed at a loss of what was wrong, so he picked him up and headed out the door instantly. Even breathing was a struggle, with the expansion of his lungs only adding to his pain. "I don't know what happened," he whispered carefully, wincing as he was jostled in Kakashi's arms. "It's never been this bad before, but it seems as if I can't move my body anymore. This has happened before?" Kakashi asked harshly. And you didn't think to tell anyone about this? Harry looked down, feeling ashamed. I didn't think it would get this bad. It usually stayed in my arm and would go away eventually. I was going to tell you if it got worse. Well, now it's worse, whatever it is. Let's get you to the hospital. Harry let out another hiss of pain as Kakashi turned a corner. The man's tone softened a little and he added, Don't worry, Hari. We will figure out what it is and make this better. Kakashi carrying him, even though he was being careful, was only amplifying Harry's pain. He started seeing stars. His vision slightly darkened with bright pinpricks of blinding light burning into his skull. He figured he wouldn't last much longer before he fainted from the pain, but at least that would give him some relief. An airily giggle caught Harry's attention. Don't worry, Harry. It's only the fatigue giving you back what you've lost. A familiar blonde face peered down at him cheerily before he promptly passed out, her name on the tip of his tongue but escaping as nothing more than a sigh of breath. End Chapter 8. So finally, Sasuke officially enters the picture, and so does the lovely Luna. Next chapter, finding out what is wrong with Harry and a lot of questions will be answered. Please read and review. Enter Luna Chapter 9 updated November 16, 2019. Thanks for reading. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 9. Enter Luna. Harry woke up groggy. His body felt like stone, and he tried and failed to wiggle his fingers. Thankfully, he was able to open his eyes despite the inability to move the rest of his body. He peered around the room, taking in the white walls and plain bed sheets, and for a minute, he thought he was back in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. But instead of finding Hermione sitting next to his bed with a book in hand and Ron lazing about eating his chocolate frogs, he found himself all alone. I will forever hate hospitals. A nurse came in and smiled brightly when she saw Harry was awake. She looked like a regular civilian except for the calloused hands and light scarring on her forearms. It seemed even the healers saw battle at some point, regardless of working in the confines of the hospital. She shuffled over to check his temperature and vitals. She had to physically open his mouth to put the thermometer under his tongue, much to his embarrassment. She then took out a rather large needle and for a second, Harry panicked. That was not an ordinary needle and had no business in his room. She instead took the syringe and slowly inserted the liquid into a small tube connecting the saline bag to the back of his hand. Don't you worry, child, you'll be fine. We have great doctors at this hospital, and they will be sure to figure out what is wrong with you. Harry tried to nod but couldn't, and the nurse gave him a sympathetic look. Poor dear, he heard her say as she left the room, presumably to get his doctor. Harry closed his eyes, trying to gauge the damage to his body. He felt a small stinging sensation entering through the needle in his hand and assumed that was the medicine keeping the pain at bay. He groaned pitifully. Why is this happening to me? Whether it was from exhaustion or just the medicine taking effect, Harry slipped back into a dreamless sleep. What seemed like only moments later, though it could have been hours for all Harry knew, he woke up to see Guy and Genma standing in the doorway. Hari-chan. How are you holding up? Yash, my rival told me to let you know that he has escorted the one called Luna to speak with our friend Ibiki-san and will be coming over here after. Finally, he knew. It was Luna. Luna Lovegood was his sibling. He would have broken out into a wide grin if his mouth wasn't currently paralyzed. Weird, wonderful Luna who always found the beauty in life and never let her love of fantastical creatures fade away. Even through the war, she kept such a positive outlook on life and influenced others to follow suit. He remembered her small funeral, burying only a picture and her precious belongings because her body was never found. How poor Neville never got over his feelings for the eccentric Ravenclaw. She deserved better than that, he thought bitterly. If anyone deserves a second chance, she does. Then Harry's eyes widened with fear. What if she tells them something contradictory to my story? Would they do something to hurt her? Guy misread the fear in Harry's eyes. Not to worry, if she is your sister, I am sure she is filled with the same youthful fire as you are, and that will bring her to you soon. If not, I will do 1,000 push-ups. Genma leaned in close to Harry and pet his hair soothingly. It'll all be fine, Harry. I know you said you don't remember her, but Kakashi said you recognized her before you passed out. Do you remember her now? Harry tried to nod but instead grimaced in pain. Genma looked apologetic. Sorry, Hari-chan. I forgot you couldn't move. Okay. Blink once if she is your sister. Harry blinked once, feeling rather silly communicating that way. Well, it will all work out soon then. And Kakashi is there and he cares about you, so I know he'll make sure she is all right. And maybe later on she can help you recover your memories. Genma and Guy sat with him for a while, talking about nonsensical things to keep Harry calm and alleviate his worries. But Harry couldn't help worrying about both Luna. Is she going to be okay? Will she say something wrong and be taken away forever? And his current state of paralysis? Did I do this to myself? In my desperation to have my magic back, have I put myself in a paralytic state forever? What if this is irreversible? What if Kakashi and all the people I've grown to care about don't want me here anymore? He could feel the tears forming in his eyes and was unable to brush them away. Genma, who noticed the tears, wiped them away softly. It's gonna be okay, Hari, he said softly. I promise, we are going to do everything we can to find out what's wrong and fix it. They don't know anything about magic. What if this isn't something a ninja can fix? Despite Genma's comforting words, tears continued to slide down Harry's cheeks. This is all my fault. I was an idiot for not stopping when my body told me to. What am I going to do now? A tall, cheerful man with a pepper-colored beard came through the door in a long white coat and thick black glasses with Harry's normal doctor, Masaki, right behind him. Genma and Guy automatically shifted to one side of the bed, leaving the other side accessible to the doctor. Well, if it isn't our mysterious little wolf boy, he said with a grin. Masaki filled me in on your last physical and checkup. He placed his hands above Harry's torso, and they began to glow green. I'm just running a diagnostic right now to see what the problem is. Our first medic couldn't find anything wrong, but I am the head medic in this hospital, so I am confident I'll be able to discover what is causing these symptoms. Harry studied the head medic as he ran his glowing hands slowly across Harry's body, watching his brow slowly crease in confusion. Masaki gave Harry a reassuring smile and stood at the edge of the bed watching the other man work. The medic said finally, and his hands receded back to their normal state. Well, the good news is that there isn't anything wrong physically with your body. Bad news is, I don't know why you are in this paralytic state and in pain. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I think I have an idea. Fugioka-san, the nice nurse from earlier, hastily entered the room. Yes, Yakushi-san. I would like for you to ask Hyuga-ko to spare a few moments to check our patient here. The girl nodded and quickly left. Well, Genma, Guy, could either of you explain the types of activities Hari has been doing the past week? About 30 minutes later, a young man with black hair and white eyes came strolling into the room. He briefly glanced at Harry before turning his attention to the head medic. What can I do for you, Yakushi-san? I'd like for you to look at this child's chakra coils and see if there are any anomalies. He is unfortunately unable to move and in great pain, but we cannot find anything physically wrong with him. The Hyuga looked puzzled but heeded the medic's request. The man stared down at Harry and suddenly had protruding veins extending from his eyes. After a few moments of scrutinizing Harry's chakra coils, the Hyuga's eyes returned to normal. Well, Hyuga-san, I'm not really sure how to describe it, the Hyuga began slowly, but it seems as though there is a second set of chakra coils settling in. It appears as if it is merging with his main chakra coils, which is likely the cause of his immobility and the pain the child is in. A second set? How is that possible? Genma asked. I'm not sure. A Kekai Genkei of sorts. The head medic responded. Hyuga-san, how long do you think until the two coils will have completed this merger? The length of time is hard to judge without knowing the pace of the coils fusing. I will come check on them in a few hours, and then I'll have a better idea of the duration. After Guy and Genma thanked him profusely, the Hyuga left them, promising to return later in the day. Well, this is good news indeed, Hari-chan. And what an interesting discovery. I can't wait to see how this turns out. The head medic looked positively gleeful, making Harry feel uncomfortable. Now, we just have to wait. A girl, perhaps only 15 or 16 years old, sat in the cold metal chair, humming happily in her seat. Kakashi and the Hokage sat on the other side of the window with Ibiki, studying the girl claiming to be Harry's sister. There wasn't much of a resemblance between the two. Her long, dirty blonde hair, pale gray eyes and delicate features, compared to Hari's dark hair, bright green eyes, and somewhat more angular face. She seems very comfortable for being in an interrogation room, Kakashi commented. The Hokage nodded in agreement. Anko. Ibiki barked out the door. She appeared instantly. Yes, Captain? I'd like for you to bring your snake in there and talk to her for a bit. See if this girl has the same snake-speaking ability as Hari. It would narrow down the possibility of them being related. Anko entered the room with Habu across her shoulders. Luna jumped up excitedly and cried, "Oh, so you must be a friend of Harry's. It's so nice to meet you." She shook the snake's tail vigorously, completely ignoring Anko, and then sat back down with a bright smile across her face. What? Anko stared slack-jawed at the blonde in front of her in disbelief. Ibiki echoed Anko's sentiments. Yes, the girl spoke to the snake, but not in the snake language Hari had spoken but in Japanese. The girl is not a speaker, Habu stated to his mistress. But she does smell like him. They're from the same foreign place I do not know. So, Luna right? Yes, I am her, and she is me. Anko hesitated at the odd response. Okay, so you are Hari-chan's sister? Yes, Harry and I are now siblings. He came here to look for me, but I wasn't awake yet. Now I'm awake so he can find me. You've been asleep this whole time? Anko asked curiously. Well, the fatties called it the in-between, and I did a lot of dreaming while I was in the place they had taken me. So you could say I've been asleep for a long time. Anko stared at her incredulously. Who are the fatties? Luna tilted her head slightly. The fatties are just who they are. They let me come here finally so I could be with Harry again. She is telling the truth, Ibiki stated, shaking his head slowly. I'm not sure exactly what it is that she is saying, but it is the truth. Poor child, the Hokage said sadly. Look underneath the underneath. It seems as if these fatties were her kidnappers and kept her confined for a long time. That must be why she was separated from her brother. It might have been a traumatic experience with them that caused our Hari to lose his memories. Kakashi made a promise to himself to give Hari an extra long hug when he went to see him at the hospital. He never realized that the young boy's life could have been so terrible before his arrival in Konoha. These fatties must have controlled what this Luna could do for the extent of her captivity. But why would they finally let her go after all this time? That is what I intend to find out, Ibiki stated, getting up from the chair and heading into the interrogation room. What does your snake have to say about our guest? Ibiki stated as soon as he entered the room. Habu says even though she isn't a speaker, she smells the same as Harry does. So girl, why were you released from your captivity, and how long were you there for? They said it was finally time I could join Harry. I'm not sure how long I was there. Time flows differently than it does here. Luna flashed a huge smile. I'm just glad I'm able to finally be Harry's sister. Do you mean any harm toward our village or the Hokage? Of course not. You took Harry in when he was vulnerable and alone and have cared for him this whole time. Luna bowed her head. Because of this, I have nothing but love for the Hidden Leaf Village. And because the Hokage reminds me of Headmaster Dumbledore. Ibiki wasn't sure what a Dumbledore was, but the girl's sincerity was apparent. She was no threat to the village or their leader. She seems harmless, Ibiki thought, rubbing his chin, but just like her brother, I'll be watching her. Harry woke up to Luna sitting attentively at his bedside. Luna! He cried excitedly, and then gasped. He was able to speak again. He tried to move his left arm, and it slowly responded to him. His fingers and toes felt like they were on pins and needles, but he grinned regardless. He was going to be able to move again. Well, Harry, it's good to finally see you again. Seems the Nargles have been here to keep you company. The twinkle in her eyes warmed Harry to the core. She looked exactly the same, her blonde hair filled with wild waves down her back and piercing blue-gray eyes. She only needed her radish earrings and butterbeer necklace to complete the look from her Hogwarts days. Finally a piece of his old life was here right in front of him, and he couldn't be happier. Wait a minute. Why do you look the same and not like a little kid? Harry asked with a hint of jealousy. Well, the fatties said it was because I died. I stayed exactly the same, unlike you, who skipped the in-between and came here alive. So that must be why you went through the side effects. Harry wished for a moment that he had died before coming here, and then realized he wouldn't be with Kakashi if that had happened. And he probably wouldn't have been trusted to enter Konoha in the first place. There were definite benefits of coming here in a younger body. He breathed deeply and finally decided to get some answers about his physical state. Why haven't I been able to use my magic except for my animagus form? Harry blurted out, voicing his fear for the first time since he arrived in this world. I've been learning how to use chakra, but it's not the same as magic. If I can't perform any spells. Perhaps you couldn't perform any spells, because magic doesn't exist here. Only chakra. She said the word slowly, as if she wasn't sure of the accuracy of her pronunciation. All of this was explained to me, but it's all very confusing, so I'll try my best. She hummed for a moment, tilting her head slightly. That's probably why it caused you pain when you attempted to bring it outside your body. When you tried to bring your magic outside your body, it came in contact with the chakra in the air. She waved her hand, gesturing the air around them. Harry stared at her, still confused, so Luna attempted to explain more clearly. Apparently there's chakra everywhere. In the air, the plants, the people. I was told chakra and magic are not supposed to mix, so when you tried to put magic into chakra-filled air, it must have backfired and caused you pain. You have both chakra and magic now, but they were separate. Maybe using magic inside your body for your animagus was okay, because it didn't come in contact with any chakra in the air? She shrugged a shoulder. The festivities said your chakra and magic would merge slowly until they became one power source, but because you have been learning chakra while attempting magic, it must have caused it to happen more suddenly. Harry instantly felt ashamed. He should have known to stop attempting the spells over and over again. His 19-year-old self saw the stupidity in his actions. However, the 5-year-old part of Harry wanted to be able to complete a spell so badly that he ignored sense. The outcome was ending up temporarily immobile and stuck in a hospital bed. So, I'm never going to be able to use magic again? Of course you will be able to, Harry. Didn't you forget? You have a bloodline limit. My bloodline limit was never explained to me. Harry winced. He hadn't meant to yell. It wasn't Luna's fault, the fates were so tight-lipped about everything. Oh, well, that does answer why you've been worried about this. She paused, and then gave Harry a warm smile. Sorry, it took me so long to get here and explain things. It took a very long time for me to wake up from all those dreams. They were very interesting dreams, though. She seemed to daze off for a moment, lost in her thoughts. Harry cleared his throat softly to catch her attention. Oh, yes. Your bloodline limit, our bloodline limit, causes your magic and chakra to merge together. This is why you haven't been able to move. It takes a while for the two coils to merge, though in my unique case, mine merged instantly. So, you'll help teach me how to use the bloodline once I can move again. Of course, she replied softly, patting Harry on the hand delicately. As long as you teach me how to become an animagus. Of course I will, Luna. But why do you want to become an animagus all of a sudden? Well, it seems the Hokage thinks that transforming into an animal is an attribute of our family, so it only seems appropriate if I learn. And anyways, I've always wanted to be able to fly. But what if your animagus form isn't an animal that flies? Luna gave him a small smile before stating, I've already died, so aren't I supposed to have wings? End chapter 9. Thanks so much for sticking with my story. EM Light's Bloodlines Chapter 10 updated November 22, 2019. Hello everyone. Hope you enjoy, let me know what you think. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 10. Bloodlines. Harry woke up to the sun just barely peeping into his room and birds chirping enthusiastically outside his window. He flexed his arm, hardly feeling the tingle that had encompassed his body so strongly the day before. He grinned. Maybe I'll get out of here sooner than I thought. He was about to call a nurse about breakfast when a visitor hurtled through the door. Kakashi entered his room and rushed to his side, giving Harry a bone-crushing hug. Harry saw his visible eye glossy for just a moment, though Harry thought he might have imagined it, because it was gone the next time he looked. Harry was surprised at this sudden display of affection. It was the first time Kakashi had hugged him like this. Don't ever worry me like that again, the man whispered, still holding Harry tightly. I'm sorry, Kakashi, Harry said meaningfully. Next time I think I'm hurt, I'll let you know. Kakashi chuckled. You better. He released Harry and straightened his jacket, seemingly embarrassed. Sorry I'm late. The medics have told me you are inheriting your bloodline limit, which is what caused all of these problems. Harry nodded in agreement. Do you know what it is? Luna has mentioned a few things to me, but I'm not entirely sure what the bloodline actually entails. She said she would go over it with me when I'm back at home. Kakashi twitched slightly at the word home. Harry noticed and suddenly realized what it meant. His stomach dropped when he thought about not living with Kakashi as his guardian. He didn't want it to end, not just yet. Kakashi. Harry grabbed his arm. I don't want to stop living with you. I mean, if that's okay with you. You're family now. Well, Kakashi scratched his chin thoughtfully, but Harry could see the grin he hid underneath his mask. There is a vacant apartment 2 doors down from mine. Do you think your sister would be okay with you living apart from her? I don't want to cause problems between you two. I'll ask her, but I'm sure she would be fine with that, Harry answered thoughtfully. Kakashi patted Harry's head fondly and ruffled his hair, causing it to stick up like his own. Anyways, Harry continued as he tried to smooth his hair back down, I don't even know what she plans to do yet once she settles in. I'm not sure if she's ever had a job before. So you're really okay with living in an apartment by yourself? Harry asked Luna for the 3rd time. She had come to visit him that afternoon and surprised him with a generously sized bag of sweets, though Harry had no idea where they came from. Of course, Harry. I'm here to be your sister and your supporter, but I'm also your friend. I don't want to separate the bond you've formed with Kakashi. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but she interrupted. And this works out for me, as well. I've always really liked my privacy. It gives me more time to study creatures that have yet to be discovered. I mean, just think of how many Raxpert and Nargle-like creatures are living in this country right now, just waiting to be revealed. Harry reached over and pulled Luna in for a hug. Don't ever change, he stated softly, squeezing her for a moment before leaning back in the hospital bed. So what are you planning to do once you settle in? Harry asked curiously. He had been thinking about what Luna would want to do since she had arrived, but he hadn't been able to come up with an answer. He could never understand her thought processes, so she never failed to surprise. I have very little chakra since I was already past maturity when I arrived here, so being a ninja is not an option. I don't think I could be a ninja, anyway. After the war, I don't think I want to fight anymore. Luna gave a sad smile before looking out the window. Harry noticed her eyes turn glossy, the nightmares of the past war being replayed like a screen before her, and he shivered, because those same nightmares had been plaguing him, as well. She shook her head abruptly before clearing her throat. I'd like to find a peaceful job here so I can enjoy this chance at life that the Fada have given me, and also look after you. I know how you always find yourself in the center of trouble. I'll need an army of opalspores just to keep an eye on you. It's not my fault, Harry grumbled. He was glad that Luna was deciding not to pursue a ninja career. He didn't think he could bear it if something happened to her again. And what are opalspores? They are rocks with the ability to watch over people who attract trouble. They use telepathy to keep constant communication between themselves and notify the observer about the person under surveillance. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. They're also very good at watching over babies while they sleep. Yes, I'm sure those would be useful. Harry cleared his throat. I bet you will find a great job here. I'll ask around and see what is available. Oh no, you don't have to do that, Harry. I'm sure something will present itself to me soon enough. At that moment, Harry's therapist Yamanaka Naoji walked in. Hi Hari-chan. How are you feeling? He greeted Harry with a smile and then looked at Luna. My apologies, I do not believe we have met. My name is Yamanaka Naoji. He bowed slightly toward her. Hello, my name's Luna, nice to meet you. She nodded her head as well, mimicking the man's movement. Yamanaka-san, this is my sister Luna, and I'm doing much better, thank you for checking on me. Harry saw that Naoji was not surprised by the news. Luna-san, it is wonderful to meet you. You must be happy to finally be back with your brother. He smiled towards her, and Harry wondered if Naoji was evaluating her as well. Oh yes, it is wonderful. You could say he is the only reason I'm here in this world. Harry wondered at her choice of words. Was there a deeper meaning there? Well, I do not want to intrude on your reconnection after all this time. I'm relieved you are doing better, Hari, and I look forward to our chats when you recover. He stood up and started making his way to the door. As he stood in the doorway, he looked over at Luna. Luna-san, I hope you and I are able to sit down and connect soon as well. Have a good rest of your day." After he left, Luna turned to Harry with a curious look. "That is my therapist," Harry answered. "He's a good guy. I think he wanted to make sure that I was okay with you coming back." Luna placed her hand on Harry's. "There are so many people here who care about you." She laid her head on his bed and closed her eyes. "I couldn't have asked for anything better." Harry had quite a few visitors the next day at the hospital. Shikamaru and Choji brought Naruto with them to visit as soon as they were allowed. Harry was trying to stomach the bland toast and jam the hospital had given him for breakfast, so their visit was a most welcome distraction. Choji had thought to ask his mom to cook him a delicious breakfast filled with nutrients to help him recover quickly, so this made their visit all the more exciting. All Harry could tell was that the food smelled incredible and made his mouth water, so his hospital food was tossed happily out the window by an enthusiastic Naruto. All three of them are very kind, Harry thought happily, watching them chatter about their days at the academy and how excited they were for him to join. Even at such a young age, they all possessed such caring dispositions. Harry was lucky to have developed budding friendships with these boys. It was a brief visit before the nurses rushed them out, though Harry didn't understand why. He had a sinking feeling it had to do with Naruto being there. Even Rado came to visit, though Harry assumed the reason was to get a good look at Luna and flirt with the nurses. It was a nice gesture, though his perceived intentions were less than pure. He had looked a little disappointed after seeing Harry's room without a certain blonde visitor but cheered up considerably when he saw the pretty nurse who came in to check Harry's vitals one last time. He ruffled Harry's hair and winked before following the nurse out the door. "Why do all of the ninja want to ruffle my hair?" Harry thought, soothing his hair out for the third time that day. "Even though they don't know it, I'm only a few years younger than them." He had to convince himself that he definitely wasn't pouting. Harry spent his lunch gazing out the window, eating the last remnants of Choji's wonderful food and wishing he were out of the hospital to start practicing his magic again. He had promised Kakashi he wouldn't start training his bloodline until he was fully recovered, but his boredom and anticipation was making it very difficult to keep his word. Kakashi swept in for a brief moment to tell him that he and Genma were helping Luna move into the vacant apartment on their floor. Harry's heart swelled at the thought of having all the people he cared about living under the same roof. It was almost like the Hogwarts dormitory again. His thoughts wandered to his old dormitory, with the wonderful people he would never see again. Ron and Hermione's faces flashed very vividly in his mind, and it took everything he had not to burst into tears. "At least I have Luna here now." Later that afternoon, Harry had more surprise visitors. Sasuke came in nervously, clutching his older brother's hand. "Hi Hari," he said softly. He glanced up at his brother and was nudged closer to the bed. He held out a bento. "I made this for you so you can get better soon," he said shyly, his cheeks turning pink with embarrassment. Harry grasped the bento tenderly while beaming at the boy in front of him. "Thanks, Sasuke, it's perfect. The food here is terrible, so this will be a great dinner." He set the bento on the side of the bed and reached over to give Sasuke a brief hug, which the boy grudgingly accepted. Sasuke leaned back immediately, straightening his shirt, and Harry couldn't help but grin. He was such a cute little kid. "So, who is this with you?" Harry asked, peering over at an older but eerily similar version of Sasuke. "This is my Ni-san, Itachi. He's already a chunin," Sasuke said, puffing up his chest proudly. Harry studied Itachi. While on the surface he looked like a normal boy, Itachi's eyes reflected a pain that Harry himself knew all too well. Eyes that had seen too much battle and bloodshed. Beyond that, Harry sensed an overwhelming power radiating softly from him. "It's nice to finally meet the young boy who has caught my Otouto's attention," Itachi remarked, causing Sasuke to turn red again. "Ni-san. It's very nice to meet you, Itachi-san. I'm sorry it wasn't under more pleasant circumstances." Harry gestured at his hospital room. "How did you end up in the hospital?" Itachi inquired. "Well, it seems I've come into my bloodline, and I was a bit of an idiot trying to use it before my body was ready. But I'm perfectly fine now." "What kind of bloodline is it?" Sasuke asked eagerly. "I'm not exactly sure yet, but my sister arrived at the village just in time and is going to help me learn how to use it." "When will you be able to leave?" Sasuke asked. "Tomorrow morning, hopefully," Harry replied. "I'm more than ready to be out of the hospital and for everything to be back to normal." Things will be anything but normal, Itachi commented lightly, and Harry felt a chill as if Itachi was referring to something he had not yet been informed of. They left soon after, Itachi stating they needed to return home for dinner. Harry pushed the comment to the back of his mind. Even if it had been weird, Itachi was still just a kid. There couldn't be any hidden meaning behind it, could there? I'm free, Harry exclaimed as he stepped out of the building. He truly felt like a kid stepping out from a long day cooped up inside. He seriously considered breaking into a dance. Ah, the joys of childhood. Kakashi gave him a tap on his head but couldn't hide his amusement. Luna, Genma, and Guy have been up all morning making you a surprise welcome home breakfast. Act surprised, he said lightly. Harry grinned happily at the thought of all these wonderful people he now called family taking the time to do something special for him. He glanced over at Kakashi. He was also grateful for the older man telling him about it beforehand. He didn't like surprises too much, not anymore. Harry enjoyed a wonderful breakfast with a mixture of local food and food he remembered from Hogwarts. It brought back wonderful memories of mornings surrounded by his best friends, chatting about their classes for the day. It was bittersweet, but Harry was thankful nonetheless. Luna began cleaning the dishes, and Genma jumped up to help her out. Harry started stacking plates before he was ushered quickly out of the room and told he wasn't allowed to help. Harry sat helplessly next to Kakashi and Guy as they watched the two clean the table. Genma was exceedingly helpful, even ushering Luna away from the stacks of dishes in the sink, stating he could take care of the rest. Luna walked past Harry with a dazed expression, and he heard her say, "Yes, he will do nicely." He shook his head, deciding to not try understanding Luna's peculiar comments. "So, my youthful friend, I am very happy to see you back at home," Guy announced gleefully, patting Harry on the back, "and this means that we can also continue your training." Guy Hari needs to be careful using his chakra for now. He'll have to learn the basics of his bloodline before it will be safe for him to continue that kind of training. Kakashi interjected. He cast a worried look at Harry. Apparently not everyone believed he was completely healed. "Ah, but the training of the body will not be hindered by this. I shall train you to be the fastest academy student, or I will walk on my hands for a week." Guy stood up dramatically and struck a pose that seemed to radiate light. Harry felt fear creeping into his skin as he thought of what awaited him in these training sessions. Luna came waltzing into the conversation, seemingly out of nowhere. "First, he will learn the fine art of our bloodline. Though, I'm sure he will catch on quickly," Luna said, giving Harry a knowing grin. "No one can keep the chosen one from doing what he wants to do." Harry ignored the ninja's confused expressions and turned the subject to something entirely different. "So I met an interesting ninja yesterday. He's my friend Sasuke's older brother." "So, Harry, how does it feel?" Harry arrived early the next morning at Luna's apartment to start practicing his magic once again. He could barely contain his excitement. They both decided to start his magic training safely inside Luna's new apartment, away from prying eyes until he achieved a certain amount of control. Itachi's ominous warning still rang uneasily in his mind. It took a few minutes to call out his magic, but like riding a bike, it came back to him very quickly. It vibrated like an excited child who had been cooped up and was ready to burst outside to play. Harry didn't respond. Instead, he increased the light coming from his palm and slowly levitated it to the ceiling. A sense of happiness, relief, and familiarity all flooded him at once as his magic cajoled him to practice some more. He cracked a smile and let out a bark of laughter, as if the magic itself was casting a tickling charm. Now, charms are going to be the easiest. Starting at the beginning might be annoying, but at least there won't be any winged keys attacking you this time, Luna said calmly. "How do you know about transfiguration will be the most difficult, and you should probably not attempt that until you have other subjects relearned." Harry nodded and glanced over at Luna. She was lying backwards, dangling off the couch and fiddling with a string and a pebble while humming an unfamiliar tune. "What are you doing?" "Setting a trap." Harry stared at her expectantly, but seeing that she wasn't going to elaborate, he turned around to continue his practice. "Okay, now let's try another one," Harry muttered, and began locking and unlocking Luna's apartment door. "I need answers, Kakashi." Kakashi nodded in agreement but remained silent. He sat in front of the Hokage's desk for the third time that week, all for the same reason. Hari and his sister are under scrutiny by some very powerful people. They are already starting to pry, and I need to know the extent of this bloodline limit in order to protect them. There are some who would love to use a boy like Hari for the sake of the village. Kakashi looked at the Hokage with disbelief, but they don't even know what the bloodline is. How is it they are already being noticed? The Hokage pulled out his pipe, placed the tip to his mouth, and lit it. The smell of smoke always seemed to calm him. Small circles of smoke drifted lazily up to the ceiling. I think the interest stems from the unknown qualities this bloodline may carry. If the child can already speak to snakes and transform his body into an animal, what will this second set of power in his body be able to do? People have been speculating, and it seems they believe it will be something worthwhile. Sir, what happens if this bloodline is as powerful as you believe? Then, my dear boy, you will need to train him to be the strongest shinobi possible and take care of him to the best of your ability. Help him to find allies in the village so he will have support when he needs it most. Hari and his sister will need all the help they can get. Kakashi stood up and bowed. As he approached the door, he turned to give a final statement before swiftly departing. I will protect him. I will do whatever it takes. Kakashi could feel the Hokage's smile for a long time afterward. End chapter 10. Well, next chapter, Harry goes to the academy. I'd love to hear what people think will happen there. Shout outs to anyone that guesses correctly. Thanks so much for reading and staying with this story. EM Lights, P.S. Pairings. I have one or two in mind, but I'm interested in what you guys think. The Academy Chapter 11 updated November 22, 2019. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 11. The Academy starting school in the middle of April was an uncommon occurrence, but the Hokage assured Harry that he would be fine. He dutifully filled out the appropriate paperwork the night before he was said to start, but one question made him frown. He made his excuses to Kakashi and headed down the hall to visit Luna, because his sister knew their last name. Luna blinked at him with a puzzled expression when he explained his dilemma. I thought we should use the last name of the man who gave us his bloodline so we would have ties to this world, he explained slowly, but I don't know what his name is. There aren't any Nargles here to tell me who our benefactor is, unfortunately, so we are going to have to figure out that information on our own, Luna replied. For now, you still need a last name so you can attend school. Harry sighed. I guess we can try to do some research later on. It would be nice to know who this man really is, even if we can't use his name for now. Did you want to use your last name for now? The girl smiled. Lovegood Harry, she said, that's a funny name. No, Harry, I think we should stick with yours. Harry couldn't help but grin, imagining his guardian struggling over the name, Lovegood. He nodded. You're right, Potter will be easier. Leaning over the paperwork, he carefully filled in his own surname. You'd better get some rest now, Luna advised him. When he finished, if you don't, the Poxadudes are likely to cling to you all day tomorrow, and you'll be sluggish and tired on your first day. Eventually, Kakashi dragged him back to their apartment to get to bed, and Harry's young body betrayed him, falling quickly to sleep with dreams of the Konoha Ninja Academy captivating him until the morning. A huge grin was plastered on his face as he headed to the academy, and no amount of teasing from his friends could lessen it. Choji and Shikamaru walked alongside him, amplifying Harry's joy on this momentous occasion. Kakashi strolled leisurely behind the trio, his nose buried in his beloved orange novel. What amazing things would he learn on his first day? Harry couldn't fathom the knowledge that would come from a shinobi school. Sure, he was taking lessons from Kakashi, Guy, and Genma, but those were unorthodox. This would be structured learning, just like Hogwarts, with teachers, a syllabus, and a classroom full of kids wanting to learn. He wasn't sure how it would be socializing with the other children, but he'd done well with the few kids he'd met so far. My mom packed a lunch for all of us, so come find us during your break, Choji said excitedly through a mouthful of chips. That sounds great, Choji. Thanks, Harry replied, throwing his larger friend a smile. School is boring. And we still have 4 more years left until graduation, Shikamaru grumbled. Not me. I'm going to be just like Kakashi and graduate in a year. Harry turned to see Kakashi nod at him approvingly. I remember you mentioning that before. With all the training you've done, I'll be surprised if you don't graduate early. Shikamaru placed his hands behind his head and sighed. All that hard work would be too troublesome. Kakashi pulled him aside as they arrived outside the academy, allowing Shikamaru and Choji to wave goodbye and enter by themselves. Now, I know this is your first day and that you are very excited, but take this just in case. Kakashi handed him a large book called Stealth and Strategy. In case what? Harry asked with confusion. Kakashi replied with an enigmatic, "You'll see," before giving him a quick pat on the head and ushering him inside. It turned out Kakashi was right. The academy started out just fine. Harry entered the room slowly, his childish nerves creeping through him. The classroom had about a dozen students, all about 2 years older than him, already inside chatting and laughing. He slid into a chair toward the back silently, deciding to observe the students rather than join in for now. "Hey, there's a new kid," one of the girls said, pointing and giggling softly to her friend. "Ah, for being so little, he's kinda cute," the friend replied, and that started another reaction of giggles from the two girls. Please, don't let there be any fangirls here," Harry thought, his mind wandering back to his Triwizard Tournament days, and shuddered. Finally, the last of the students came wandering in, along with their Chunin instructor. "Good morning, class. Whoever didn't do their homework will be running extra laps after school." A few of the kids groaned, while the others handed their papers in diligently. "We have a new student today. Hari?" He gestured for him to stand, which Harry promptly did. "This is Poteru Hari, who will be joining our class. Hari, I am Fujioka Ko. Now class, Hari is only 5, but he has been training under Hitaki Kakashi, so he should be able to fit into our class easily. I have very high expectations for you." Harry nodded, but felt uneasy as a few of the students turned to glare at him. Harry's new sensei then began a lecture on Shinobi Rule number 12. A shinobi must be able to blend into their surroundings. After the first 5 minutes, Harry had a strong urge to bang his head against the table. How the man could take a simple shinobi rule and expand it to an entire lecture was beyond him. Genma taught him all the shinobi rules within a few days, and even turned the lectures into exciting days of putting each rule into practice and annoying Kakashi at the same time. The lesson about shinobi blending into their surroundings started out with them being hunted down by Kakashi's nin dogs. Genma and Harry were both found much later in a mud pit, where the dogs happily joined in. Genma pulled Kakashi into the pit as well, and the nin dogs joyously attacked him with mud-covered kisses. Their summoner was not impressed. He grinned to himself as he thought about those lessons before his attention turned back to the boring lecture at hand. His eyes rested on the very thoughtful gift Kakashi had handed to him that morning. He pulled Stealth and Strategy from under his desk and began to read the first chapter, How to Cover Your Tracks. He was deeply engrossed in a chapter about hiding your scent when the sensei said his name loudly. Sorry, sensei, can you repeat that?" Harry asked, causing a few of his classmates to snicker. "I said, since this lecture doesn't seem to interest you, could you explain to me how you would blend into your surroundings?" Harry wanted to roll his eyes. If the teacher was trying to call him out and embarrass him, he was in for a surprise. "Well, since I haven't learned any jutsu that would help me blend in, I'd use the surrounding foliage, especially since there are a lot of options in the Land of Fire. Also, I'd use a breathing technique to quiet the sounds of my breath and stay completely still." He paused, tilting his head pretending to be deep in thought. "Even then, at my level I'm not able to hide my chakra or my scent, so if the person searching for me was Chunin level or above I'd be found regardless. I'd make sure to wear dark-colored clothing and even use mud to allow me to blend into my surroundings, but I guess this would depend on how deep in the forest we are, the weather, and the time of day. Being outside a forest would be much more difficult, and I haven't learned or have the experience to hide out there successfully just yet." "Very good," Fujioka-sensei said reluctantly. "I assume you've already been familiarized with the shinobi rules, then?" Harry nodded, glad the sensei caught on, and ignored the murmurings of his classmates. "I see. Well then, carry on with your reading, and try not to be disruptive while I finish this lecture." Harry nodded again and buried his nose back into the book, interested to see how he could find a way to hide his scent. After 2 hours of lecture, the class went outside for target practice. Harry excitedly bounded outside, prepared to finally learn something new. They were all handed shuriken that upon further inspection turned out to be quite dull. "Now class, aim towards the targets. Let's see if anyone is able to land 3 hits in a row." So Harry stood back and watched, unimpressed as childproof shuriken were thrown haphazardly across the grounds. He quickly became very thankful for their dullness, considering how many times he was accidentally hit by stray weapons. He was growing increasingly annoyed by the lack of skills these children had, and also for the lack of challenge he was faced with. He stared at the fake shuriken in his hand, wondering what he was doing there. This was not how he imagined the academy to be like at all. He wanted to be challenged, not babied. While Harry struggled through his first week, Luna was on a mission. She finally spotted her final destination, a flower shop, and walked in. She was looking for two specific ingredients, ginseng and ambrosia, which were essential for the animagus potion and the last items she needed. The potion was simple enough to make. When imbued with the person's own magic, the potion leads the drinker into a meditative state where they are able to find their animal form. Once the form is revealed, the real studying begins. "Hello there. How can I help you?" a pretty blonde lady asked her kindly. "I'm looking for ginseng and ambrosia," Luna replied while taking in the beauty of the flowers surrounding the inside of the shop. Unusual order, but yes, I think we have those in the back garden. One moment please." As the woman left the room, Luna continued her observation of the different plants. Beautiful roses, irises, and hydrangeas filled the front of the shop with a wonderful melody of colors and fragrances. Lavender, tulips, lotus, and azaleas were others she recognized, nestled cheerfully among plants and flowers whose names she couldn't recall. She also spotted her favorite flower, the sunflower, off in a corner. Not as exciting as the plants in Greenhouse 3, but still. "This is acceptable," she whispered to no one in particular. She couldn't help but grab a small bouquet of sunflowers to add to her purchase. "Here you are, my dear," the woman said with a smile. After returning from the back room, she handed her a small package. "Oh, and some sunflowers as well. An excellent choice. My name is Yamanaka Hanako, by the way." "It's a pleasure, Yamanaka Hanako. My name is Potter Luna." Luna took the package and held out her other hand. Hanako shook her hand, grinning. "My husband Naoji mentioned meeting you. You're Hari-chan's older sister, right?" Luna nodded. "Anything else I can help you with today, Potter-san?" Luna smiled sweetly. "Actually yes, there is something else." Harry went to the academy instructor's office after his first week at the academy ended, as his sensei instructed. It had been a week of absolute boredom, and the only part of the day he enjoyed was lunchtime with his friends. At least they didn't look at him with envy every time he was able to answer a question correctly. "Ah, so you must be little Potter-kun," a young woman with cropped purple hair said as he entered the room. "That's me." Harry delicately chose to ignore the little comment. "So, it appears your sensei has requested you to be advanced to a more experienced class," she stated, looking at the report in front of her. Harry was elated. Please, I'll do anything." She stared at him for a moment, before handing him a small stack of papers. "Here are a few questions I want you to answer to see where to place you. The test will become more difficult as you go, so once you get to a point where you can't answer them anymore, let me know." She tapped the papers with a finger. "Also, I'm not going to give you a physical test. If you decide to move to a higher class and can't keep up, that's all on you." Harry grinned and started immediately on the test in front of him. 30 minutes later, he turned in the papers to the surprised Chunin. She cleared her throat before saying, "Come into the office in the morning so I can send you to your new classroom." "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied happily before practically skipping out of the office. "Cheeky brat," the Chunin grumbled to herself before starting to grade the papers in front of her. He walked out of the building only to run right into Sasuke. "Hello." "Hey Sasuke, are you waiting on someone?" "Well, I was waiting on Nii-san to pick me up, but it seems something has come up again." Sasuke tried to hide his disappointment by changing the subject. "How was your first week at the academy, Hari?" "Very boring," Harry said with a sigh. Sasuke patted Harry consolingly on the back. "I remember how slow the first year was. It gets better in the more advanced classes." "Yeah, I'm hoping so. Oh, no, that reminds me. I have training with Kakashi now. He's gonna kill me if I'm late." Harry was about to take off running before thinking of a great idea. "You should come and train with me. Kakashi mentioned he wanted to meet you anyways, so this is perfect." Sasuke hesitated for a brief second before nodding. "That would be acceptable," he said, trying to hide a smile that tugged on his lips. Kakashi put a hand on his chin thoughtfully as he stared at the two boys. Sasuke fidgeted nervously under the scrutiny while Harry just grinned. "Since there are two of you today, how about a spar?" Kakashi suggested, noticing the gleam in their eyes as the two boys agreed eagerly. "But this won't be a normal spar. You two will be working together. The objective of this spar is for one of you to land a hit on me." "What are the restrictions?" Harry asked, as Sasuke looked at him warily. "Taijutsu only for now," Kakashi answered. "Depending on the outcome of this spar, I will be deciding whether your taijutsu is at a sufficient level to begin ninjutsu training or not." Harry's eyes lit up. "Come with me when the spar begins," he whispered to Sasuke. Kakashi watched with a hidden grin at the two conversing in hushed tones. "If you are ready," Kakashi announced, "then let's begin." Harry rushed into the woods to the left with Sasuke dutifully following. "So they are going to plan an attack," Kakashi observed approvingly as the two disappearing into the forest. "This should be interesting." Sasuke pulled at Harry's sleeve when they had gone far enough into the woods. "Why do we have to work together just to land a hit? That should be easy." "Kakashi is a Junin, Sasuke. He is tougher than he looks. Which is why we need to make a plan if we want to win." Sasuke looked skeptical, but nodded for Harry to continue. "Since we both are about the same level, you should probably be the one to attempt the hit since you are taller and have a longer reach." Harry crouched down, closing his eyes in thought. "So this means I'll be the distraction." He snapped his eyes open. "Here's what I think we should do." Both boys burst out of the trees at the same time, charging their target. Harry went for the left side, as Sasuke took the right. Their synchronized attacks forced Kakashi to jump out of the way, albeit rather lazily. "I'll get you this time, Kakashi," Harry yelled, charging once more. He swung his fist towards Kakashi's chest and then planted his hands on the ground, sweeping his legs low, trying to catch one of Kakashi's legs with his own. Sasuke fell into his own taijutsu style, following a jab with a cross with an uppercut and failing to connect with any of them. Kakashi merely dodged the swings, not even making an attempt to fight back. Harry growled, circling his target to give himself a second to catch his breath before launching another attack at the man's back. Kakashi caught his fist and used the momentum to toss him over his shoulder, forcing Sasuke to dodge to one side. "Sasuke, just stop. You aren't helping at all. I can do this without you," Harry shouted in frustration. The announcement startled Harry's guardian. "When did Hari get so cold?" Sasuke shot him an angry look. "Humph. Fine, I'll just watch you fail then." Sasuke pulled back for a moment, looking angry. Harry continued to circle and try to find an opening. He threw a punch at the man's blind side, followed a jab up with a roundhouse, and then launched himself into a flying sidekick behind the man's back. Kakashi blocked or dodged everything he threw at him with a bored expression, and Harry displayed an increasing frustration with each failure. "Hari, you must remember that teamwork is very important when fighting a stronger opponent," Kakashi chided softly. I know, but I want to be the one to land the hit, not him. I don't want any help." Harry rushed at him again, but this time he leapt over Kakashi, dropping smoke bombs on his way down. He twisted in midair, flinging himself into a butterfly kick. Kakashi instinctively jumped away from his charge to avoid the attacks heading his way. A second too late he realized another attack was coming from the other direction. Sasuke's fist barely clipped his clothing as he twisted to avoid the hit. He landed with a skid and saw two grinning boys through the dissipating smoke. "Great job, Sasuke," Harry said ecstatically. "You did it perfectly." I only got fabric though," Sasuke replied, his modesty unable to hide a proud smirk. Kakashi stood and rubbed his head thoughtfully. "That was a good plan, boys. Make your opponent think you are disagreeing and use it to your advantage." He patted both the boys on the head. "It wouldn't have been so easy if I had actively attacked, but for academy students using only taijutsu, that was very good. Your taijutsu still needs some work, but I think you are proficient enough to begin ninjutsu training." "Yes." Harry jumped on Kakashi excitedly before doing the same to a surprised Sasuke. "Thanks for your help, Sasuke. I couldn't have done this without you. If you'd like to join his afternoon trainings, you are more than welcome," Kakashi stated casually. It would be good for Hari to have a sparring partner closer to his age. Sasuke's genuine smile was answer enough. Harry walked into the academy to find out what the verdict was for his class change. The purple-haired Chunin was again sitting at the desk. "Hello again, Shrimp," the Chunin said. Harry bristled but nodded his head respectfully. "Well, it seems that you scored high enough to join a more experienced class." Harry grinned. "But don't blame me if you can't play with the big boys," she added pointedly. "I still think putting such a small kid into this class is a bad idea." "I'll do my best," Harry stated firmly. Her features were doubtful as she handed him a paper with his new class assignment. "Room 6 is where your new class is located. Don't be late." "Thanks." Harry grinned and took off, excited that finally, he might be on his way to following his guardian's footsteps. Kakashi, I won't let you down. Question. For all of my readers, what do you think Luna's animagus should be? I have a few ideas, but I'm curious to see what you guys think. I'm leaning towards making it a flying animal, as I alluded to in previous chapters, but I'm open to anything. Thanks for reading. If you'd like, please leave a review and let me know what you think. EM Lights Academy Issues Chapter 12 updated November 22, 2019. By the way, Harry has no pairing right now, nor will he for a good while. There are definitely going to be pairings. Some showing up pretty soon. But Harry will not be one of them. I don't know what I'm going to do with him exactly, but that will be for way into the future. I'd still like to hear pairing ideas for Harry if you have them. EM Lights The Next Great Adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore. HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 12. Academy Issues. Harry entered the room with bated breath. The sensei nodded expectantly toward him, but the much older kids in the room stared at him with confusion. His small hope of joining his friend's class dwindled with unfamiliar faces surrounding him. The class seemed to be the ages of 10 or 11, so his small stature stood out like a sore thumb. Without missing a beat, he strode into the room confidently and took an empty seat in the front row next to a boy whose face was half hidden with a high collar and glasses. He determinedly kept his face forward so he didn't see the annoying antics of the older students. This is Potter Hari. It seems his test scores placed him in the top class. Although, the sensei peered over him derisively, we'll just have to see how he fares with the other aspects of the class. A few sniggers were heard in the back of the room, but Harry did not give them the satisfaction of a response. I am Tanaka Ito. Do not disappoint me, and with that, Ito-sensei continued his lecture. The lecture on chakra was simple but interesting. Harry loved hearing different explanations of chakra. It was remarkable to compare them alongside his own experiences with magic. Although they were both contained inside the body, chakra was pulled through hand signs or seals, whereas magic was channeled with a wand or, in more advanced ways, through a person's hands. With both, the way of casting was determined through the intent and the will of the caster. All right, class, I want us to begin practice with our illusionary clones. The entire class stood up to stand in line in front of their sensei. Harry found himself on the very edge, barely able to see the teacher from behind an unnaturally large student. Let's go over the hand signs for Bunshin no Jutsu in case our new student does not know or if any of you have forgotten. Remember, ram, snake, tiger, Ito-sensei stated as he went through the hand signs. Harry, who had not tried this technique before, dutifully copied his new sensei and practiced a few more times to have it down. The rather brawny student in front of him gave an exaggerated yawn and snuck a peek at Harry. This is easy stuff, sensei. If the shrimp still needs to learn this, he should go to a lower class. The boy grinned at the few laughs his comment created. Well, Tai-Chi, since you find this so elementary, why don't you demonstrate your Bunshin first? Tisk, fine. The boy called Tai-Chi said as he swaggered in front of the class. He flew through the hand signs quickly. Bunshin number Jutsu, he yelled, and a replica of himself appeared right beside him. Very good, Ito-sensei stated dully. Now class, line up, each of you will try the jutsu. One by one, the class attempted the jutsu. Most were able to create a successful clone of his or herself, whereas a couple had a few imperfections. One plain-looking civilian with fiery red hair was unable to make even a vague form of a clone. Her face turned as red as her hair as the other girls in the class pointed and giggled behind their hands. Harry felt bad for the girl but was too nervous about his own performance of the clone jutsu to dwell on it just then. The girl looked close to tears but reined it in as the next student took her place. Then suddenly it was Harry's turn. He quickly went over everything he knew about the clone jutsu in his head as he stood before his new sensei. Visualize your body, your hair, your height. Notice every detail, every imperfection, every physical trait you possess should be reflected in the clone. His readings made it seem simple enough, but without the familiarity with his own chakra, Harry wasn't so sure. He made the correct hand signs, as he channeled his chakra like he had practiced with his chakra exercises. He let it flow as he would his own magic while casting a spell. Bunshin number jutsu. He called out, his eyes shut tight, as he visualized himself as best he could. Laughter erupted in the classroom as he opened his eyes to peek over at his clone. Though some of his facial features were a little blurry, the clone in question had the same hair, skin, and even his scar on the forehead. The problem was the clone stood 2 feet taller with much broader shoulders than his own miniature body. He had tried to make a clone of his old self. Little Shrimp wants to be taller then, huh? The boy named Taichi barked out, and even the sensei chuckled before clearing his throat. So it seems some of us need to be a bit more aware of what their actual bodies look like before attempting this again. Harry flushed in anger and embarrassment. The anger was mostly directed at himself for allowing his mind to visualize glimpses of his past instead of his present self. He moved out of the way for the next student, ignoring the jeers from Taichi. All his hard work and dedication faded into the background as he made himself look ridiculous after only a few hours in his new classroom. This can never happen again, he thought firmly. To make everyone take me seriously as a shinobi, I'll just have to rise to the top and force everyone to see me as a capable ninja regardless of my size. Harry sat on the couch in Luna's apartment meditating. Luna suggested they continue practicing occlumency, even if the chance of it being effective against any jutsu was slim. He saw the logic in the suggestion but also had his own reasons for wanting to meditate. Harry had begun to feel blank spots in his memory. He knew the fates had said he would lose some of his past memories briefly, but he did not like the feeling of missing something important. Even if the loss is only temporary, he did not mention anything to Luna. She didn't need to worry about his memory loss just yet. Regardless of his reasons, meditating was also a way for Harry to clear his mind, and after his ruinous day, he needed it. Luna was also meditating, though her way of meditation consisted of her doing headstands and humming to a song eerily similar to God Save the Queen. Harry, frustrated and unable to fall into a meditative state, opened his eyes and sighed heavily. As if on cue, Luna righted herself and stretched like she was waking up from a great nap. So where did Kakashi head off to this time? Luna asked as she continued to stretch, now going through her routine yoga poses. He is somewhere in Suna, I think, with Genma. They had to deliver a message, but that was all he was allowed to say. I think they'll be back sometime next week. They had decided whenever Kakashi went out on a mission, Harry would stay with Luna. This setup worked out well, because it gave them ample time to practice spells in the comfort of Luna's living room. Harry was still trying to figure out how to work his magic into his fighting without making himself a huge target. His control over his magic was slowly increasing, and he was able to perform most spells from 1st through 3rd year with ease. Tomorrow Guy gave me the day off from training after the academy, so we can start brewing the potion and find out your animagus then. Guy was in charge of Harry's training sessions with Kakashi gone, and with Luna's recent appearance, he decided to give Harry the day off to have youthful family time with his sister. And since having an animal transformation was taken as part of their bloodline, they were both very eager to start Luna's training. Harry was startled to see Luna shake her head. But I thought you found all the ingredients? I did, but I won't be available tomorrow. Harry waited for her to elaborate, but when she gave no indication, he asked, what is going on tomorrow? I'll be starting my first day at work, she answered, before sighing dreamily. It's no fanged geranium or Mimbulus mimbletonia. But I'm sure I'll be able to find some plants that are interesting enough. Harry struggled through the rest of the week of the academy. It seemed that Taichi was even more of a bully than Dudley and found Harry as the perfect victim. It wasn't as embarrassing as Harry hunting, but Harry was very thankful when Kakashi came home. Kakashi, I need you to bump up my training, Harry cried as soon as he walked into Luna's apartment. Hello Kakashi, how was your trip? Luna said as she hummed over the stove. It went smoothly. Only one run-in with missing Nin, but they were easily taken care of. Kakashi sat on the couch next to his charge and peered over at him. And what happened that is making you want to increase your training? Because, Harry trailed off, embarrassed. He didn't want Kakashi to be displeased with him. A nudged elbow made him continue. I messed up with the Bunshin no Jutsu during my first day with the new class, Harry admitted. My clone was too tall and now I'm getting made fun of even more for being so little, and no one in the class takes me seriously. Kakashi just stared at him for a moment. Was there anything else wrong with your clone other than the height? Harry, who was ready to hear a disappointed response, was taken aback by the question. Well, I think the face may have been a little blurry, but other than that, no. Well, you have nothing to be ashamed of. We haven't gone over that jutsu, and the fact that you made a clone in the first place is remarkable. It usually takes people weeks to create a clone that looks any way human and then even longer to make the clones a replica of themselves. Harry rubbed his eyes, cursing his 5-year-old emotions. Kakashi patted his head fondly. If it means anything, I'm very proud of how far you've come. If you want, we can still move on to more difficult training. We'll make those other kids take you seriously. Harry buried his face under Kakashi's arm. Thanks, he muttered. Harry pondered briefly if this is what it would have been like growing up with his parents. It was odd having a father figure to talk to about his childish problems with school. So Kakashi, you're staying for dinner, correct? Luna asked, and Harry jumped, almost forgetting the blonde witch was in the room. Ma, I guess I could do that. Harry grinned up at him. Perfect, because it's just about ready. Luna had already set out 4 plates and was starting to lay the food out on the table. Luna, there's only 3 of us, Harry remarked as he helped fill the table. Oh yes, just a moment, Luna sang, as she walked out the door. Kakashi and Harry stared at each other in confused silence before the door opened back up. A disheveled Genma was dragged in and seated in the 4th spot. Although he looked a bit perplexed, Genma wasn't complaining. Well, hello everyone. Harry laughed as he sat down next to him. This was just what he needed after his struggles at the academy. He looked around happily at his wonderful, dysfunctional family. With a family of this, he could make it through anything. Harry stirred the potion delicately. It was after dinner, and Kakashi and Genma had left to meet with some other Junin for a few drinks. More like Guy invited both Genma and Kakashi, and Harry all but pushed them out, saying they needed to have fun every once in a while. It was a perfect time for them to finally discover Luna's animagus form. One more minute and it's finished, Harry said, looking over at the clock to make sure. Luna looked uncharacteristically nervous as her eyes locked onto the potion. There, Harry said, pulling the rod out of the potion. It's perfect. The light blue liquid shimmered as a large spoon scooped some of the potion into a cup. He handed the cup over to the blonde, who accepted it carefully. Once you drink this, you'll go into a meditative state and find your form. This is the part that differs depending on the drinker. In my experience, I found myself in a dark forest surrounded by massive trees and the wolves found me. I've heard some people have to go searching for their form, which is why this can be quick or take a very long time. The statement of, some people never find their form, went unsaid, even though they both knew it was a possibility. Luna stared at her cup before downing it in one gulp. Her breathing slowed as she successfully began her meditation. Harry cleaned up the potion and supplies as he waited anxiously for Luna to wake up. He kept a close eye on her in case something went wrong. 15 minutes later, Luna groggily opened her eyes. How did it go? Harry asked cautiously as she smiled over at him. I ended up at Hogwarts, she said with a dreamy look. Harry felt a pang of jealousy before pushing it back. He knew they both missed their home terribly and should be thankful Luna was able to see it once more. The school was empty but still exactly like I remembered. I wandered a while but didn't find anything. There weren't even Nargles floating around, which is very odd for Hogwarts. Harry grinned. Yes, that is very odd indeed. Then an owl flew past me, directing me towards the west of the castle. I passed Ravenclaw, but the portrait must have been visiting some friends so I couldn't enter. Harry could see the brief sadness in her eyes before she continued. The owl led me to the West Tower, and I ended up in the owlery. It was filled with hundreds of owls, all watching me quietly. I felt drawn to one in particular who was huddled up in a corner. This tiny owl with big beautiful eyes stared so intently at me, and I just knew. I reached out and held him, and then, it was over. An owl, huh? Harry grinned. Sounds perfect for you. Yes, I'm very happy with an owl. A fooper would have been fun as well, but causing people to go insane if they heard me sing would not be very pleasant. I do love to sing. Harry hummed in agreement, and then clapped his hands together. And now that you found your form, the real fun begins. Harry's new regimen of training started out the very next day. He warmed up with Kakashi in the morning and trained until it was time for the academy. On some mornings, Guy would join them and start competitions that would result in Harry dragging his exhausted body to class. He was still picked on, but his resolve was unwavering. He would become the top rookie and prove he could do this, regardless of his age. At night, he would join Luna and practice magic for about an hour or so during what Kakashi knew as sibling bonding time. Harry would practice his spells, which were now up to the fourth-year curriculum, and Luna would work on her animagus transformation. After some research, they discovered her animagus form was a collared owlet, or Glossidium brodiae. She also began to study intensely the anatomy of owls inside and out to know exactly what her form should look and feel like. Animagus transformations are difficult, and the only proof of her hard work was the shape of her eyes and a few small feathers covering her face. Harry's favorite part of the day was still eating lunch with Shikamaru, Shoji, and Naruto. After finding out that Naruto only ate cup ramen for lunch, he started packing a second bento for his very loud friend. After that, Naruto started calling him Oto. Harry decided he didn't mind at all. Sasuke joined his afternoon training sessions almost every day. Together, he and Harry were both improving rapidly. Sasuke's taijutsu was still superior to Harry's, if only because of his longer reach. Their speed and agility were already well past any of their peers and even beyond some of the younger genins. With projectiles, Harry excelled with moving targets while Sasuke had scary accuracy with stationary ones. With all of the extra training, running Kakashi's fit test was now a breeze for them both. To make things more difficult, Kakashi now began to run through the trail as well, firing kunai, shuriken, and other random weapons for them to dodge while completing the course. Harry felt that Kakashi took a little too much joy in his role during this particular training. On top of the other lessons, with the approval of Sasuke's father, Kakashi began teaching them both the 3 academy jutsus, Enji, Bunshin, and Kawarimi. Harry now was prepared for anything the academy could throw at him. Sasuke's brother sometimes would come to pick him up after their training. Itachi was always very quiet and polite, and Harry was surprised to find out that he knew Kakashi very well. He seemed concerned in his brother's welfare and would discuss Kakashi's lesson plans with him whenever he arrived. It was adorable how much Itachi cared for his brother, even if it was subtle. Sasuke would always light up when his brother appeared and spout about everything he learned that day. Itachi was an enigma, and Harry wasn't sure what to think of him. Unbeknownst to Harry, Itachi felt the same way about him. On one day in particular, Itachi came to pick up his brother and seemed a little distracted. "Ni-san!" Sasuke yelled happily, running toward his brother. "Kakashi says Harry and I are both ready to be genin already." He gestured Harry to come over as if to prove it was true. "Is that so, little Oto?" Itachi replied, making eye contact with Kakashi, and nodded. "Well then, you should one day be able to surpass even me." Sasuke was unable to hide his smugness from the comment. "Now give this to Kakashi so we can head home." Ka-san made these in appreciation for this extra training. Harry watched as Sasuke trotted over to where Kakashi was picking up shuriken used in their training to hand over the gift and thank him. Harry was startled when Itachi quickly leaned over to him and whispered, "Be wary of the hawk hidden in the roots, he is watching you." Harry spun around to ask what that meant, only to find that Itachi had moved over to his brother and ushered them swiftly away. Kakashi waved a hand in front of Harry, who had been staring off after the departure of the two brothers. "Makoto's famous Daifuku," Kakashi said, gesturing to the box. "This is definitely a treat. Not many get to taste her wonderful desserts." He patted Harry on the head. "Good work today. Help me pick up the rest of the weapons, and we can head back home." As they headed back to the apartment, Harry pondered over Itachi's warning. He had no idea what that meant, only that he needed to be careful. End chapter 12. Time skip soon. Please review and let me know what you think. Lights, Spies and Specialties Chapter 13 updated the 1st of December 2019. The next great adventure, to the well-organized mind, Death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 13. Spies and Specialties. So, how are we going to play off this bloodline? Harry asked, once again practicing magic in the safety of Luna's apartment. Luna looked at him curiously. I mean, we can't just say our bloodline is magic. Magic doesn't exist here. And bloodlines are very specific, Harry continued. For example, the Uchiha have the Sharingan, the Nara have their shadows, and the Akamichi have their multi-sized techniques. So for us to have a believable bloodline, we need to be selective. Show something believable and keep the rest for life-threatening situations. Luna hummed in agreement. So what do you suggest then, Harry? Harry sighed. A simple question, but the answer weighed heavily on him. I'll let you know when I figure it out. He'd been contemplating their supposed bloodline often in the past few weeks, trying to find a way to use magic to enhance his fighting abilities in the future without seeming too outlandish. Apparition and shield spells like Protega were a few he had considered. Though, apparition might be more a trump card I'd like to keep hidden until it's needed. Shield spells, on the other hand, were a heavy contender. He could use them for a multitude of things. By using spells like Protega, he could not only block attacks but also deflect attacks back towards the opponent. He could also use Contigo, a more fortified defensive spell that dissolves any attack, to shield himself or any of his teammates. While it is more powerful than Protega, Contigo is much more magically draining and does not allow any other spells to be cast while it is maintained. If he chose shielding as his bloodline limit, he could also delve into warding and runes to create more permanent protections. While he was not too familiar with runes, the enigmatic blonde whom he now called his sister studied runes at Hogwarts and might be able to assist. Shields, while extremely helpful for support and defense, would limit Harry's attack repertoire to only ninja techniques. While this didn't sound like an issue, elemental jutsu usually was limited to 1 or 2 elements per shinobi instead of the limitless possibilities magic created. Harry could publicly broaden his abilities once he got older and be able to fight closer to the levels of Kakashi, Genma, and Guy. The rest of his magical abilities would be best saved for when he, his future team, or his family were in mortal peril. There was no need for more scrutiny right now for him or Luna. So the more important question now is, what kind of ninja do I want to be? Once I figure that out, then I'll be able to find out what magic would be most helpful. Harry's classes were slowly becoming more tolerable. After only a few months, he'd been able to prove himself in his classroom work. But hadn't had any spars to test his ability against the other students in taijutsu. He'd even made a tentative friend with a boy from the Aberrame clan named Baitoru. He spoke little but was highly intelligent and joined Harry in his dislike of the Tai Chi boy. Tai Chi was still tormenting Harry, but it had lessened since Harry now had a friend to back him up. The actual classes were becoming interesting as well. The amount of detail during Harry's new lessons about the history of the elemental countries and the 5 major ninja villages were impressive. Even the lessons he received before the academy were nowhere near as descriptive as the ones he was now attending. He soaked up the information like a sponge and slowly started gaining some respect back from his sensei. The lesson he found most interesting ended up describing the different ninja specialties and professions. So far they had talked about torture and interrogation and stealth and infiltration. T&I was not something Harry wanted to do. Ibiki and Enko were cool, and he wouldn't mind working with them, but he didn't think he could ever torture anyone. The vague memories he could remember of the past war would make that line of work very traumatizing. Though, with legilimency, I would probably be very useful for extracting information. I don't know if they have anything like legilimency here. The Yamanaka mind technique sounds like it has more constraints. The ability to interrogate and then obliviate someone afterwards. It wasn't a comforting thought. Stealth and infiltration was one Harry would likely consider. With his animagus form and magic at his disposal, sneaking into places would be very easy for him. And I had a lot of practice sneaking around with Ron and Hermione through the years. He did miss his invisibility cloak, though there were still spells able to mimic the effects of the cloak. He hadn't gotten around to practicing the disillusionment charm, but that'd be a major benefit in this line of work. Also, if he were able to get the ingredients for Polyjuice Potion, the possibilities were endless. All thanks to Hermione for my knowledge of that one. Maybe Luna could figure out a way to brew it. We have gone over T&I and stealth and infiltration, So today we will cover something a little different, Ito-sensei began. The class had just finished up their routine morning exercises, and their sensei deemed the inside classroom lessons a break. Harry sat in his usual seat next to Baidoru in the front. "We have a visitor coming in to speak with you all about medic Nin." Taichi laughed and muttered loudly, "But that's for weaklings who can't make it in the field." Now that is a very wrong misconception. The speaker was a man who just entered the room, giving Taichi a reproachful stare. Harry recognized the man as the healer who helped him when he was in the hospital. Masaki-san waved cheery at Harry before starting his lesson. Medical ninjutsu is an underrated ninja art. It demands perfect chakra control and an extensive knowledge of the human anatomy. If it weren't for the dedication made by our medic nin here in Konoha, there would be many leaf shinobi who would not be around today. Ito-sensei nodded in agreement. What also many of you may not know is that medic nin are not only found in hospitals. Our Lady Tsunade, a world-renowned medical ninja and also one of the Sannin, is a great example of a devastating fighter in the field. There were a few gasps, mainly from the girls who all looked to the powerful female Sannin as an idol. Harry spaced out for the rest of the speech. Medic nin. Now that was something Harry could see himself doing. Helping people and assisting in missions instead of solely killing others was an appealing alternative. He could still fight but would be more support for the fighters rather than the frontal assault. He grinned broadly as he thought more about going into medicine. It was not something he'd ever contemplated in his old life, but here it could be a great option. There were also tons of healing spells he could use to benefit this career choice. He'd have to talk to Kakashi about it later on. Thank you all for listening. Now, there will only be a few of you who will have the requirements to become a medic nin. If you are interested, you need to be recommended by your Jonin sensei before you can be tested by our medic nin team. Thank you, Masaki-san, Ito-sensei said. If any of you are interested in a medic nin's line of work, come speak with me, and I will let you know if this is an option for you. At lunch, Harry sat with Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto as usual, all four eating delicious bentos. Choji even brought an assortment of cookies his mom made to share with everyone, which were heavenly. As they ate, he told his friends all about medic nin and how he was contemplating this as his choice of specialty. "I'm going to talk to Kakashi about it later, but I think it would be a really good fit for me." Shikamaru tilted his head thoughtfully, chewing on a cookie. "I heard for medical ninjutsu you need near-perfect chakra control, which is why girls tend to be more proficient than boys." At the confused look of the group, Shikamaru elaborated. "Boys generally to have more chakra than girls, so it's harder for us to have the chakra control needed for the jutsus. I'm sure if that's what you want to do, Oto, you'll be great at it," Naruto exclaimed. Harry thanked Naruto by handing him another cookie. As they were leaving, Choji pulled at Harry's sleeve, holding him back from the group. Choji looked at Harry blankly. "Choji, are you okay?" Harry asked with concern. "Don't fight destiny," Choji said with a bland tone and then paused and shook his head as if confused. Before Harry could try to respond, Choji had caught sight of the retreating back of Shikamaru and took off to catch up with him. The next day when Harry asked Choji what he meant, the boy was adamant that he would never say such a thing. Destiny, what could he have possibly meant? Harry mused as he sat in his classroom, opening one of his shinobi books but unable to focus on the print. He didn't have a destiny here, only a second chance. He could do whatever he wanted, right? A sense of unease drifted over him as he contemplated this line of thought. "Class, next week we will begin our taijutsu training in spars," Ito-sensei announced. "Remember that sparring is worth half of your practical grade for your graduation exam. Make sure you are ready." Half of the class cheered while the others looked around nervously. "You mean, even the runt has to spar?" Taichi asked mockingly, trying to collect a few laughs. "Just keep underestimating me," Harry thought as he shared a knowing look with Baidoru. His bug friend was the only one who knew the details of his extensive training with Kakashi. Even his sensei glanced over at him with what might have been concern. This would be his chance to shock them all. He couldn't help it, he grinned. As he left the academy, Harry lingered outside waiting for Sasuke to come out. Their class was running late, so Harry sat down leaning against a tree to wait. He was debating whether to pull out his book to read or not when he heard a rustling in the bushes behind him. He glanced over but didn't see anything, so merely dismissed it as wind. That was until he heard hissing. I found him at last. I've waited so long. Who's there? Harry said, peering into the bushes once again. Master said this one was the speaker, but he does not speak to me. Have I found the wrong human? It dawned on Harry. This must be a snake then. Sorry, you were looking for me? Harry said hesitantly. He heard a sharp hiss. Why don't you come out so I can talk to you? The snake poked his head out of the bush before slithering out to greet Harry. His dark blue scales gleamed against the sun's rays. He was about 3 feet in length with bright red scales covering the tip of his nose and the end of his tail. Greetings, speaker. I am honored to meet you. The snake bowed his head. I never thought I'd be able to encounter a human snake. I thought it was only in stories someone like you existed. Well, it's nice to meet you too. Why were you looking for me? The snake summoner told me to watch you and report any interesting information about you. His tongue flitted in and out excitedly. Harry stared at the snake in shock. Why would this snake summoner want to know about him? He hadn't shown any of his magical abilities, nor had he declared his new Bloodlines abilities. Well, except for my animagus form, he thought, and he spoke to both. Hubby and Anko his first day in Konoha, so his parcel tongue apparently had gotten out as well. I didn't realize speaking to snakes here would be as unique as it was back in the wizarding world. But now that I've found a true speaker, the snake continued, his commands are invalid. Being a speaker means your word is greater than any human's. So no one is going to spy on me then? No proper snake will go against you. I am sure of it, the blue snake replied, puffing out his chest proudly. There are some who do not follow the brotherhood of the snakes, but they are not welcomed in our circles, nor are they allowed to be summoned. He then slithered and curled up next to Harry's spot by the tree. Well, if you aren't reporting on me, what are you going to do? Harry asked him curiously. He still needed to find out more about this snake summoner and hoped the snake would at least give him information to relay to Kakashi. Would you permit me to stay with you? I want to protect my brother with no scales. I may not look it, but my bite is very venomous. I'd like that, but first we will have to make sure it's okay with Kakashi. Who is this Kakashi? The snake asked. He is my guardian here. He takes care of me. The snake nodded his head. So, what should I call you? Harry asked curiously. The blue serpent was silent for a moment. I am not important enough to have been named. Well, how about I name you then? Harry said, and the snake looked sharply up at him. The two held each other's gaze until the snake slowly nodded. I would like that very much, he hissed softly. Harry thought for a moment, studying the snake's vibrant blue scales. Ow. I think that name suits you. Ow, the snake repeated. Yes, that is acceptable. Before Harry could continue this odd conversation, a loud group of kids came hurtling out of the academy. I'm free, yelled a blur of orange from the group, and Naruto gave Harry a cheeky wave before sprinting away. Shikamaru and Choji came out afterward, Shikamaru complaining about them being late for family training, before the two headed off to their respective homes. Sasuke then appeared and sauntered up to Harry with an annoyed expression. Naruto kept bugging our sensei with stupid pranks, so we ended up having to stay late taking a test as punishment. Harry cringed. Naruto was still starved for attention. Harry definitely needed to invite him over sometime soon, especially since Luna was interested in meeting his spirited friend. Hari, is that a snake? Sasuke tried to sound nonchalant, but his voice quivered just enough to give away his apprehension. Yes, it is. And he'll be coming with us to meet Kakashi. Harry stood up and allowed Ao to wind up his arm, causing Sasuke to twitch. Is he poisonous? Venomous, but yes, he said he was. Oh. A few seconds later. Wait, he did what? After 2 hours of rigorous training, Harry plopped on the ground with his arms wide open while Sasuke fell to a knee breathing deeply. The snake Harry had brought with him to the training field lazed about in a tree branch, seemingly napping. Good job today, kids. You two are really improving. Harry and Sasuke beamed under the praise, but neither could catch their breath to reply. Kakashi threw bottles of water to both of them before drinking his own. Sasuke snatched his bottle out of the air while Harry just allowed his to hit him in the side. He'd pick it up once he found his strength again. Kakashi looked up at the looming sunset and scanned the field. Your brother's a little late today, Sasuke. Kakashi said the comment casually but noticed Sasuke tense up before he nodded in response. Harry noticed his friend's tension as well. Is everything all right? Harry asked through deep breaths. Sasuke hesitated before responding. It's clan business, he replied slowly. My cousin died a few days ago, so my family has been pretty stressed about it, my brother especially. I'm so sorry, Harry said, struggling to sit up so he could face Sasuke. I had no idea. Kakashi hovered a few feet away, pulling out his beloved orange novel, but Harry could tell he was listening. It will all calm down soon, Sasuke added, trying to sound confident. There have just been some misunderstandings. Shisui was really fun, and everybody liked him. He's been missed. Well, just know I'm here if you need anything, Harry said, shakily standing up and brushing off his pants. Thanks, Hari. With the ending of the boys' training obvious, the blue serpent came down from its napping spot on the branches and joined Harry on the ground. Sasuke eyed the snake uneasily. Are you ready for us to have a talk with your Kakashi? Ao hissed, and Sasuke determinedly did not react. Harry nodded and allowed the snake to wrap around his arm once more. We can take you to the Uchiha compound on our way home, Kakashi said lazily as he looked up from his book. Well, I think having you guys in the compound wouldn't be good. Everyone is on edge right now, Sasuke trailed off. And anyways, I'm old enough to take myself home, so I don't need an escort. I'm almost a genin. You said yourself that I was ready to be one. Being ready and actually being a genin are very different things, Kakashi stated. But I guess if you are insistent, I'll allow it. Kakashi knew the real reason Sasuke didn't want them to walk him home. He could see the fear in the boy's eyes of the venomous creature wrapped around his charge's arm. Just no detours. Head straight home or your father will have my head, Kakashi continued flippantly. Sasuke bowed to Kakashi and waved at Harry, determined to keep eye contact and not stray down to the other boy's arm. Kakashi and Harry both watched Sasuke until he was out of sight. Kakashi sighed. Now, are you going to explain this snake to me? Kakashi, meet Ao, Harry stated. And Ao, meet Kakashi, my guardian. Ao bowed her head, and Kakashi bowed his in return. Apparently, he was sent to spy on me by someone, but he said that because I am a speaker and a brother of the snakes, he no longer has to follow those orders. Who ordered him to spy on you? Kakashi said sharply, gazing at the snake as if he could respond. It was the snake summoner. Ao repeated the same thing he had stated earlier. Harry relayed the response, and Kakashi growled, causing both Harry and Ao to jump slightly. I'm sorry. It's just, I have an idea of who that is. When Kakashi didn't elaborate, Harry continued. So now Ao wants to stay with us so he can protect me and you and everybody else. And I want to give you the snake summons. Harry jerked his head to Ao and then repeated what the snake had just said to Kakashi. If it actually is possible for you to obtain it, that summoning contract would be very useful one day. Kakashi rubbed his forehead and sighed. Well, you've given me a lot to think about, Hari. Ao can stay with us for now, but I'll need to talk to the Hokage about this soon. Harry, Kakashi, and Genma were all seated at Luna's table for a delicious dinner when a bell sounded 3 times. Because Harry had been taught what the different bell sounds mean, he knew that this was an emergency for all Chunin and above. The 2 Junin jumped up instantly. Hokage summons, Genma declared as they both leapt out the window in a hurry. Harry peered out into the sky with trepidation. Drops of rain started to fall, so he moved to close the window. Luna stayed in her seat, gently petting Ao who was curled up in her lap. It seemed the witch was quite taken with the blue serpent. Oh dear, Luna said sadly. Even the skies are crying. Something terrible must have happened. Harry prayed to whatever gods were up there that Luna was wrong. The 2 stayed up later than usual waiting on the Junin to return. Ao had curled up by the windowsill and Harry wasn't sure if he was asleep or keeping watch. Harry was on edge and couldn't sleep. He watched Luna knitting what she deemed her amity scarf and tried not to think about Kakashi and Genma in danger. It was near midnight when they both returned. Genma patted Harry sorrowfully on the head and went to talk to Luna in hushed tones. Kakashi approached Harry on the couch with a troubled expression. Hari, something has happened. I felt it was best I told you before you start hearing bits and pieces of the story tomorrow. Harry's heart dropped, feeling a sense of dread fill his entire body. It's about your friend Sasuke and the Uchiha clan. End chapter 13. Sorry for the cliffhanger. I just couldn't resist. As always, please review and let me know what you think. Until next time. Lights Harry's bloodline. What magic should he use to call his bloodline? I'm interested to see your thoughts and see whose ideas are similar to mine. Decisions Chapter 14 updated the 1st of December 2019. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or Harry Potter. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 14. Decisions. Harry sat frozen in a worn hospital chair, staring at Sasuke's unresponsive form. The room was filled with brightly colored flowers and get-well cards lining the windows and tables. It would have been a very cheery room in Harry's opinion, if not for the centerpiece. He could see small beads of sweat concentrated at Sasuke's forehead. Even in a coma, it seemed the young boy was suffering from something terrible. Harry patted Sasuke's hand awkwardly. How did this happen? He thought, not quite able to fully accept the facts. It had only been a day since the Uchiha clan had been murdered and the village was in mourning. How could all of this have occurred without anyone knowing? He could barely hear Kakashi discussing something with the medic Nin outside the room about Sasuke's attack. Yes, he was the only one hit with the jutsu. How long will it take to heal him? We just don't have the knowledge. Uncertain of when he will wake up. If only Tsunade were here. And we are sure it was Itachi? The evidence suggests, and with him fleeing, Sasuke was lucky. Harry held in a gasp, but his breath hitched enough for Kakashi to lead the doctor elsewhere. Itachi. He was the reason his friend was lying here in the hospital in a comatose state. He caused the Uchiha clan to go from hundreds of members to 2 in only a few hours. His little brother looked up to him with such admiration and love, and this is how he leaves him. He was thankful Kakashi indirect filled him in on the situation, as unfathomable as it sounded. He stared back at his friend with his heart plummeting. Sasuke now was without family, and unlike Harry, Sasuke didn't have any Muggle relatives to take him in. The Dursleys were an unpleasant lot, but they did give him a home and enough food to get by. Also, I was too young to really remember my parents, he thought sadly. The emptiness he felt going without parents is nothing compared to what his friend will feel when he wakes up. No parents, relatives, no one, but the murderous brother who caused it to happen. Sasuke, I will be here for you no matter what, Harry stated vehemently. You won't be alone, I promise. He squeezed his friend's hand carefully, hoping that Sasuke would somehow know Harry was here with him. Harry looked around the room, his eyes falling on a simple bouquet that stood out among the bright cheerful colors. An assortment of daisies, snapdragons, and lilies wound together clearly stood out because the flowers and even their stems were all pure white. Harry studied the bouquet that Luna had given to his friend and remembered what she had said as she brought it in. Your friend is grieving, and my magic responded, she stated simply. The colors drained out as I picked them. How strangely fitting that these flowers signify innocence when his has been taken from him. She looked out the window, eyes glazing over. I think I'd rather mourn his lost innocence. Unlike you, Harry, not everyone gets a second chance of being a child. At least the Nargles are here to help him with his nightmares. Harry had been worried about the oddities of the bouquet, but the nurses just thought someone had painted them white so no one questioned it. The white collection of flowers somehow felt more real than the vivid colors of the rest. Like displaying a fake smile, the multitude of colors represented a pretend notion that everything would be fine. He almost wished they were all white instead of the ironically cheerful appearance the other flowers created. Luna was right. This tragedy will leave Sasuke no longer a child. Harry sat with his friend for a while longer before Kakashi popped back in. Kakashi's eye glanced briefly around the room before zoning his attention to his charge. Hari, the doctor says Sasuke's visitation time is about to end, and I think Luna has food ready for us. Harry looked up at the clock, astonished that 5 hours had already passed by. On cue, Harry's stomach began to rumble. As he left, Harry didn't notice that the bouquets closest to his chair had all began to change. The petals were all tipped with white, the absence of color slowly creeping into the center of each flower. Harry ate his dinner silently, his mind turning over the past couple of days in his head. Genma's absence was also apparent. His mission had started before any of them woke up the day after the Uchiha tragedy. Kakashi was leaving for a mission as well, but he said he had time for dinner before heading out. The gloomy atmosphere affected even Luna's cheerful self, who had been tapping her glass of water with a frown for the past 10 minutes. Kakashi looked more uncomfortable at the table than usual, glancing every so often at the siblings over the pages of his book. Al had wrapped himself around Harry's shoulders, every now and then hissing comforting words into his ear. Harry finally pushed his food away before grabbing Kakashi's attention. "Kakashi, is Sasuke going to be all right?" Kakashi pondered over the question for a moment, studying his charge's expression. "Physically, yes. His mind will eventually heal from the jutsu, and once he wakes up, he'll be back to normal. Emotionally, however," Kakashi paused. "Well, we won't really know until he wakes up. People react to tragedy in different ways. The road he takes after this will be important," Luna piped in suddenly. "He could be a Neville, or a Harry, or a you-know-who. You'll just have to help him find a path that doesn't end in pain and horcruxes." Harry nodded, Luna's words actually making a lot of sense. Ao raised his head toward Harry. "What did your Luna just say? She sounded very serious." Harry repeated what Luna said to the snake. "Brother, what is a horcrux?" Ao asked him. I guess you could say she means going evil and searching for power," Harry replied slowly. Ao nodded and went silent, resting his head back onto Harry's shoulder. "Also, I'd been meaning to talk to you about something Itachi said to me the other day, but it doesn't make any sense," Harry then told Kakashi about Itachi's warning. "A hawk, you say?" Kakashi murmured, rubbing his chin. "That will be just another thing I'll discuss with the Hokage." He looked at Harry. "You seem to draw a lot of attention, don't you?" Harry crossed his arms with a huff. "So I've been told." With Kakashi gone for his mission, Harry headed to the hospital on his own to visit Sasuke the next day. "Today we have our first spars," Harry said. "I'm ready to show everybody in my class all the hard work you and I have put into training," Harry sighed. "Just wake up soon, okay? I need my sparring partner back." The healer walked in at that moment. "Oh, hello Hari-kun. Back again so early?" Harry nodded. "Sasuke is lucky to have such a good friend." "When will he wake up?" Harry asked softly. The healer hesitated. "Well, to be honest, we aren't sure. If Tsunade-sama were here, she would know what to do, but we don't have the knowledge to fix him just yet. We're doing all we can, but in the end, he'll have to just wake up on his own." Harry glanced back at his friend. Would magic be able to help him? On the way to the academy, he continued to ponder that question. Could magic help Sasuke? He knew quite a lot about the mind arts from his lessons with Professor Snape. In theory, he could go inside Sasuke's mind and find out what was causing his unconsciousness. On the other hand, having someone find out Harry was capable of this would be very dangerous for him. "I'll wait until the end of the week. If he isn't better by then," his thoughts trailed off as he entered his classroom. "Well, I'm surprised. I thought the runt of all people would be pretending to be sick today." The other boys who hung around the large 11-year-old snickered at the comment. Harry ignored Taichi, sitting down comfortably in his usual seat and pulling out a book. Baitoru hadn't arrived yet, so he didn't have anyone to distract him from Sasuke's predicament. "I wonder who he'll get paired with," the boy continued loudly with mock concern. "I hope it isn't one of us. We might accidentally put him in the hospital." Harry gritted his teeth but stayed silent. He couldn't sink to this child's level. He was too old to pick fights with children, even if this one was a horrible bully. "I hope I am paired with one of those boys," he thought. That would shut them up. He still wasn't overly excited about the prospect of sparring someone with the goal of really hurting them. He knew one day it would be a necessity, but for now, he only wanted to prove a point. He wanted everyone to see that he could hold his own and that he was just as qualified to be in the top class as everyone else. Baitoru then entered the classroom and took the seat next to Harry. The boys quieted down after that. They all thought Baitoru was weird too, but being a member of one of the major clans prevented them from bullying him as well. "Are you ready for today?" Baitoru asked in greeting. "You bet. Now, whoever steps out of the circle, gives up, or is knocked unconscious loses," Ito-sensei said as they all entered the small training ground behind the school. "If I believe the spar is over, I will end the spar and declare a winner. You will be graded on technique, not necessarily whether you win or lose. For now," he added pointedly. The first pair to fight was two girls who giggled as they entered the circle. They threw a few half-hearted punches at each other before one landed a kick around her opponent's stomach. The girl crouched to the ground crying out, and that was the end of the first spar. Their sensei RB bent his forehead in annoyance before asking the winner to escort the crying girl to their classroom to sit down. Baitoru was next, fighting a civilian-born boy. It was a short, one-sided fight with Baitoru knocking the boy out cold in one hit. The outcome was obvious, Baitoru stated softly, adjusting his glasses. Why? Because I have been training with my clan longer than he has been training. Harry nodded at him as he moved back to his spot next to Harry. The spar was too embarrassing to warrant congratulations. A few other spars took place, none very exciting. Taichi showed his disappointment in not being paired with Harry, but still made a show of beating down another boy in the class. Harry grudgingly admitted to himself that the boy had a bit of talent, but the pompous attitude and overconfidence would be his downfall. Next spar will be Matsuo Junichi and Potter Uhari, Sensei stated, glancing in Harry's direction with unease. Harry walked into the circle with quiet confidence, ignoring the girl's concerned comments. Ito-sensei, you can't be serious, he's just a kid, he'll get really hurt. Hari is a part of the class and will participate in all of the class's activities. If he cannot do so, then he does not belong in this class. Harry sighed. Even their sensei still didn't think he belonged. Taichi whispered in the boy's ear before slapping him on the back. The boy then joined Harry next to their sensei. Sparring his classmate was very different than sparring with Kakashi, Guy, or Sasuke. He knew those three didn't intend to really hurt him. This boy, however, had a fiery glint to his eyes and a grin that spoke volumes. Give up now before I hurt you, the boy hissed at him. Harry only smiled up at him in response. Begin, their sensei said abruptly, and Harry charged. The spar ended rather quickly in Harry's opinion. They exchanged a few punches, but Harry's experience of fighting much faster opponents made Junichi's movements seem sluggish. Junichi tried to spit in Harry's face to disrupt his vision, but Harry dodged it easily. He landed a solid punch to the boy's gut, knocking the breath out of him and causing him to double over. Harry then bent down and swept his leg out to knock the taller boy to the ground. He then grasped the boy's arm and pinned him sharply to the ground. Stunned silence followed. Junichi thrashed under Harry's grip. However, Kakashi had taught him a hold that even upper chunin struggle with, so the boy had no chance of breaking free. Does anyone else believe Hari can't keep up with our class? Baitoru spoke softly to disrupt the silence. Yes. Well, Ito-sensei said in a daze. Potter Uhari is the winner. Harry released the other boy and returned to his spot next to Baitoru, determined not to break into the triumphant grin that threatened to show through. He finally showed them he is deserving to be in this class. He must have cheated, Taichi exclaimed, glaring at Harry. There is no way the runt could have beaten one of us. You saw it with your own eyes. Harry finally spoke up and met the boy's glare with his own. I beat him fair and square. Yeah, right. You definitely cheated. I always knew there was something shifty about you. Harry's hands clenched tightly into fists and he used every ounce of willpower not to react. Permission to fight Taichi in our next sparring session, Harry announced loudly, not breaking eye contact with his large classmate. Their sensei hesitated. Permission, granted. Some of the girls still looked panicked for him, even though he had just beaten one of their classmates soundly. Harry sighed. Even beating his opponent did not sway their opinions that he is just a small child. We will have the next round of spars in 2 weeks. Everyone, learn from any mistakes made today and apply them to your training between now and then. We will discuss some of these mistakes once all the spars are completed for today. Taichi popped his knuckles in a threatening manner while looking ecstatic. Sounds great, sensei, Taichi responded happily. Class, let us continue with our practice matches. The next spar will be. The week went by with no change in Sasuke's state, without Kakashi and Genma there. Harry trained with Guy after the academy. And Luna at night. With only Harry and Luna home, the dinner table seemed very empty. They even invited Guy over for dinner one of the nights. Yash. Thank you for allowing me to share this youthful dinner with you, he announced passionately. Ao slithered from Luna's lap into Harry's room, muttering about busted eardrums. Safe to say they would not be inviting Guy to dinner again without having Kakashi there to rein him in. The week also included the memorial for the fallen Uchiha clan members. The clan symbol was emblazoned on a large tapestry, swaying behind the podium where the Hokage stood. There was a long table in front of the Hokage, decorated with pictures of the fallen Uchiha. Both teary-eyed civilians and ninja placed flowers and ornate fans alongside the frames. Harry stood near the back of the memorial with Luna, wearing his new black dress suit Kakashi had purchased for him. Luna also wore a black sundress, though handmade radish earrings still hung from her earlobes and multiple necklaces filled with mismatched beads. Harry saw Shikamaru and Choji with their fathers and a blonde girl he recognized as one of their classmates, all dressed in formal black kimonos. They nodded solemnly to him as they continued to the front, which was seemingly designated for all the clans. The young blonde girl waved and smiled at Luna as she passed, confusing Harry terribly until he remembered Luna worked at the flower shop. So she must be a Yamanaka. How dare that demon show up here, a civilian behind Harry whispered angrily. Harry glanced around, wondering what the man could be talking about, and saw another familiar face. Naruto was standing off to the side awkwardly, still wearing his obnoxiously orange jumpsuit. He waved hesitantly as he detected Harry in the crowd. Luna, who seemed to have noticed where Harry's attention had shifted, glanced at the blonde boy and immediately walked up to him. She took his hand and dragged him over to where she and Harry were standing. "It's starting," Luna whispered to him, still holding onto his hand. Naruto nodded to her, in shock that a complete stranger would invite him to stand next to them. Harry smiled at him encouragingly. The crowd started to quiet down and turned their attention up to the Hokage. The Hokage cleared his throat and began to speak. His grief was palpable as he recited the many great things the Uchiha clan accomplished and how terrible for this tragedy to happen to such an upstanding and hard-working clan. Harry half listened to the speech, his mind instead flooding with memories of the past war. He hated funerals. He usually just felt an overwhelming guilt, not being able to end the war fast enough, not being able to save everyone. It had torn him apart. This memorial was a different kind of hurt. His body ached horribly for his friend in the hospital. Sasuke was already in so much pain, and when he wakes up, life will never be the same. He also felt an intense anger for Itachi. How someone could do this to his own family Harry will never understand. He was determined to make sure that Sasuke did not end up down a terrible path because of this tragedy. He wiped a surprising tear away from his face before realizing he had been crying. Luna stroked his hair soothingly with her free hand, the other still clasped in Naruto's. Harry glanced at Naruto, who he noticed was shaking. He was staring with disbelief at the hand still clutched in Luna's grasp. His face was full of amazement and confusion and made Harry wonder. Is this the first time someone held his hand like this? Harry didn't notice the speech had ended and the crowd began to disperse. Luna grabbed his hand quickly and tugged him to the side. "Let's get some dango," she said softly, leading the two boys away from the memorial and the people still eyeing Naruto hatefully. Once Naruto got over the shock of an adult actually being nice to him, his sunny personality came bursting through. As they sat at the dango stand, he animatedly told Luna all about the art of pranking and how Harry was the best Otouto he could have ever asked for. He even exclaimed, through a mouthful of dango, that he was going to be Hokage one day. Harry listened to the cheerful blonde while chewing on his own dango slowly. While he was elated that Naruto was opening up to Luna so quickly, he still was unable to shake off the painful feelings he had from the memorial. After a while, Naruto quieted down and set a now empty dango stick on the counter. "That was Sasuke's family, wasn't it?" Luna and Harry both nodded solemnly. "So, he's like me now." Naruto looked down sadly at his hands. "He's all alone." "You're wrong," Luna replied kindly. Naruto looked at her in confusion and watched as she took one of the strangely beaded necklaces from around her neck and placed it around his own. "You have your great Otouto and Ne-san now. We will keep all the evil Raxperts and mud sprites away and be here to cheer you on your quest to become Hokage." She smiled brightly at him, and Harry couldn't help but smile as well. Naruto sniffed and rubbed his eyes with his forearm. A muffled, "Thank you," was heard amongst smothered sobs, and Luna rubbed his back soothingly. Luna had then invited Naruto to dinner, and by the end of the day, Naruto was the happiest Harry had ever seen him. He was practically skipping as he cheerfully waved goodbye to head home at the end of the day. "Thank you," Harry said simply as the two siblings cleared the table. Luna giggled and wrapped Harry up in a hug. He is so much like you, there was no way I could just leave him alone, she stated. Being the Harry Potter of this world must be so difficult, so he needs me just as much as you do. Harry wasn't sure what she meant by Naruto being the Harry Potter of this world, but it didn't matter. His heart warmed as he thought of how ecstatic Naruto was when Luna invited him to come over tomorrow night for dinner as well. He went to bed, hoping Kakashi and Genma returned home quickly so he could introduce them to Naruto as well. He vowed to include Naruto in their daily lives more, so the boy wouldn't be alone. And once Sasuke wakes up, Harry's thought trailed off, if he wakes up. An uneasy feeling settled in the pit of his stomach. He couldn't just leave him in the hospital without doing something to help. If the healers here didn't have the means to help his friend, he'd have to take matters into his own hands. Harry visited Sasuke the next morning with renewed determination. He decided to find out what was wrong, even at the cost of someone discovering this particular gift. He held Sasuke's hand carefully. Don't worry, Sasuke, I'm going to find out what's wrong so I can fix you, he whispered fiercely. Harry glanced at the door, making sure it was securely shut, and then cast a notice me not charm at the entrance. Here goes nothing, he thought, as he concentrated on his magical core. Legilimens. End Chapter 14. Decisions Part 2 Chapter 15 updated the 1st of December 2019. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 15. Decisions Part 2. Minds are a curious thing. Minds are the one place the truth cannot be hidden. Whether the person is good or evil, kind or apathetic, open or secretive, all is revealed in a person's mindscape. They take shape to create a reflection of a person's personality and experiences, and with training, minds construct a defense to protect the precious memories inside. For example, Hermione's organized mind resembled a giant library, with a book representing every memory she possessed and carefully labeled in chronological order. With a clemency, her library became filled with traps, devil's snare, and multiple illusions that even Harry had trouble disabling. Her non-magic background was evident in the aesthetic of her mindscape. The library's architecture resembled an elegant 15th-century cathedral with Muggle fairy tales painted beautifully on the walls and ceiling. Her favorite book quotes were carefully carved into the wooden shelves throughout the entire library. Even the smallest person can shape the future. Her favorite quote by Tolkien was whittled into the shelf holding her earliest childhood memories. Ron's mind, on the other hand, resembled a chaotic burrow with red-headed knights defending the entrance. The knights resembled each member of his family and began taking on their personalities as well as Ron's mindscape developed. Two in particular seemed to enjoy pranking trespassers instead of attacking them headfirst. Ron also created the ghoul in the attic into a monstrous entity that viciously attacked any intruders. While Ron did not have the aptitude to create intricate illusions or traps in his mind like Hermione or Harry, Ron's memories were so haphazardly placed that his disorganization hid his memories as well as any illusion. Ron's burrow was filled with paintings of his family and friends from Hogwarts who would yell obscenities at intruders or would lecture them about their potions homework, like Hermione's painting enjoyed doing. His room included a large painting that took over an entire wall in his room that played an exact replica of the incredible Chudley Cannon's win over the Harpies in 1942. The game brought tears to Ron's eyes every time he watched it. Harry's mind was a balance between the minds of his two best friends. A castle almost an exact replica to Hogwarts, with a massive great hall and countless numbers of classrooms and moving staircases, contained his memories. While his was not organized like Hermione's, he did have his own system to finding the memories he needed. He created the Gryffindor Tower to contain his happy memories of Hogwarts, hidden behind a Quidditch painting with the password, "I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good." His childhood memories with the Dursleys were carelessly thrown in a broom closet on the 6th floor hidden in cleaning supplies. His memories of Voldemort, Death Eaters, and everything involving the war were all locked in Slytherin's chamber. These memories he placed inside of a secret room he created behind a Salazar Slytherin statue and sealed with the password, "The light will triumph," spoken in Parseltongue. He had other memories hidden in a study very similar to Dumbledore's, at Hagrid's hut, and even some stowed away in the trophy room. After he started studying magic again in his new life, he created a new area in his version of Hogwarts for his memories of Konoha. They were carefully placed in a magical trunk, not unlike Mad Eye Moody's, inside a third-floor classroom. Harry was very proud of his mindscape, which had become almost impenetrable by the end of the war. And while he was nowhere near the level of Dumbledore or Voldemort in legilimency, he became very adept at tearing through people's minds for information when needed. All of the knowledge Harry gained about the mind came from the Sullen Potion's master. The mind is not a book to be opened at will and examined at leisure, were words stressed very often. Violating someone's mind was a monstrous intrusion on a person's privacy and only performed in desperate times. With the war, however, these intrusions were necessary to either find information from his foes or to help his fellow Order members learn how to defend their minds. Harry had ventured into many minds of wizards and witches throughout the years, however, he had never seen a mind like this one before. The week before, the mission was set for failure from the beginning. 5 teams were clustered in front of the Hokage's desk at dawn awaiting orders. Genma stood between his 2 teammates, Ueda Akihiko and Inuzuka Maiko. Akihiko was a budding Kenjutsu expert who had just passed his Jonin exam a few weeks prior. He was practically shaking in his excitement to begin a mission as an official Jonin of Konoha. Maiko was quite the opposite and looked incredibly bored. Her partner Kyo, a massive bloodhound with floppy ears and a love for Dango, sat dutifully at her feet, nudging her to pay attention. On the left of Genma's team, Kakashi stood with his 2 teammates as well. Oshiro Hitomi, a brass medic nin with a flair for genjutsu, was a part of Kakashi's scouting team, alongside a Hyuga named Ko. Kakashi had his beloved orange novel secured in front of his face so he could ignore the rest of the Jonin in the room. "I'm glad he doesn't read that smut in front of Hari and Luna," Genma muttered darkly, gaining a wicked grin from Maiko. "Oh, you mean the beautiful foreign girl you can't stop thinking?" Genma slapped a hand on her mouth, sputtering incredulously. Akihiko chuckled and earned an exasperated look from Genma. Before he could respond that he definitely, absolutely does not think about Luna, the Hokage finally cleared his throat. The gathered Jonin quieted down to hear their orders. "A tragedy occurred in Konoha last night. I have called all of you here for the task of retrieving a member of our own who committed the heinous crime. All of your teams are here. Bring back Uchiha Itachi, who murdered all but one of the prestigious Uchiha clan." The Hokage took a deep breath and closed his eyes. There was a heavy pause before he continued. "While he is only 13, Uchiha Itachi is not to be underestimated whatsoever. He was an Anbu captain and also had the ability to kill his entire clan, filled with many talented shinobi. If your team finds a possible trail, you are required to send for the closest scouting team before proceeding. I do not want any teams approaching the Uchiha alone. Nara Shikaku will be notifying you of the direction each team will take for their mission." Genma accepted the mission without complaint, though had reservations on the success of such an endeavor. While it may not be too difficult to find a trail, the possibility of catching up with an incredibly talented ninja such as Itachi who has a 12-hour head start will be close to impossible in his opinion. His team was ordered to head out west towards the Land of Rivers. They left shortly after the debriefing, Inuzuka and Kyo heading the team forward. Kakashi's team was the second wave to leave that night and head in the direction of 2 different teams and hopefully have a lead to pursue. It wasn't until early the next morning that Kyo barked excitedly. "You find something, boy?" Maiko asked, heading to the tree her partner was occupying. Maiko sniffed heavily into the bark of the tree. "Great job, Kyo, I never would have noticed that." She gestured for Genma and Akihiko. Kyo found traces of the Uchiha. "It's about half a day old and very faint, but it's there. Kyo is the best tracker there is," she added proudly, beaming down at her nin dog. Genma took out the scroll Nara had given them and activated it. A Konoha hawk burst out of the sealed pages and nipped Genma's hand aggressively. Inuzuka wrote out their specific coordinates as Genma tried to calm down the ruffled bird. "Kakashi's team is closest," Maiko stated, tying the note to the foot of the hawk. The bird then took off and flew swiftly northeast. "It will be at least an hour before the team can make it here," Inuzuka said after the hawk disappeared from view. "While I'd love to continue on the trail, we should set up camp for now or refuel. If we are going to be encountering Uchiha Itachi, we need to be completely prepared and have backup." Half an hour after they set up their temporary camp, Kyo whipped around and began growling. Maiko reacted a second later and mimicked her partner. Incoming, multiple shinobi, between 8 and 12 of them, she growled, her canines elongating. Genma pulled out a handful of senbon, still clenching his favorite one between his teeth. Akihiko took out his katana and slashed the air. 11 shinobi burst through the forest and a battle commenced, with the 3 Konoha Jonin at an extreme disadvantage. By the time Kakashi's team arrived, Akihiko was a mangled corpse and Maiko was collapsed against a tree with her hound standing guard, bleeding profusely over her still form. Genma, who had lasted the longest against the enemy Nin, was breathing heavily from multiple kunai lodged in his torso and struggling to stand with gashes in his left leg and a crushed foot. Kakashi, Hitomi, and Ko all rushed in as the last 3 of the enemy Nin launched another attack on the lone Jonin. Kakashi's team took down the worn-down enemy Nin easily. Genma crumpled on the ground in shock as soon as the last shinobi was disposed of. When Hitomi tried to approach him, he waved her away. "Check them first," he panted forcefully. "Check Inuzuka," Kakashi ordered before heading to Ueda Akihiko. He didn't need to check the Kenjutsu expert to know that he had succumbed to his injuries. Kakashi silently took out a scroll and sealed the fallen shinobi. Kyo started growling weakly as Hitomi and Ko approached the Inuzuka. "It's okay, Kyo, they came to help," Genma stated shakily. "We are here to help," the Hyuga stated softly, distracting the hound so his teammate could check the Inuzuka. The dog continued to whine in pain but continued to stand in defense of his master. "She's still alive," Hitomi exclaimed, her hands automatically turning green and beginning to heal the unconscious Kunoichi. Maiko's hound quieted down after breathing a sigh of relief and finally fell to the ground. "Poor thing," Ko stated sadly, picking up the deceased Nin dog and sealing him in a scroll as well. He protected his master until the very end. "Continue to heal her," Kakashi ordered before summoning his Pakun. "Can you still pick up Itachi's trail?" The pug scouted the area, his nose flat on the ground. "Genma, where did the trail lead from here?" Kakashi asked, turning his attention to the senbon user. "Northwest through the land of rivers, but the trail was already faint." Genma cringed as another wave of pain shot through his leg. "He's right, boss, the trail sort of fades away from here," Pakun announced after checking the surrounding grounds. With no trail to follow and 2 injured shinobi, the group had no choice but to state the mission as a failure. Genma sighed, rubbing his injured leg as he sat down next to the fire. His teammate was still unconscious, but her breathing had improved significantly. "She'll be fine," Hitomi said, noticing where Genma's gaze had followed. She was stirring a pot of stew over the fire but still had a diligent eye on her 2 patients. Genma clenched his fists. This was his fault. He was a seasoned Jonin and should have protected them. He should have been the one to die, not Akihiko. Picturing the Kenjutsu expert fighting so hard against the multiple enemies sent another wave of pain through him that had nothing to do with his leg. He felt a hand squeeze his shoulder softly. He looked up into his masked friend's face. "You cannot blame yourself for this. This attack was unavoidable, and without you and Ueda, Inuzuka wouldn't have made it. His sacrifice will never be forgotten." Ko came back from his perimeter check and sat gracefully across from Genma. He accepted a bowl of stew with a nod of thanks and quietly began to eat. Hitomi then offered another to Genma. His stomach lurched but Hitomi forced him to take it. "You won't be able to heal without any sustenance," she stated simply. They had been camping for 2 days, allowing Genma and Maiko to recover before heading back to Konoha. Genma's wounds were substantial but not life-threatening. While he would be fine in another day or so, Maiko was the one the group was most worried about. Having a medic Nin there to immediately begin healing her increased her probability of living exponentially, but they still needed to be careful. Hitomi forced them to stay for the entire week to make sure Maiko was healthy enough for travel. Kakashi hated waiting. He wanted to either go after Itachi or head home to his charge, but with injured comrades and no trail to follow, all he could do was sit and speculate. Why did their mission start a day after the massacre instead of as soon as they knew Itachi had fled? The timing was strange and set them up for near failure as it was. Almost as though they were sent just for show rather than to actually catch Itachi. Then there were the shinobi with no visible village affiliation. Was it just coincidence they attacked or were they sent to block any Konoha nin from following the fugitive Uchiha? Kakashi had sealed up the enemy's bodies as well, hoping there would be clues to where they came from and why they attacked his fellow shinobi. Present day. All Harry could see at first was pitch black. As he entered forward, the scene before him lightened up but carried a red tint on every surface. He'd never ventured into a mine that was stained a certain color. So this must be what the Uchiha clan village looks like, he murmured, studying the environment carefully. It was deathly quiet, only the sound of faint whispers could be heard. He began searching the houses, only finding them to be empty. He finally came to the largest house, and as he approached, the whispers became louder and more pronounced. Harry entered the house slowly. The door creaked as he pushed it open. The house was bare like the others except for one detail. A small form was huddled in the middle of the room. Harry could see Sasuke sitting alone, shaking and clutching his knees to his chest with his face hidden. "Sasuke?" Harry called out cautiously. No response. "Sasuke, it's me, Harry," he said, walking slowly to his friend. He made his way into the room and stood directly in front of the shaking boy. Still, Sasuke did not respond. Harry left the boy for a moment, searching the rest of the house for the source of the whispers. In the last room, a small bedroom with minimal decor, he found the memories. They were floating around like leaves in a storm, cries escaping from many of them. Something must have agitated them, Harry thought, using his magic to calm them down. They finally quieted and slowed to a lazy hover except for one. One memory glowed an angry red, the same tint as the village in Sasuke's mind, and continued to zoom around the room. Faint screams still erupted from the disturbed memory. It stood out in comparison to the other white glinting memories. "Looks tampered with," Harry murmured to himself. Before initiating any repairs to the tampered memory, he exited the room to check back on Sasuke to see if calming the other memories made any difference. The boy was still huddled in the middle of the room, but his shaking had calmed a little. His head had risen so Harry could see the boy's tear-streaked face. "Sasuke?" Sasuke still didn't respond. He looked terrified. Harry hesitantly reached out to comfort the boy. As soon as his hand touched Sasuke's shoulder, Harry's vision spun. Men and women getting decapitated in their homes, children's throats getting slit, terrified screams echoing all around. To test the limit of my abilities, the Uchiha clan head and his wife kneeling in front of a blood-soaked Itachi, pleading for their lives. "You must kill your closest friend." Harry let go, his hand shaking uncontrollably, and felt a strong urge to retch. His friend was stuck in this memory, the massacre, and it was being replayed over and over again. And it's been tampered with to show him everything that happened in the massacre, Harry thought with dismay. No 8-year-old should ever see something so horrible. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself. How should I fix this? Obliviate him? Harry walked back into the room with the memories, debating his options. He stared angrily at the volatile memory, still ricocheting off the walls. Maybe if I just alter the memory, I can erase the memories of his family members' deaths and all of the blood. "Why did you do this, Itachi? You loved your brother," Harry growled. He wanted to erase the whole memory, but if his brother thinks to come after him in the future, Sasuke will need to remember what happened. Harry made the decision. He would take out all the memories of the murders. He would erase the screams and the bodies from his friend's memory. He'd even lessen the visuals of the memory, so Sasuke didn't see the blood on his brother's clothes. But he would keep the words. It may be something he would talk to Sasuke about in the future, to figure out exactly what Itachi meant. It seemed important, and Harry couldn't take that away as much as he wanted to. He could take away the memories, but he couldn't erase the actual massacre. His friend will hurt no matter what Harry did for him here. But I can help his nightmares, Harry thought, and with determination, he began to alter the memory. The glowing red memory screamed, and Harry could hear Sasuke screaming with it. Ignoring his friend's cries, he continued his work until he erased all that he could. Finally, the memory and Sasuke quieted down. The memory floated just as the others did, and only had a small tinge of red left in its glowing sphere. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow and returned to his friend. "Harry?" Sasuke was standing up, though his body still shook slightly, and fell into a defensive stance as soon as Harry entered the room. "What are you doing? How are you here? What's going on?" Harry's mind went blank. How was he supposed to explain this? "You've been in a coma for a week now. My bloodline limit allowed me to come and get you." Harry scratched the back of his head uncomfortably. "A lot has happened," And I'll explain everything once you wake up, okay? But I don't want anyone to know my bloodline lets me do this. I'll tell you everything, but just please don't tell anyone about this. Sasuke nodded in confusion. Harry gestured him to walk outside. So, if I am asleep, how do I wake up? Well, since everything has calmed down here, you will probably wake up on your own. Harry looked around, thankful that the red tint was gone from the village. But I can pinch you if that will help. Sasuke cracked a small smile, and Harry gave a sigh of relief. At least Sasuke hadn't lost his ability to smile. Sasuke stared around the village. They're gone, aren't they? He stated sadly. Harry nodded solemnly. But I promise you, Sasuke, you will never be alone. He squeezed the boy's shoulder. I'm going to kill him, Sasuke stated firmly, clenching his hands into fists. And I'll help you. Before Sasuke could protest, Harry waved it off. I already told you, I'm not going to let you be alone. If you want revenge, then I will support you with that. He sighed. We will talk more about this later. First I want you to wake up, okay? Harry steadied himself to cancel the spell. See you on the other side. Harry then snapped awake. He looked around the room, blinking his eyes rapidly to adapt his vision to the bright room. He noted that no one had visited the room while he was in Sasuke's mind. He removed the Notice Me Not spell from the door and stretched out his stiff back before leaning toward Sasuke. He shook him softly. Sasuke, time to wake up. There was some rustling of sheets and a groan. Come on, Sasuke. I need my sparring partner back. He shook him once more. Then, Sasuke opened his eyes. End chapter. Well, I finally finished this chapter. Next chapter Harry will be telling people a little about his bloodline and Kakashi and Genma will be back. Also, Harry and Taichi's fight is coming up soon. Thanks for reading. Please let me know what you think. Lights. If anyone was wondering what type of snake Ao is, he is a Mangshan pit viper. Look them up, they're beautiful. Aftermath Chapter 16 updated the 1st of December 2019. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 16. Aftermath. Harry sighed in relief and smiled down at his friend. Glad you're back, Sasuke. A few seconds later, a medic and 2 nurses rushed in. They must have had some type of sensor to notify them when the boy woke up. Thank goodness, the medic exclaimed as he began to check Sasuke's vitals. Aya, send word to Hokage-sama that the boy has awoken. Sorry Hari-kun, but I'll need you to step out while I heck your friend further. Harry nodded and tried to stand, but a hand reached out to stop him from leaving. Hari stays, Sasuke said with a slight trembling in his voice. The medic nodded and continued through a series of tests as Harry sat quietly next to the bed. Sasuke, physically you seem just fine. The medic paused, looking over the clipboard in his hands. I'm going to have someone come in to talk with you though before we decide anything. So I guess they are worried about his mental state, Harry thought as the medic mentioned to his nurse to bring Sasuke some food. He studied his friend's blank expression and shaking hands. If I hadn't just been inside his mind, I'd be worried too. Nevertheless, he'll still need a long time to fully heal from this. One of the nurses walked back in and set a tray of food in front of the young Uchiha. I'll be back in a little while to check on you again, Sasuke-kun, the medic stated cheerfully. He patted the boy softly on the head and turned to leave. Before he exited the door, he turned around and smiled at Harry. Hari-kun, I'm trusting you to take care of your friend until I come back. Harry nodded, and then it was just the two of them. Sasuke grasped his hands tightly together, trying to cease the trembles. Harry glanced down at the tray of food. Are you hungry? Sasuke shook his head slightly. They sat in silence for a few more moments. You have a lot of explaining to do, Sasuke said finally. Yes, I do, Harry responded, and I will tell you everything soon. And you promised me you'd, Sasuke's breath hitched, you'd help me. Kill him. He peered over to Harry, unable to veil the pain in his eyes. Yes, I will. Sasuke nodded tersely and glanced back at his untouched meal. I made a promise, and I intend to keep it, and I also told you that you would never be alone. We are going to train and get stronger, so one day you can find justice for your family. The door creaked open, and Harry found himself in a room with the Hokage. a shinobi Harry recognized as a Yamanaka, and another man Harry remembered seeing at the memorial. Harry wondered if they had been listening to his and Sasuke's conversation before entering. "Sasuke-kun, I'm very glad to see you awake," the Hokage stated as he approached the bed. "This is Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku," he said as he gestured to the two men accompanying him. Harry glanced up at the dark-haired man, seeing a strong resemblance between him and his friend Shikamaru. "Hari-kun, if you would excuse us for a moment, so we can." "No," Sasuke interrupted, to everyone's surprise, "let Hari stay. Please," he added, the quiver in his voice back again. Harry didn't understand why Sasuke was so adamant on him staying in the room. He guessed the boy just wanted some support through all of the tests and questions. He was still just a child after all. "Very well," the Hokage responded slowly, giving Harry an intense look. "Then, Hari-kun, I must ask you to keep what is said here to yourself." The two other men gave Harry a speculating look as well. "If you are able, we would like for you to tell us what happened that day." As Sasuke went into his explanation of the event, Harry kept his head down and fiddled with his hands in his lap. He felt awkward being in the room. At least the story now excluded Sasuke seeing any of his dead family members. Sasuke only remembered running into his brother, and his brother revealing his crimes before casting the genjutsu on him. As he listened to the boy's words, pictures of all the blood and death from the tampered memory flashed before his eyes. "I'll be having nightmares tonight for sure," Harry thought, and began his clemency exercises to clear his mind. The Hokage placed a wrinkled hand on Sasuke's shoulders after the boy finished his story. "My dear boy, you have been through so much. The village has mourned for you and the loss of such wonderful people." Sasuke sniffed but refrained from crying. "We've sent search parties out to try and apprehend Uchiha Itachi." Sasuke sucked in a sharp breath. The Hokage gazed at him sympathetically. "We will do all we can to bring justice to this terrible crime." Sasuke glared at his hands, facing his head down to hide his tears. "Yamanaka-san also wanted to have a chat with you today," the Hokage continued, gesturing for the blonde shinobi to approach. "Hello Sasuke-kun," Yamanaka said with a smile. "I won't ask you anything else about what happened. I just want to learn a bit more about yourself." Sasuke fervently wiped his face to hide the evidence of his tears as the blonde shinobi sat down in the vacant chair across the bed from Harry. As the Yamanaka began to ask Sasuke questions, Harry took the time to study the Hokage more closely. He looked troubled. Which makes complete sense, as this massacre happened in his village. Harry again was reminded of the old headmaster. So many times Harry had been the one to end up in the hospital wing, and Dumbledore would visit him. He'd ask what happened with genuine concern showing through his half-moon spectacles and then explain to him why it occurred. He missed the headmaster's wisdom at times when Harry had no idea what to do. The most profound message the headmaster had ever given him was, "We must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy." These words resonated with Harry through many choices he'd faced in his life. While he tried his best to follow the wise professor's words, he constantly second-guessed his decisions. "I wish I could still go to Professor Dumbledore for advice," he thought sadly. "I know entering into Sasuke's mind was helpful for waking him up, but was it the right decision? Will there be consequences for it later on?" He glanced over at his friend still answering Yamanaka's questions. The 8-year-old almost seemed fine, except the quivering of his lower lip when he spoke gave his true feelings away. No, it was right, he thought with resolve. Sasuke does not deserve to suffer through those horrible memories, consequences be damned. He looked back at the Hokage and saw that the man was staring back at him with a curious expression. The Hokage gave him an understanding smile and inclined his head. "Well, I think you are just fine to leave the hospital, as long as your medic gives the okay," Yamanaka said cheerfully. "I'd like for you to come see me once a week, just so I can check up on your progress." "Now Sasuke-kun, we need to discuss your living arrangements," the Hokage stated. Harry's eyes widened. He hadn't thought about what Sasuke's living arrangements would be after this. "The Uchiha compound has been cleaned and is ready for you, but," he trailed off with uncertainty. There was a heavy pause. "Sasuke can stay with me for now, Hokage-sama, until he figures out what he wants to do," Harry offered. "If that would be okay with you." He'd feel better if Sasuke was around so he could make sure he was taken care of. Sasuke glanced up at the Hokage with hopeful eyes. Yes, I'm sure that would be fine for now. Sasuke's medic walked in with the head medic not long after the Hokage took his leave. Yakushi-san did his own short examination. Well, Sasuke-kun, you are clear to leave, he said cheerfully to the Uchiha. If you have any headaches or blurred vision, come back to see us immediately. Nara Shikaku, who had hung around for some reason, decided to escort the two boys back to Kakashi's apartment. Though he felt a little weary at first, after encountering the stares and whispers all through the street, Harry was thankful to have the older shinobi with them. He noticed Sasuke's expressionless face wince at the words the bystanders would mumble as they passed by. We're almost there, Harry said, softly nudging Sasuke in the shoulder. Troublesome, Nara grumbled at the crowd. The small walk seemed to take forever, and the three of them were all relieved when they finally reached the threshold of the apartment. Nara Shikaku touched Harry's shoulder before they approached the door. Shikamaru's been worried about you. Make sure to come visit him soon. I will, Harry responded as he took a key out of his pocket to unlock the door. Harry found Guy was seated on the couch as soon as they entered the apartment. Ah, Hari, you've returned, the green-clad shinobi proclaimed, leaping off the couch and giving him an exaggerated thumbs up. Hello, Harry responded. Sasuke is going to stay with us for a while, okay? Of course. How youthful for you to care for your friend. Nara gestured for Guy to step outside for a moment. So Harry and Sasuke settled down on the couch. Sasuke still seemed in a daze, as if this were just a bad dream. A moment later, Guy came back into the apartment. Yash, I hear my rival and Genma-san will be arriving back today, he said with excitement, and Harry's heart leapt. He missed the two shinobi he considered family. I will keep you company until then. There were a few sharp taps on the door. Harry went to answer it, finding Luna carrying a large metallic kettle. Chamomile tea, Luna offered as a greeting. Harry stepped aside so she could enter. How kind of you to bring us tea, Guy exclaimed, and what excellent timing you have. Luna just hummed and smiled. Hello, Sasuke, she said, giving him a warm smile. Sasuke looked at Harry a bit confused. This is my sister, Luna, Harry said. She brought some tea for us. Sasuke nodded stiffly. Luna fumbled through the pantry, finding some mismatched cups in the shelves. Guy-san, could you go pick something up for the boys to eat with their tea? She asked sweetly. There is a place right down the street that makes the best sweets. Guy glanced at the two boys and agreed heartily, bounding out the door with incredible speed. Luna poured the tea into the first cup, added a small vial of amber liquid into the tea, and tapped the rim with her finger. There was a slight spark inside the liquid. This is Sasuke's, she stated, handing the cup to Harry expectantly. He peered into the cup but still diligently placed the cup into Sasuke's hands. Guy returned quickly with a bag full of cookies, grinning triumphantly. Harry placed a few cookies on a plate and set it on the table by the couch Sasuke was occupying. Luna filled the other 3 cups, handing one to Guy before taking one for herself. She took a sip while watching Sasuke attentively. Harry sat down at the table and took his own cup while also watching Sasuke slowly sip his tea. Ah, cookies and tea, what a wonderful idea, Guy exclaimed. Luna, I admire your youthfulness. A few moments passed by peacefully until Sasuke started swaying. Luna pranced to the boy and took the tea from his grasp. She set it on the coffee table as the boy fell sideways on the couch. Just a variation of dreamless sleep, Luna answered immediately. With everything that happened, a good night's rest will be helpful. She brushed his bangs from his face delicately before waving Guy over. Guy-san, could you lay him in Harry's bed? It seems the boy needs a good rest. Guy saluted before quickly scooping up the young Uchiha and disappearing into the other room. When did you figure that one out? Harry asked quietly. Working at the flower shop has been beneficial for herbology and potion studies, she answered. I've been working rather hard on creating potions with ingredients from here. Some are quite similar to ones from home. Well, that's good. Harry was thankful Luna was diligent in expanding her knowledge of potions here since he was focused on the academy and practicing his own magic. You look like you could use some too, she added softly. He looked at her in confusion. You don't have to carry all the burdens alone, you know. I'm here if you need to talk. Harry didn't realize it at the time, but she was entirely too right. Kakashi was thankful when the group finally arrived through the Konoha front gates. He held the Inuzuka steady as they were approached by two shinobi from the hospital. He and his two teammates had alternated carrying the Inuzuka throughout the trip back, who still hadn't fully gained consciousness even after a week of recovery. Two shinobi were waiting for the group at the gate to take the Inuzuka back for further treatment. Hitomi had done an excellent job healing the kunoichi, but there were still major issues beyond her expertise. One of the chunin at the gate notified them that Inuzuka's family had already been notified and were waiting for her at the hospital. "Genma Senpai, you are also to come with us to the hospital for an examination." "I need to go see Akihiko's family first," Genma argued, but the shinobi were insistent. "You can go when you are cleared." "Genma, I can go if you need me to," Kakashi offered. It wouldn't be the first time he delivered news of a fallen shinobi to their family. "No, Kakashi. This is something I have to do," Genma stated firmly. "It's my responsibility to explain to his family how their son saved both his teammates' lives." "Come over when you're done," Kakashi said simply. "I left Guy in charge, so no telling how Hari and Luna are faring." Genma winced and nodded, before turning to follow the shinobi with only a minor limp. "Let's get this over with," Hitomi growled. "I want to bathe and wash away this entire mission." Kakashi didn't respond, but agreed heartily. He wanted to get back home. After Kakashi gave his report, the Hokage closed his eyes and sighed heavily. "I see," he said gravely. "Hyuga-san, please deliver the enemy nin's bodies for examination. We will see if any information can be retrieved from them." Ko bowed and left immediately. "Oshiro-san, you did well healing Inuzuka-san. She will survive because of your efforts. Get some deserved rest. Hitaki-san, if you will stay for a moment." "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Hitomi bowed deeply and glanced at Kakashi quickly before turning to leave. The Hokage waited until the door closed before turning his attention fully to Kakashi. "The young Uchiha has awoken." Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. "Your charge was actually with him when it happened." Kakashi wasn't sure what the Hokage was implying. "They're friends, so it's not surprising that he'd want to visit him," Kakashi responded. "Yes, their friendship has been very beneficial for the both of them," the Hokage agreed. "Little Hari-kun has even offered your apartment for the boy to stay until he is ready to move home." "Ah, I see," Kakashi thought, the situation becoming a bit clearer. The council won't want anyone to have control over the last loyal Uchiha. "Hari has a kind heart," Kakashi said slowly. "He only wants what's best for his friend." The Hokage nodded. "I want you to keep a close eye on both of those boys. Uchiha Sasuke will have ANBU's protection until he becomes Genin, but he will need a responsible adult around as well." The Hokage scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Just keep training him as you have been. I think Hari-chan will be a good influence on him as well." Kakashi agreed. Hari was very mature for such a young kid. "Speaking of Hari," the Hokage continued, "have you found out anything about his bloodline?" "He has been working on it with his sister," Kakashi responded. "I do not know any details of it yet. Keep me updated. The council has been breathing down my neck about this new bloodline. I'll try to keep them out of Hari and Luna's lives as much as possible, but if this bloodline proves to be valuable, they will want the bloodline to grow." "Understood." Kakashi inwardly shuddered. He knew how forceful the council could be. For years, they tried to get Kakashi to produce offspring to pass on his unique white chakra. He'd already been Jonin by that time, so his talents in the field were too important to have ramifications for dismissing the council's orders. Hari and Luna don't have that luxury, Kakashi thought. Luna especially, since she is at childbearing age and without a ninja profession to exempt her. 20 minutes later, Kakashi entered into his apartment to find Harry and Luna sitting comfortably on the couch sipping tea, trying to ignore Guy doing squats in the kitchen. "Ah, my rival has returned," Guy announced, doing another 10 squats before stretching out his legs. "Kakashi." Harry jumped up to greet the man properly. He gave him a brief hug, and Kakashi ruffled his hair. "Glad you have returned safely," Luna offered softly. Then she glanced behind him expectantly. "Where is Genma?" Kakashi hesitated, and Harry froze, expecting the worst. "He's fine." Kakashi sighed. "He just has to be cleared from the hospital first. And he has a few things he needs to take care of." He'll be around once he's finished. Harry could tell there were omissions from Kakashi's story but figured it wasn't any of his business. Where is Sasuke? Kakashi asked, looking around the room curiously. He needed some peaceful sleep, Luna responded. He's in my room, Harry added, gesturing up the hall. Kakashi nodded and turned to his green-clad comrade. Guy, thanks for watching them for me. I owe you one. It was nothing, my rival, Guy exclaimed. I only ask that you and Hari join me in some youthful training soon. Ah, yes, we'll be sure to do that, Kakashi responded, giving Harry a smirk. Harry already knew those training days would be hell. Dinner took place at Kakashi's apartment that night. Luna and Harry made a simple shepherd's pie, wanting to serve some comfort food after the long difficult week. Genma and Sasuke were both silent at the dinner table. Harry tried to engage the two in small talk, but it ended up being futile. However, he knew something that would catch their attention. Harry glanced at Kakashi before making his decision. So, I think I'm ready to talk to you guys about our bloodline. Genma and Sasuke both jerked their heads toward him. Harry glanced at Luna, and she smiled and gestured for him to continue. Well, you all know when I was paralyzed temporarily. It happened because there was a second set of coils merging with my chakra coils. He paused. Well, it's kind of like a second source of energy we can use. Luna says it's called Mahu. It's a more spiritual energy, Luna added. Though it does conduct nicely through sticks of wood. Harry cleared his throat, trying not to laugh at Sasuke's confused expression. It's a bit hard to explain, but the bloodline does have its limits. Similar to how chakra is formed with hand seals, our bloodline usually needs words to form. He scrunched his brows in thought. Or maybe it isn't that different after all. So that's how you turn into a wolf? Sasuke asked. Can you turn into any animal? The Mahu instills in us one animal form at birth. We did not choose it, the Mahu did. Luna answered. And I have finally found mine. She stood up from the table and closed her eyes in calm concentration. Harry stared incredulously at her. Is she really going to attempt her animagus transformation here? I didn't think she had completed it yet. Harry blinked and a second later, he heard a hoot. Luna, in her animagus form, awkwardly flapped her wings. It seemed she couldn't figure out how to fly, so instead she waddled over to Genma's feet and hooted until he picked her up. An owl, Genma said with amazement. Luna's form fit perfectly in Genma's cupped hands. She's cute, Sasuke admitted, entranced at the small, feathered form. Genma studied her with avid interest, and Luna hooted happily. Well, that does close any arguments that she is your sister. Kakashi noted simply. They spent a few more moments commenting about Luna's new form before she hopped down, flapping her wings clumsily, and transforming back. Well, that was fun, she stated, gracefully seating herself back at the table. As the table lit up with questions about her form, Harry merely listened contentedly. The table no longer was filled with morose silence, and Harry was thankful. Luna looked at him knowingly and winked. She did that on purpose, Harry realized. It was the perfect distraction, if only for these few moments. And we will just have to keep creating moments like this, he thought with determination. After dinner, he gave Luna a meaningful hug before she left. Thank you, he said earnestly, for all of it. Of course, Harry. She squeezed his shoulder and walked out the door just as Genma was leaving too. We have training with Guy early in the morning, Kakashi informed him. Sasuke, feel free to join in if you'd like. Sasuke agreed immediately. The two went to bed not long after, with Harry sharing his bed with Sasuke that night. Harry placed a silencing charm on himself, hoping that if he had any nightmares they wouldn't wake anyone else up. Hari? Sasuke whispered into the dark. Yes? He queried, canceling the spell for a moment. He turned his head toward his friend. Thanks. Harry could hear his sincerity in the simple statement. No problem, Sasuke. That's what friends are for. End chapter. The Spar Chapter 17 updated the 1st of December 2019. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The spar Harry tossed and turned throughout the night. The recurring murders of the Uchiha clan crept into his dreams and kept him from falling asleep completely. Furthermore, The images incited a very unsettling feeling deep in Harry's bones. The feeling he was forgetting something important. He woke up early the next morning, his mind hazy as though he'd gotten no sleep at all. He rubbed his face roughly before taking a deep breath. He had a long day ahead of him. Harry glanced over at the still sleeping form next to him. Sasuke was curled up in the fetal position with a bit of Harry's shirt clenched in his hand. He looked almost peaceful in his sleep, a deep contrast to himself when awake. The bed in Kakashi's extra room was small, but still plenty of room for two small boys to sleep in. Bigger than the one at the Dursleys, he thought bitterly, glancing at the extra space on the other side of Sasuke. And at this age, I didn't even have that bed in Dudley's second bedroom. I was still sleeping in the cupboard under the stairs. Sasuke twitched slightly, the only indication that his dreams were less than pleasant. He looks so young, Harry thought sadly, brushing Sasuke's hair from his face gently. He is young, Harry corrected himself. He isn't even close to the age of kids attending Hogwarts yet. And first years were like toddlers compared to the rest of the school. He then pulled the bit of fabric out of the boy's grasp so he could slide out of bed. He ambled into the kitchen still lost in thought. Surprisingly, Kakashi was already awake, fingering an empty mug in one hand and a book gripped in the other. Al was spread along the window soaking in the early morning rays. Harry made sure to greet the sunning snake first with a soft stroke along his blue scales. "Greetings, brother," the snake hissed back, nodding his head delicately in Harry's direction. Harry then went and took an empty seat at the table. "Morning," Harry said sleepily. "Good morning, Hari." Kakashi turned his attention from the novel to his charge. "You had difficulty sleeping last night." Harry sighed. He was never able to hide his sleeping struggles from Kakashi. "Yes. A lot has been happening recently," Kakashi hummed in agreement. "Maybe Luna should make you that special tea to help you sleep." Harry peeked up at Kakashi's expression. He didn't realize his guardian had noticed Luna's tea was more than what it seemed. "Yes, it is calming," he responded delicately. "She has become very knowledgeable of herbs and plants since she started working with the Yamanakas." "Yes, it seems so," Kakashi agreed. "She should think about selling it. Having a tea that produces a good night's sleep would be very popular in the village." Harry paused. That wasn't a bad idea actually. Luna could make all sorts of remedies to sell if she wanted and make a profit at the same time. "Great idea, Kakashi," he said, grinning like the excited 5-year-old he was. "She'd be great at that." Kakashi chuckled. "Why don't you go wake up our little guest for breakfast?" Harry returned to his room and shook Sasuke lightly on the arm. "Hey Sasuke, it's time for breakfast if you are hungry," Sasuke grumbled. "5 more minutes, Itachi ni." Harry's hand stilled. "Sasuke, it's Harry," he stated after a moment's hesitation. "You stayed at my house last night. Kakashi is going to let us train this morning after breakfast." Sasuke opened up his eyes and focused on Harry's worried expression. Then realization dawned on him, and his eyes welled with tears. "Sasuke, I'm fine," he said tersely, sitting up and rubbing his eyes hastily with his forearm. "You said it's time for breakfast?" Harry nodded mutely. Sasuke sat awkwardly at the table with Kakashi as Harry bustled up some scrambled eggs and toast. Harry tried to focus on the task at hand, but he couldn't stop thinking about the devastated look on Sasuke's face as he remembered the fate of his family. They ate breakfast in an uncomfortable silence while Sasuke dutifully ignored the worried glances Harry kept shooting him. Guy was waiting for them as they entered the training field. "Yash. I have already run 50 laps around Konoha, so I am ready for our training. Is there anything you two want to focus on?" Kakashi asked, turning to Harry and Sasuke expectantly. "Taijutsu," Sasuke stated firmly. "I need to get stronger." Harry then suddenly remembered. He still had his fight with Tai Chi coming up soon. "Taijutsu would be good," Harry agreed. "I need to practice for my match at the academy." "You're fighting that Tai Chi boy, right?" Sasuke asked. Harry nodded. "Then Taijutsu it is," Kakashi announced, clapping his hands together. "Good thing we have an expert with us this morning." "Yash, your flames of youth will help you surpass your opponent. I will help you defeat him," Guy exclaimed, before beginning one of the most difficult training sessions Harry had ever been through. "Kakashi, what time is it?" Harry panted as he walked over to his guardian. The academy probably starts soon. I've been thinking about that. It might be better for you and Sasuke to stay home for a few days. He inclined his head toward the young Uchiha, speaking with Guy about his stance. It might be overwhelming for him to be around all the academy kids so soon. He acts tough, but he still needs time to adjust, and he does better when he's around you for support. Kakashi's right, Harry thought, looking over at his young friend. He needs a little more time to heal before having to deal with other children. Harry walked over to his friend, feeling determined. He'd make sure to help Sasuke through this and lend him support whenever he needed it. Fancy a spar? He asked with a grin. As long as he was around, Sasuke would never be alone. A few days later, Kakashi asked Sasuke if he wanted to go to the academy. You don't have to push yourself, you can take time before going back, he added lightly. I want to go, Sasuke replied adamantly, ceasing any argument on the matter after that. So Luna packed them both bentos filled with delicious food, and the two of them set off for the academy. Sasuke, you should meet us for lunch, Harry stated as they approached the front door. We always meet up in the back behind the teacher's lounge. Sasuke nodded but hesitated to walk in. Harry noticed his pause and put a hand on the boy's shoulder. If you need me, I'm only a few doors away. I wouldn't mind ditching if you want to hang out instead. I'm not a baby, Sasuke grunted, swatting Harry's hand away but looked a little relieved. I'll see you at lunch then. Harry followed Sasuke into the academy and watched him enter his classroom before joining his own. Ah, so the shrimp decides to return. It seemed Taichi had been waiting for him. I figured you were skipping, because you're scared to fight me. You won't get out of it, our fight is 2 days from now. Harry sat down quietly next to Baitoru, whose nose was lodged in the tactics books he'd loaned him. Glad you were back, Baitoru said softly, not looking up from his book. It has been barely tolerable in class without you. The Aburame gestured toward Taichi, who was now angry about being ignored. He has been frustrating. Harry laughed at his classmate's irritation. I can imagine. Is everything okay? Baitoru asked after a moment. I'm fine, thanks. Harry smiled at the boy. He was lucky to have been able to make a friend in this class who was so kind. Some family stuff came up, so I stayed home for a while. Baitoru nodded, looking relieved. They both turned to the front of the class as Ito-sensei began the morning lesson. The break for lunch was a much-needed reprieve for Harry. He left quickly to escape the glares boring into the back of his head. He did not leave Taichi's attention through their entire lecture. He plopped down, leaning heavily against the back of the school, waiting for his friends to join him. I can't wait until this fight with Taichi is over with, Harry thought irritably. Then he will get off my back. I'm too old for these silly schoolyard rivalries. He giggled a bit at the thought of his older self, sitting in a classroom filled with children. He heard a heated argument heading toward him. Why do you have to eat with us? Harry heard Naruto shout. Because Hari asked me to? Harry groaned. Maybe having Sasuke become friends with the other three would be harder than he thought. Hey guys, Harry stated cheerfully as Naruto and Sasuke rushed over to sit on either side of him. Shikamaru and Choji followed behind at a more leisurely pace and sat across from them. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered, glancing at the two feuding boys. Naruto crossed his arms and huffed. He already has all the girls in love with him. The jerk doesn't get my Tuto too. Harry nudged the agitated boy with his shoulder. Naruto, Sasuke is my friend too. I invited him to eat with us. Be nice. Sasuke smirked. He's not your Tuto, Dobi. Naruto leaned across Harry, shooting Sasuke a glare and stuck out his tongue. Come on, guys, let's just eat our lunches, Harry said, trying to stop a fight from breaking out. Choji, Shikamaru, he started, wanting to change the subject. Want a biscuit? Luna baked them last night. Choji and Shikamaru both took one to sample, and they ate for a few moments in peace. Hari, want to play ninja after class? Naruto asked with excitement. I saw a cool new move I want to try. Sasuke laughed darkly. Hari, play ninja. He's training to be a real one. And what would you know about being a ninja, dead last? I know stuff. Naruto yelled. Maybe not as much as you, but I do. I'm gonna be Hokage someday. Sasuke was about to reply when Harry grabbed his arm. Excuse us for a minute, he said to the boys as he pulled Sasuke away from the group. Why are you friends with that idiot? Sasuke grumbled when Harry finally let his arm go. Everyone needs friends, Sasuke. You should try to get along with your classmates a little more. One day, we will all be shinobi and need to trust one another. Sasuke nodded slightly. Yes, but why him? Sasuke, we are all just kids. Naruto, he paused. Naruto has a kind heart. He has grown up without any family at all. I was his first friend. Sasuke's eyes widened a fraction. I know he is loud, but it's only because he's gone his whole life being ignored and alone. He needs friends like us to be there for him. He's still just the annoying dead last, Sasuke muttered, but his expression became somewhat softer. Maybe he just hasn't had anyone take the time to teach him anything. You've seen how the adults treat him. Harry glanced away sadly, voicing thoughts he'd had for a while about the blonde. Maybe we could teach him a few things? Maybe, Sasuke responded apprehensively. Harry, happy it wasn't a resounding refusal, gave the boy a bright smile. Let's go back to finish our lunch. As they headed back, Harry looped an arm around Sasuke's shoulders in a quick one-armed hug. I'm glad to have you as my friend, Sasuke, and maybe one day Naruto will be lucky enough to say the same. Sasuke rolled his eyes but still had a small smile on his face when they returned to the group. 2 days later, Harry found himself facing his large scowling classmate on the sparring platform. Now, let's see which one of you is top of the class in taijutsu, Ito-sensei stated dully, but his eyes showed vast interest. The spar is over when your opponent is knocked out, falls outside the platform, or if I declare an obvious winner. Prepare to be flattened, shrimp, Taichi bellowed, inciting a few cheers from his friends. Harry glanced over at Baitoru, who looked positively bored. Harry grinned. At least one person feels that I will win this fight, Harry thought. He then glanced at the girls' panicked faces with a sigh. Their cries about the unfairness of this fight only made Harry's opponent smirk triumphantly at him. Are you both ready? Hi, Taichi barked loudly. Harry just nodded and slid gracefully into his fighting stance. Begin. Harry waited for the inevitable first move from the older boy. The taijutsu style Harry learned from Guy was not normal for the academy. The style created advantages based off a smaller and more limber form, using the opponent's size and body weight against them. The style called for great speed, which Kakashi and Guy both focused a great amount of time training him in until he was deemed fast enough to execute the moves. Harry acknowledged the boy's superior strength and size. He would never be able to beat the boy in a normal fistfight. He would have to rely on his speed and intellect to win this spar. Which is all I need to beat him easily, Harry thought confidently. Taichi instantly went for the knockout, or at least it would have been if Harry hadn't dodged. He expertly moved around Taichi's punches and kicks, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He shot out a few punches in return, but nothing to deter his opponent's attacks. Stop dodging, shrimp, he huffed, continuing his barrage of fists. Harry waited patiently until he saw the boy's arm at the perfect angle. Taichi's fist was in motion towards the center of his face. Harry waited before ducking away from the strike and grabbing hold of the boy's arm. He flashed his foot out to knock one of his legs off balance and used his momentum to flip the boy over. Taichi flew off the platform, barreling into one of the more obnoxious boys in his friend group. There was shocked silence before the class erupted in surprised cheers. The girls practically squealed. Harry grinned broadly. For the first time, he truly felt he was ready to be a genin. He couldn't wait to tell Kakashi and Guy. Their tutelage was paramount to his victory. Harry caught Baitoru's eye, and the Aburame gave him a rare thumbs up. Harry turned to face his sensei, waiting for the teacher to officially end the spar. Congratulations, Hari-kun, you have won. Harry heard gasps and turned his head to see Taichi lunging at his back like a feral dog. His body fought to turn quickly enough to block the attack, but he was a second too late. A blue sphere formed instantly to block the boy's attack and then lashed out, sending him flying backwards. Harry forgot to breathe for a moment. How on earth did my magic respond without a spell? He glanced uneasily at his sensei, whose expression looked more like a gaping fish. He was inwardly panicking when he heard the whispers. What was that? A bloodline? So powerful, I'll ask my dad. The murmurings continued until Taichi stood back up, absolutely furious. "You cheated," he roared, his face turning a bright red. "I should have won that." Harry stayed silent. He was still trying to think of a way to explain what happened. He wasn't ready for everyone to know what his magic could do. "Unfortunately, it seems that ship has sailed. He already beat you fair and square," a blonde girl shrilled. "Yeah, he only used his bloodline after the spar was over," another boy added, inspiring nods from the rest of the class. "You are the cheater, Taichi," a few of his classmates chorused. Harry figured he better say something before this got out of hand. "I beat you," he stated calmly at the irate boy, "but I'm sorry I used my bloodline to block your attack. However, the spar was over, so you shouldn't have tried to attack me." He glanced over at his sensei, his eyes pleading to intervene. "Poteru Hari is the winner. Class is dismissed for the day. Taichi, come with me," he stated authoritatively, taking Taichi by the shoulder and leading him rather forcefully into the academy. "That was amazing, Hari-kun," said the blonde who'd risen to his defense first after the spar. He thought her name might have been Miki or Mika, but he couldn't remember for sure. "Thank you." More kids came over to pat him on the shoulder and congratulate him. "What an awesome bloodline," one of the other boys exclaimed. "You're not so bad for a little kid." "Yeah, what all can you do with it?" another classmate asked excitedly. The others looked at him eagerly. He looked around, uncomfortable. What was he supposed to say? "It is impolite to ask a bloodline user the specifics of their ability," Baitoru said sternly. The other children looked embarrassed. "Now, Ido-sensei said class was over, so go home," the other children muttered, but eventually headed off to their respective homes. "Thanks for that," Harry said, feeling relieved. "Of course. Our classmates are rather stupid sometimes." Baitoru stared at him thoughtfully and then nodded in his direction. "See you tomorrow, Hari. And you didn't think of a spell in your head?" Luna asked curiously after Harry told her about the spar. Since Sasuke was still in class, he went to visit Luna. "No, I didn't," he answered assuredly. "It felt instinctive. Like my magic knew what I needed and responded." She hummed, continuing her crocheting with a large mass of yarn. "Magic is a mysterious thing," she commented, finally. "In this life, the rules have changed. So maybe your magic has changed too." "My magic changing?" Harry thought, pondering the possibility. He'd always believed magic had to be produced with words or thoughts, unless. What if it was just accidental magic? Harry thought suddenly. I mean, I am kind of a child now. That would explain it. "Yes, that is true," Luna agreed. "Even though you aren't a child, you do have the body of one." They both fell into a contemplative silence. "Luna," Harry began, staring at the strange clump she was creating with the yarn, "what are you making?" "A healing blanket for Genma," she replied warmly. "Oh. How is he?" Harry asked softly. She paused, setting her needles down for a moment. "He is coping. He's been given a few weeks of vacation to recover." She patted a part of the already knitted blanket fondly. "He's a very strong person. He reminds me of Neville, brave and loyal Neville." She smiled, her eyes glistening. "And this blanket will help him heal." Harry and Sasuke stood outside, running through their katas by themselves. Kakashi appeared suddenly behind them, causing Sasuke to jerk away in surprise. "Kakashi, why do you always do that?" Harry asked, grinning at the disgruntled look on Sasuke's face. "A ninja should always be aware of their surroundings," he replied casually. As if reading the boys' minds, he added, "Guy's been sent on a mission, so he won't be back for a week or so." "So you'll be doing our taijutsu training sessions then?" Sasuke asked. Kakashi nodded. "Good. I'm ready," Sasuke stated with determination. "Before we begin though, I heard you had an interesting spar today, Hari." "Yeah, everybody was talking about it at the academy," Sasuke added, looking at Harry for confirmation. "Apparently some of the classes saw it through the window." "It wasn't on purpose," Harry said in his defense. Kakashi ruffled his hair. "We know you didn't. I just want you to be prepared for any repercussions that come about with your bloodline becoming public knowledge." "Is it really that big of a deal?" Harry asked. "I mean, there are a lot of bloodlines out there." "That is true," Kakashi agreed, "but no one knows anything about yours. And that's what makes it intriguing to others. he suddenly became very serious. I want you to promise me that you won't go off with anyone without my knowledge. I don't care if it's the Hokage, you make sure I know first. Same for you, Sasuke. I promise, they both responded. Kakashi cleared his throat, looking pleased. Now, for training, we are going to do something a bit different today. I'm going to teach you how to flare your chakra. This is a tool for sending distress signals or sending subtle messages to your comrades, depending on the intensity of the flare. End chapter. Genin Exam Chapter 18 updated the 6th of December 2019. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Genin Exam. Harry sat in a comfortable spot on Luna's couch preparing to meditate. Luna was in the kitchen peering into a cauldron muttering nonsensical phrases into the bubbling liquid. She was tiptoeing around the concoction in a bit of a dance and Harry could see a smile on her face as she concentrated. When Harry asked what she was creating, she responded something about when in Rome, and didn't elaborate. It was wonderful for Harry to see Luna enjoying herself. She hadn't been in this new world for too long but seemed to be finding her place here just fine. Selfishly, Harry was grateful to have Luna as a tether to his old life and magic. He didn't know if he would still be completely sane without her unwavering support and friendship. When he thought his magic was gone, a piece of himself crumbled. To have his magic back and whole again was incredible. And now he had one of his best friends to share this new world and keep some semblance of magic still relevant in his daily life. Also, Harry hated secrets, so it was nice to talk about their past lives and keep alive the memories of their friends, families, and the wizarding world. The good memories at least. It had been a week since Sasuke began staying with him and Kakashi. Sasuke still seemed unable to fully comprehend his family's deaths and thus, barely left Harry's side except for class. And as much as he was thankful to be able to help out his young friend, Harry's time spent practicing magic was lessened considerably because of it. Harry took advantage of the time Sasuke spent at his appointment with the Yamanaka head and worked twice as hard on his growing magical ability. Today, however, he used his free time to work on his mindscape without interruption. Luna had asked him earlier why he spent so much time on his occlumency. He told her it was therapeutic, and it also could be an advantage one day. Harry didn't need to reveal his other reason, at least not yet. He promised Sasuke he would help him get revenge. Harry saw firsthand what Itachi did to his brother's mind and understood the strength of the older Uchiha's ability. He not only would be prepared to counteract that kind of attack, but also build up his own mind magics to use against him. Even if he couldn't understand Itachi's reasons for slaughtering his clan, Harry knew Sasuke had every right to want revenge. Voldemort killed his family, friends, and everyone he loved so dearly. He'd been able to avenge their deaths, right? It didn't bring any of them back, a bitter voice whispered in the back of Harry's mind. You weren't happy once you obtained your revenge for your loved ones. You only wanted to die and join them. Harry chose to ignore it. He took a deep, calming breath and delved into his mind. He appeared in the front hall as always and headed up the main staircase toward the 5th floor. He'd begun with the top floor, updating the traps and reorganizing his memories since his reconnection with magic. He added new hidden staircases behind tapestries and long-winded hallways that led to dead ends. Some were mirror images of Hogwarts. Others were his own creation. He began in a room placed exactly where McGonagall's office used to be. He replicated as much of the room he could remember, even placing a sleeping cat in the desk's chair for his own amusement. He didn't keep any memories in this room, but the nostalgia of standing once again in his head of house's office was reason enough to create it. Though he did set the cat to claw any intruder that woke her up. The cat eyed him suspiciously before yawning and curling up for a nap. He left the room and began walking down the hallway towards Gryffindor Tower. There were a lot of memories hidden in there, so he figured it would take a while to reorganize and fortify. He turned a corner and felt a chill down his spine. What on earth? He approached a darkened corridor he did not remember creating. It pulsed in an unnatural way, and Harry instantly knew an outside source had been inside his mind. He crept forward with caution to see what exactly this extension contained. An innocuous door rested at the end of the corridor. It was plain and unremarkable except for the black veins extending from the doorframe across the walls. He reached for the door handle but a shock made him retract with a hiss. Someone wants to keep me out of this, he mused. shaking his pained hand in annoyance. He studied the veins thoroughly, though did not try touching any of it again. The magic, or whatever power created these veins, felt foreign. He tried to extend his magic out too. The edge of the veins, but as soon as his magic touched the vein, it squirmed and shot back into his core. He rubbed his stomach uncomfortably, as if this would soothe his magic. He had never had that reaction before. His magic felt terrified. When he couldn't see anything else to scrutinize, Harry pulled himself out of his mind, feeling incredibly uneasy about his new discovery. "Come try this," Luna stated as Harry opened his eyes. He walked over to the counter, trying to calm himself so Luna didn't notice anything was off. "Drink." She held out a glass of bright purple liquid. He eyed it curiously before downing it in one gulp. He immediately began coughing at the overly sweetened taste. "Luna, what in Merlin's name is that?" "Well, it's supposed to be a variation of a pepper-up potion. Did it not work?" Harry suddenly realized his lethargy from training all day had faded away almost completely. He grinned at her. "Yes, it worked. I feel great, Luna, but what did you sub for the fire salamander eyes?" "A swordtail newt. Of all the amphibians around here, that one was the closest acidity to the fire salamander I could find." Harry was thoroughly impressed. "You really are a genius at potions, Luna." She smiled at the compliment. "Yes, it seems I've inherited my mother's talent." Though, Harry started hesitantly, "Is the potion supposed to be so sweet?" "I always thought the pepper-up potion was too bitter before," she said with wide eyes. "And shouldn't energy taste sweet?" Even Luna's chipper attitude could not pull Harry away from his previous thoughts. "Who created that corridor and what is hidden behind that door? And why did my magic seem scared of it?" He didn't want to worry Luna, so he didn't bring it up. If he could not figure it out on his own, then eventually he'd see if Luna had any ideas. A few hours later, Kakashi returned with a dejected-looking Sasuke. "I told them I wanted to live with you. Shouldn't it matter what I want?" Realization dawned on Harry. They must have denied Sasuke's request to live with them. "It's more complicated than that, Sasuke," Kakashi replied gently, patting the boy on the head. "It's not fair," Sasuke barked out, clenching his fists like he wanted to punch something. "The council was adamant you stay in the compound," Kakashi stated matter-of-factly. "I'm sorry, Sasuke, but there isn't anything I can do." Sasuke sniffed and ran to Harry, burying his face into Harry's shoulder. Harry patted the boy on the head, wishing he could do something to change the council's mind. If he'd been given the opportunity to live with people who cared for him instead of the Dursleys and was denied, he'd have been upset too. "The fudges of the world want to seem more powerful than they actually are," Luna chimed in. "So they have to believe they won, even if you have an ace up your sleeve." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, while Sasuke stared at Luna as if she'd grown a second head. Kakashi just stared expectantly at her. It appeared he was now familiar to her odd comments. "I mean, you play their game by moving where they want you. But," Sasuke sniffed, "but I don't want." "I know, sweetie," Luna said softly, "but they said you have to live at your old place." "However," she added with a somewhat Slytherin smile, "they never denied you being able to sleep over whenever you want." Sasuke beamed. Sasuke officially lived at the Uchiha compound but still slept over most nights with Harry and Kakashi. Kakashi even bought another bed to fit into the second bedroom so Sasuke would have his own when he stayed over. Kakashi forced him to stay at the compound once or twice a week to appease anyone wanting to complain. Kakashi or Genma would stay with him until he falls asleep, sometimes watching over him throughout the night in case of nightmares. Harry thought it was incredibly kind, and even if the two never admitted it, Kakashi and Guy also began to see Sasuke as family. Naruto also became more of a presence in the Potter household, eating dinner with them a few nights a week. Sasuke at first complained and Naruto fought with him constantly, but after a while they seemed to tolerate each other more. One night in particular, an extravagant food fight began with Naruto pelting Sasuke in the face with a handful of casserole. He reciprocated immediately and the rest of the table, once Luna flicked some food into Genma's face, joined in the fun. Kakashi mysteriously disappeared during this time and didn't come back until well after Naruto went home for the night. Months passed by for Harry in a blur. Harry's 6th birthday came and went as did a celebration of Luna turning 17. With training, the academy, and spending time with his dysfunctional family, Harry was startled to find it was the day of his genin exam at the academy. He cooked eggs on the stove, trying not to be nervous about the test, while Luna whistled as she made tea. Kakashi sat at the table reading his orange novel with Genma chastising him for reading smut in front of children. Sasuke was seated at the table as well, pouting because the Hokage denied his request to take the exam early as well. "You'll be fine," Kakashi chimed suddenly, sensing Harry's apprehension. "I know. Of course he'd be fine. He was an adult for Merlin's sake, and Harry had trained more than any other kid in his class. I'm sorry you can't take it with me, Sasuke." He sent Sasuke an apologetic smile. "It's fine," Sasuke sniffed, clearly not meaning it. "It's not your fault anyways." After breakfast, the three adults decided to walk Harry and Sasuke to the academy together. "You don't have to show off any of your bloodline if you don't want to," Kakashi stated as they walked down the street towards the building. "If they ask for a demonstration, you are not required to do so." Harry nodded absently, thinking over everything the genin exam entailed. The written portion would be the easiest. He scored incredibly high on the practice tests, so he wasn't too worried about it. Even the physical test wouldn't be too difficult. His training with Kakashi required more from him than any training at the academy. Harry's only struggle now was creating a bunshin during a spar. If he didn't concentrate enough, the bunshin would still look older than his physical self now appeared. Harry was always embarrassed whenever that happened, much to the amusement of the others. Kakashi believed it was because Harry was so mature for his age that he might involuntarily think of himself as older. In a way, Kakashi was dead on with his assumption. To Harry's surprise, Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto were waiting expectantly outside the academy for him. "Hari-chan. We wanted to wish you good luck," Naruto exclaimed loudly. His smile was brighter than his jumpsuit as he leapt on Harry for a hug. "He doesn't need luck, he's going to pass easily," Sasuke muttered. Naruto stuck his tongue out at the Uchiha after he let Harry go. He hugged Luna briefly as well before running into the academy, waving back at them cheekily. "We agree, but you're still supposed to wish someone good luck," Shikamaru responded with a shrug. Choji nodded in agreement. "You'll be great," Choji piped in cheerfully. "Thanks guys," Harry said appreciatively. "I'll let you know how it goes." "All right. You three head to your classroom," Kakashi said, waving them off lazily. After the three boys ran inside, Kakashi patted Harry on the head fondly. "Well, this is the first milestone of being a ninja. I am proud of you." Harry couldn't conceal a faint blush across his features. "Yes, Harry, you have worked so hard," Luna agreed, leaning down to kiss both of his cheeks. "We'll celebrate once you get that headband of yours," Genma added, clasping his hand firmly on Harry's shoulder. Harry thanked them quickly, before escaping into the building. His face burned with embarrassment from all the kind words. He walked into his classroom, practically glowing. The writing portion was about what Harry was expecting. He finished early, setting down his pen and glancing around the class to see how the rest of his classmates were faring. He looked over at Baitoru, who'd also finished early and was studying a beetle as it crawled across his finger. As if feeling Harry's stare, the Aburame turned and offered Harry a confident grin, mostly concealed by his high collar, before giving the beetle his attention once again. Some kids were scratching their heads with frustrated expressions while others were feverishly writing on their papers trying to complete the questions in time. Taichi was another who'd finished his test quickly. He threw Harry a glare as Harry's gaze fell onto the larger boy. "One more day," Harry thought brightly. "One more day, and then I won't have to deal with that kid anymore." The next portion, the physical exam, sent everyone outside regardless of whether they finished their written exam or not. Some of the kids complained about not enough time. One in particular, the red-headed girl whom Harry remembered struggling throughout the year, was in tears as she was ushered outside. The next hour was filled with targets, timed laps, and agility tests. Harry passed all these with ease, feeling as though it were a light training session with Kakashi. The final part of the physical test included a spar with one of the Chunin instructors. "Taijutsu only, Potaru-kun," the blue-haired Chunin stated as he slid into a relaxed stance. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. He wouldn't have to create a bunshin. Feeling utterly confident about the rest of the exam, he fell into his own taijutsu stance. "Begin." Ido-sensei barked suddenly, and Harry relished the challenge. The Chunin seemed to be waiting for Harry to make the first move, and he obliged with determination. He charged at the older ninja, feinting left before striking with his right fist. The Chunin blocked easily, but Harry wasted no time launching into a different approach. He twisted low, lashing out a leg, but he had to block a quick kick to his chest. He's good, Harry thought. And he is still holding back. They parried punches and kicks, with Harry getting in only a few solid hits. He was about to charge in once again, an idea floating in his mind, when Ido-sensei called them to stop. Harry glanced at him with surprise. But the spar isn't over, Harry stated, turning back to his opponent, as if he would attack him while his attention was elsewhere. You did well, Harry-kun, but there are others who still need to be graded, Ido-sensei replied. Please wait inside for the last part of the exam. Harry had to hold back a pout, but bowed to his Chunin opponent before jogging inside. Of course they aren't expecting us to defeat him, Harry thought as he sat down outside his classroom. The test must just be on form and quick thinking during a fight. He thought over his spar with criticism. I left myself open a few times where he could have done more damage. Though I did surprise him once with a hard jab to his side. Overall, I think it went well, Harry decided finally. He was determined to achieve Rookie of the Year. His classmates began trickling into the hallway, some sitting down with Harry while others paced anxiously. When Baitoru arrived, he sat across from Harry quietly. How did you do? Harry asked curiously. Well enough. After everyone made it back inside, Ido-sensei strode into the hallway. We will call you in alphabetical order, he began. Once you are called, you will enter the classroom. If you pass, you will be awarded a headband and given further instructions. If you do not, there is always next year. Baitoru was called first, and the Aburame walked calmly into the room. He came out a few minutes later with his Hite-8 tied firmly to his forehead. See you when you've received yours as well, Baitoru called to him before heading outside. One by one, names were called, and Harry's classmates were tested. Most came out cheering and waving their new headbands around. A few emerged in tears with empty hands. Oh no, Taichi. Taichi strutted into the room with confidence. He came out soon after with his new forehead protector clasped in his hand. He waved it jeeringly at Harry before walking out. Potteru, Hari. Harry saw his sensei and the blue-haired Chunin seated in the front of the classroom as he entered. Hari-kun, would you please show us the 3 academy jutsus? Harry replicated a perfect bunshin, used Kawarimi and replaced himself with a chair, and transformed himself into Kakashi. He even created his guardian's favorite orange book and hid his face in the pages. Ehem, yes, great job, Hari-kun. You may get rid of that book now. Harry inwardly chuckled at his sensei's appalled glare at the novel. Now is the time we allow any students with bloodlines the opportunity to receive extra credit. If you have anything you wish to show us, now is the time. Both Chunin looked at him with expectant expressions. The blue-haired Chunin leaned forward eagerly. Harry hesitated. He didn't want to show off too much, but he did want any extra credit points to make the top score. Well, I have my wolf form, he offered and then transformed. He barked a few times and jumped onto a couple of desks to show his agility as Mooney. Harry figured his wolf form was pretty widely known, so he wasn't revealing anything extraordinary by presenting it. Yes, I have heard of that form. Is there anything else? What about the power you showed during the spar everyone's been talking about? The blue-haired Chunin stated hurriedly as soon as Harry transformed back. That's all I have to show you, Harry stated, looking at the Chunin uncertainly. The Chunin cleared his throat. Of course. Yes, wonderful. You have done spectacularly. Yes, Hari-kun, you have proven yourself worthy of this. Ido-sensei lifted a Hite-8 and held it out for Harry to take. I'm expecting great things from you. Harry couldn't hide his triumphant smile as he retrieved the headband. He placed it delicately over his lightning bolt scar, feeling like finally he was letting go a part of his old persona for a new, more exciting, and hopefully happier one. He bowed to the 2 Chunin and practically skipped out of the room. His sensei's remark reminded him of the comment Ollivander said to him when he first gave Harry his holly wand. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter, after all. He who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. HP 1. At least this time I don't have a connection to a raving murderer out to take over the world, Harry thought as he emerged from the academy. His classmates were scattered outside the building, surrounded by family members congratulating them on passing the exam. Baitoru caught his eye and gave him an approving nod. Kakashi stood leaning casually against a tree, and Harry made a beeline to the ninja. Congratulations are in order, Kakashi stated simply as he put his book away. You have a surprise party back at the apartment. Your friends are there too. Harry had a wonderful rest of the day with family and friends celebrating his graduation. Genma, Guy, Rado, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Choji, Naruto, and even Kiba fit snugly in Luna's apartment to help Harry celebrate. Luna even made his favorite, treacle tart, for dessert. After a few hours, Naruto's pent-up energy was unleashed as he pranked Sasuke, ending up with the Uchiha covered in orange paint. With the irate Uchiha going home to change and shower, the rest of the party began their goodbyes as well. Thank you, Harry mumbled after everyone but Genma and Kakashi left, giving Luna a big hug. You are the greatest sister I could ask for. Oh Harry, this was nothing. I am just grateful the Fada gave me to you. I considered you a brother before, now it's just more official. She kissed the top of his head lovingly. Harry saw the two ninjas watching them, both with a curious expression Harry couldn't decipher. After everything was cleaned up, Harry and Kakashi headed next door to their apartment. You'll need to get your picture taken tomorrow, Kakashi said once they entered the apartment, and if you want, we can get you a new outfit for your new life as a genin. I'd like that. Kakashi cleared his throat. Not sure if you remember, but I mentioned before if you became a genin I'd buy you a mask like mine. They're made of a thicker cloth to protect your face, and the ones I buy have a safety feature that filters out some gaseous poisons. So if you want to wear one, Harry laughed, touched by the offer. Of course I'll wear one, Harry answered with a smile. Then you'll need to wear it to every training session from now on. You have to get used to having it on before going on any missions so it does not distract you. Kakashi cleared his throat and patted Harry on the head. Also, I figured I would let you know I'll be a little busy for the next year or so. The Hokage has given me a new mission of sorts. Harry looked at him with surprise. A new mission? What is it? Well, Kakashi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You'll find out soon enough I expect. Harry felt a bit sad Kakashi was given a new mission. But at least I'll be busy as well with my new genin status. A few days passed and Harry arrived at the academy for the last time to be assigned to a genin team and a jonin sensei. He had on his new outfit, loose-fitted black pants with a tight long-sleeve dark green shirt and black vest with multiple pockets in the front. He has his new mask pulled around his neck. He took a seat next to Baitoru. Congratulations on your top score, Baitoru said quietly. I had no doubts you would. Thanks, Harry responded happily. Kakashi told him the day before he was officially the Rookie of the Year for the recent graduates. And to you, you scored really high as well. Second, Baitoru agreed. Father was very pleased. All right everyone, settle down. Ito-sensei waved his hand for everyone to sit down before he continued. Well done to all of you for graduating the academy. The next step in your shinobi careers will be continued with your new team. All of you will be divided into teams of 3 under the direct command of a jonin instructor. Excited whispers erupted at the prospect of teams. Harry hoped he was on a team with Baitoru. I will now call out your teams. Ito-sensei cleared his throat before reading off the list. Harry listened intently through the teams, waiting for his name to be called. Team 4 will be Matsuo, Junichi, Yamanaka, Miki, and Aburame. Baitoru. Your jonin instructor will be Gecko, Hayate. Harry and Baitoru shared a look of disappointment before Baitoru got up to sit next to his new teammates. Harry looked around the room, seeing which classmates were left. He had a sinking feeling in his gut. Team 7 will be Poteru, Hari, Nomura, Kazumi, and Ono, Taichi. Harry felt like he'd been punched in the stomach. Why, of all the students in the class, why did it have to be him? And your jonin instructor will be late. Harry, still feeling miserable at being paired with Taichi, looked at his sensei with confusion. Late? Then who is he? Taichi demanded. And why'd I get stuck with the baby and the dead last? The red-headed girl Harry remembered struggling during the exam buried her head in her hands at the boy's exclamation. She must be Kazumi, Harry thought, feeling guilty he didn't know the girl at all. Your sensei wanted to surprise you, Ido-sensei stated lightly with a sadistic grin. One by one, the teams were picked up by their new sensei until the only 3 people left in the room were Harry, the red-headed Kazumi, and Taichi. After an hour and a half of waiting, Taichi started to yell angrily. What kind of sensei would be this late? They better have a good explanation to making me sit here this long. Kazumi stayed quiet, still looking uneasily between Harry and Taichi. Harry drummed his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. There was only one person Harry could only think of who'd be this late meeting his new genin team. Harry couldn't help the broad grin stretching across his features. This will be fun. End chapter. The story will be moving at a much faster pace from now on. Exciting things are coming up soon. Thank you for reading. Please let me know what you think. EM Lights the Bell Test Chapter 19 updated the 6th of December 2019. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 19. The Bell Test. Team 7 will be Poteru, Hari, Nomura, Kazumi, and Ono, Taichi. Harry sat quietly in his chair, practically vibrating with excitement. Kakashi is my sensei. Why would they put me with the idiot and the baby? Taichi muttered angrily. He punched the top of his desk with an aggravated huff. Oh, yes. He had forgotten. Taichi was supposed to be on his team as well. Harry sat there in deep thought, wondering the same thing as Taichi. Why were the 3 of them placed together? Kazumi looked like she would rather be anywhere but in the classroom with them. How could she become a successful kunoichi if she can't even look her new teammates in the face? Hermione was terrible with interactions at first too, his brain reminded him. Yes, but she wasn't afraid to talk to people, she just didn't know how to do it well, Harry argued with himself. He took a peek at the young girl looking extremely nervous in a seat toward the back. She's going to need major help to become a kunoichi, he surmised, before turning his attention to the other child in the room. Taichi was slumped back in his chair, still muttering angrily about the unfairness of his team. And Taichi is the worst teammate for me, Harry thought miserably. The boy hated his guts. Apparently the ones who placed them together did so for a reason. It took him a while, but eventually he was able to come up with the most reasonable explanation, even if he didn't like it. They have always placed the highest and lowest scores on the same team, Harry began, finally catching the boy's attention. And then a third person with a skill set to make the team more well-rounded is added. I guess you were added for your taijutsu skill, most likely as a possible front-line assault. Nomura-san, Harry nodded to the despondent girl, has the potential to fall into a supporting role as either a medic or a genjutsu specialist. Harry thought that was being rather optimistic, not knowing any skills the girl possessed. However, it was common for girls to have good chakra control, and that was the main requirement for a medic or genjutsu specialist. It wasn't too far of a reach. At the comment, the girl snapped her head up to face Harry with an incredulous yet hopeful expression before burying her head back into her arms. Maybe she just needs some confidence? Harry considered speculatively. And what about you? Taichi asked sarcastically. What's so special about you other than that stupid bloodline you have? Harry ignored the jibe. I've done well with strategy and have relatively high chakra reserves, so it's possible I will excel in ninjutsu. In theory, it's a sound team. Though whether we can work together as a team is a different story entirely. Taichi snorted in disbelief and settled for muttering angrily to himself again. Harry sighed. This is what happens when you pair children together. Harry wished desperately he had brought a book with him. He was reading a fascinating book about plants Luna had let him borrow. The 2 of them wanted to learn about the plants in this world that were similar to the ones they were used to. For the more elaborate potions, they would need a better grasp on native plant life that could be used as substitutions for ones that did not exist here. It was also helpful for Harry to be more familiar with which plants were edible and poisonous for when he started traveling on missions. Yo! Harry snapped his head up to stare at the gray-haired shinobi in the doorway. You're late! Taichi yelled, pointing his finger accusingly. Kakashi studied the 3 of them with his eye for a moment. My first impression of you, I don't like you. Harry bit back a smirk when Taichi spluttered. Kakashi had a way with words. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Then he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Harry's new teammates were both in shock. That is our sensei. He was 2 hours late. How is it possible for that guy to be Jonin? Taichi demanded to no one in particular. That is Hitaki Kakashi, also known as the copycat ninja. You've heard of him, haven't you? Harry said lightly, watching as Taichi finally realized who their new sensei really was. The three of them made their way to the roof and sat dutifully in front of Kakashi. He looked between the three of them with a bored expression. Okay. Well, I guess you should introduce yourselves. What do you want to know? Taichi asked eagerly, clearing having forgotten his previous anger towards the man. Likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future, that sort of thing, Kakashi said with a slight wave of his hand. Why don't you start, sensei? Harry prodded. Kakashi eyed him before sighing. Fine. I'm Hitaki Kakashi. Things I like and things I hate, I don't feel like telling you that. My dreams for the future, never really thought about it. As for my hobbies, I have lots of hobbies. Asterisk. Masashi Kishimoto. Harry couldn't help it, he sniggered. It was just so typical Kakashi. Well, why don't you go, chibi? Harry shot him a mock glare. I'm Potter Harry. I like my family and friends, and I dislike bullies. My hobbies are training and cooking. Dreams for the future. What were his dreams for the future? No more needless violence. His family and friends living happily to ripe old ages? For there to be peace in this world? No, he wanted what he couldn't do in his previous life. This was his second chance, and he wasn't going to mess it up again. To be able to protect the people I care about. Kakashi nodded with a hidden smile and then gestured for Kazumi to go. I'm Nomura Kazumi. I like, my cousin and Dango. Dislike, she glanced around nervously, cats and taking tests. Taichi snorted and muttered something like, dead last. Kazumi flinched but continued. She spoke in a soft tone that Harry had a hard time hearing. My hobbies are gardening and trying different flavors of Dango. My dream for the future, to be Jonin. Great. And you? Kakashi nodded to the last member of the team. My name is Ono Taichi. I like training and getting stronger. I dislike crybabies and people who think they are special. The jab at his two teammates was easily understood. Harry could already tell this team would have major issues. My hobbies are training, especially taijutsu. My dream for the future is to be the strongest shinobi in Konoha. Wonderful, Kakashi said half-heartedly. Tomorrow, you three will have your final test to see if you become genin or not. What? Taichi exclaimed. We already got our headbands, we are already officially genin. Kakashi waved off his argument. A lot of kids passed that exam, but some of them will be sent back to the academy or referred to join the genin corps. You have to pass the final test to join my team. Kakashi leaned in, constructing a subtle genjutsu of a storm behind him. Out of all 30 graduates, only 12 will pass, and just so you know, I've never passed a team before. Harry thought it was a bit overboard, but it did what Kakashi was aiming for. The other two were terrified. See you at 7 am at Training Field 7. Don't eat breakfast or you'll throw up. He then disappeared, and the sky cleared back up. Well, see you guys tomorrow, Harry said, standing up to leave. The two were still in shock about the news of a test. As Harry headed home, he could only muse about the success of his new team. I'm sure we will do fine, Harry thought optimistically. I mean, how bad could it be? Harry couldn't have been more wrong. Harry met his team at 7 am with the expectation that Kakashi would be late. Good morning, Harry stated cheerfully to his teammates. Kazumi nodded sleepily and Taichi just grunted. I thought we could use the time before our sensei gets here to get to know each other better. I don't know much about you, Nomura-san. And Ono-san. I think you and I got off on the wrong foot. What, do you want to know? Kazumi asked softly. Taichi ignored Harry entirely. Well, we could find out each other's strengths and weaknesses. If we are going to be a team, we need to know what everyone is capable of. Ah, okay. The redhead tried to stifle a yawn unsuccessfully. Harry coughed. Yes, well, I can start. So my strengths are strategy, projectiles, and taijutsu. I don't know any genjutsu or ninjutsu yet, though I am going to start learning ninjutsu now that I'm a genin. Also, my size makes it more difficult fighting much larger opponents. Taichi sniggered. Harry cleared his throat, ignoring the boy for now, and gestured for Kazumi. Well, I did pretty well with our classroom studies, but with everything else. You failed the written exam. That means you sucked at everything, Taichi interrupted cruelly. I get nervous with tests, she admitted, her face turning red. I know the answers mostly, but I can't ever seem to complete it in time. It's okay, not everyone is good with tests, Harry added encouragingly. Taichi just grinned menacingly at her before going back to ignoring them both. Well, my attempt at uniting the team seems to have already failed. Harry thought with annoyance. At least the girl is trying. Harry pulled out a book, seeing as his plan to bring his team together failed, and began to read. 4 hours later, and even Harry was getting frustrated. He wanted to get this test over with so he could start learning ninjutsu. He got up and began to stretch, hoping Kakashi would show up soon. 30 minutes later, a cloud of smoke erupted and Kakashi appeared looking extremely bored in front of them. You're late, Taichi exclaimed. The boy's stomach immediately began to rumble loudly. Kakashi took out an alarm clock, one of the many he kept stowed away in the apartment, and set it down on a stump along with 3 bentos. Harry had a sneaking suspicion those bentos were made by Luna. All right, you 3. He pulled out 2 bells from his pocket and tied them to his belt. There are 2 bells here. Whoever is able to retrieve a bell will qualify for my genin team. Whoever fails will be sent back to the academy. He leaned over to the alarm clock and twisted it. You have until noon to take a bell. Taichi spluttered out, that only gives us 30 minutes. We've been here since 7 waiting for you. Ma. Well, there was a kitten stuck in a tree and then I had to help an old lady carry her groceries. He rubbed the back of his head with a grin. And I am the Jonin, so I make the rules. Harry thought intensely. Only 2 bells. This wasn't what he was expecting at all. Kakashi was pitting the 3 of them against each other from the start. This doesn't make sense. Kakashi is always preaching about teamwork, so why would he want us to compete? Kakashi pulled out his beloved orange book. Begin. Taichi leapt forward, attacking viciously with taijutsu. He's too reckless, Harry thought, bounding into the forest to hide and plan. He saw the red hair of Kazumi disappear into the bushes to the right of him. Harry glanced back at the open field, watching Taichi's pitiful attempts to grab the bells. I wouldn't be able to get a bell either, Harry admitted to himself. The only time I've ever landed a hit was with Sasuke's help. Realization hit him. This is an impossible task for one person. So, what is he expecting? For us to work together, even if what he said contradicted that. He took off to find Kazumi. She may not be as well trained as Sasuke, but if they can come up with a good enough plan, having her will be a big help. Kazumi. She flinched abruptly and made a move to sprint off, but Harry grabbed her arm. It's me, Harry. We need to work together, but Kakashi-sensei said. There is no way one genin can defeat a jonin. We have to work together to even have a chance. She stared at him for a moment before nodding slowly. Okay. What do we do? First we need to get Taichi on board. We're running out of time. Here's what we'll do. In his last life, Ron would have been the one strategizing for their team. It felt odd being the one making the plans. Harry and Kazumi jumped out of the foliage together and joined Taichi. Harry countered Kakashi's strike against Taichi and began to attack him with earnest. He planned to have Kazumi explain the idea of working together to get the bells. You think you can beat me, Hari-chan? Kakashi teased as he easily dodged all of Harry's attempts. Just biding time, Harry replied with a grin, not daring to glance at Kazumi and Taichi. Kazumi agreed to explain to Taichi that if they all 3 worked together, they'd have a chance at the bells. She also was supposed to entice him with the knowledge that if only 2 of them could have the bells, Taichi could have the first one. You've got to be kidding me. Harry heard Taichi shout. I refuse to work either of you. I can do this on my own. Taichi's unfortunate response distracted Harry for a second too long. Kakashi disappeared and Harry was abruptly pulled into the ground. I knew the headhunter jutsu was one of Kakashi's favorites, Harry thought bitterly. I should have been prepared for it. Harry watched uselessly as Kazumi tried to help Taichi fight with Kakashi, but because of Taichi's refusal to accept any assistance from the girl, both failed as the alarm rang out. Which is how Harry ended up tied to the stump as the other two were given bentos to eat. After lunch I'll give you three one more chance, but Harry is not allowed to eat. If you guys feed him, you will automatically fail. He then dispersed out of the field, leaving the three alone. Harry's stomach rumbled. Taichi grinned nastily. You are so lame, shrimp. That's why Kazumi and I will be the ones to get the bells. Actually, I'm planning on grabbing both of them and keeping them to myself so neither of you guys can pass. He took a big bite out of the bento and made a show of enjoying it immensely. Harry tried to ignore his hunger, thinking of more important things. We need to work together to get the bells. Taichi, you can have both the bells if you want after we retrieve them. But if we are wanting to be a team, we have to do it together. See, that's the thing, Taichi responded. I don't want to be a team with you. So, I'm going to do this without any help. Harry didn't know what to do. How can we pass if we aren't able to get the bells? Kakashi appeared suddenly after Taichi's declaration. So, you think you can get the bells on your own? Kakashi asked mildly. Hell yeah. The boy yelled, pumping his fist in the air. I'll prove to you I'm worth being on your team. And you refuse to work with the other two? Kakashi continued. They aren't worth your time or mine, sensei, Taichi answered confidently. I see. Kakashi looked between the three of them. In that case, you all fail. Wait, what? Taichi exclaimed, standing up violently to face Kakashi. Those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. So you have the option of going back to the academy or joining the Genin Corps. Harry's heart dropped. They had failed. He hadn't been able to get the team to work together, which is all Kakashi was looking for. His face fell, unable to look his mentor in the eye. Maybe I can join Sasuke's class and be on a team with him, Naruto, Shikamaru, or Choji. It's only 3 years away. No, I can't fail, Kazumi pleaded, looking slightly hysterical. I'm sorry. Taichi, Kazumi, you are both dismissed. Harry heard curses from Taichi and muted sobbing coming from the redhead as they left the field. Harry's arms were released from the stump, and he sat heavily on the ground. I'm sorry, he said softly, still unable to look up. Hari, you did everything you could. This team was doomed to fail from the start. Harry's head snapped up at that declaration. I've never passed a team before, and it's because no one has been able to work together. It takes more than just talent to be on my team. He rubbed his chin in thought, but that was before you came around. Harry's breath hitched, anticipation rising in his chest. As you know, I graduated early from the academy as well. Like you, it was difficult for the older Genins to take me seriously as a shinobi. So, instead of getting placed on a team, I was given an apprenticeship. Harry's eyes widened. Are you saying, yes, from today on, you are officially my apprentice? Harry wiped the sweat from his brow as he paused from weeding the client's garden. He glanced over at his Shisho, who was reading underneath the shade of a tree. He was still getting used to breathing through a mask, but Kakashi was adamant about him wearing it during training and missions. Even the D ranks. It's like Private Drive all over again, he thought with a grimace. At least now I'm getting paid. Harry realized very early on why Kakashi trained him so ruthlessly. D ranks were terrible. For the past month, weeding gardens, painting fences, chasing escaped pets, and other random tasks filled Harry's afternoons after becoming Kakashi's apprentice. He needed to get considerably stronger before they could start accepting higher-ranked missions. Every morning Kakashi took Harry to Training Ground 7 and drilled him in countless workouts before teaching him more advanced chakra exercises. He learned tree climbing and water walking in the first 3 weeks of his apprenticeship, while his water walking still wasn't perfect. Kakashi deemed his chakra control good enough to begin ninjutsu training. This week was his first time officially learning a ninjutsu technique. Earlier that day, Harry had found out his elemental affinity, lightning with a second affinity to earth. Kakashi seemed pleased at my results, Harry thought happily, but it's surprising. I was expecting an element I've used with magic before, like fire or water. So Harry spent the rest of his morning learning an E-rank lightning technique, lightning release, spark. His hands still tingled from his earlier attempts, more accurately, his failed attempts. Kakashi assured him it would take a while to successfully produce an element for the first time, but Harry was discouraged by the lack of results. He was an adult attempting basic elemental jutsu. He had a leg up on other kids because of his knowledge and experience, so not catching on quickly felt the same as failing. He pulled out the last of the weeds and stood up stretching. "I'm done, Shisho." Kakashi snapped his book shut. "Good. We're done for the day." They headed to the Hokage's tower to receive the payment for the 3D ranks completed that afternoon. Kakashi, sensing Harry's mood, ruffled his hair and chuckled lightly. "Hari-chan, I'm fully expecting you to become an expert in ninjutsu like me," he said confidently. "You have picked up on everything astonishingly quickly. Not everything will come naturally at first." "But still," Harry began, but Kakashi flicked his cheek playfully. "Not buts. You are doing very well. Take pride in that." As they entered the building, Harry spotted Genma leaving the Hokage's office. "You're back," Harry exclaimed, running over to him. "How was your mission?" "It was successful," Genma replied, handing papers over to the receptionist. "And how's your training going?" Harry grimaced. "It's going well," Kakashi answered. "Hari-chan has just begun elemental training this week." "Already?" Genma looked at Harry, shocked. "That is impressive." Harry felt his cheeks heat up, though it was hidden by his mask. "I haven't been able to do anything yet." "Hari's about to pick up his payment for today and then we're heading home," Kakashi added, reminding Harry the reason for their trip to the tower. "Luna said she would have dinner ready when we got back," Harry added, stepping away from the two Jonin toward the missions office. "You should wait and walk home with us." Harry then went to the Chunin situated at the desk to turn in the reports. He was then handed his half of the mission earnings. "We will set you up with an account like mine later so your pay can go directly into there," Kakashi stated as they headed out of the tower. "Do you think Luna has one for her job?" Harry asked, wondering about money for the first time. "I never realized where money is stored here. Do they have something like Gringotts? If so, where would that building be?" "We can ask her when we get back, but I'm sure the Yamanaka had her set one up." "I wonder what Luna has cooked for dinner," Genma said with a wistful expression on his face. "She told me before my mission that there was a new recipe she wanted me to try." He looked thrilled at the prospect. Harry had the suspicion Genma cared more for Luna than he let on. Luna was very open about her feelings for the Senbon carrying Jonin. In her own unique way, they would be a good couple, Harry thought. Maybe I should do something to speed things along? As they approached the apartment complex, Kakashi tensed and held his hand out to stop Harry from entering. "Something's wrong," he said quietly. "Hari, stay here. That's an order." Both Genma and Kakashi silently entered the apartment complex, weapons ready. Harry stood outside in a panic. What in Merlin's name could be going on? A few minutes trickled by before either of them emerged. Harry saw the blurry form of Genma fly out the window towards the middle of the village. Kakashi appeared next to Harry and grabbed his arm. "We need to get to the Hokage Tower immediately." "Kakashi, what happened?" Harry asked breathlessly as they ran to the tower. "It's about Luna," Kakashi answered, sprinting at a speed Harry could barely keep up with. "She's gone." End chapter 19. Thanks everyone for reading. Lights. Search and Rescue. Chapter 20 updated the 6th of December 2019. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 20. Search and Rescue. "What do you mean, gone?" Harry asked slowly as they ran towards the Hokage Tower. He felt panic tribulating in the pit of his stomach. There was a familiar tug in the back of his mind, and a terrible thought came crashing to the surface. Luna had been captured before. To prevent Mr. Lovegood from writing anything anti-Voldemort in the Quibbler, Luna was held hostage in a dingy basement under Malfoy Manor. After she had been rescued, she never mentioned what went on in the 3 months she was there. Only faint scars and odd flinches led them to believe she had been tortured. "We have to find her," Harry yelled, holding back hysteria from his voice. "She's been captured before. She never talks about it, but I know they hurt her. We can't let that happen again." They arrived at the Hokage Tower and barged in. Kakashi looked at him seriously as they ran up the stairs. "She told us she was kept from you when she first arrived. We assumed that was likely." Harry opened his mouth to argue but slammed it shut. "And you won't be doing anything." You will stay here and be patient while more experienced shinobi go after her. But I'm your apprentice. I go where you go, Harry fought back. Not this time. Kakashi banged the door to the Hokage's office open to see Genma already explaining the situation to the Hokage with an Inuzuka standing beside him. Harry came rushing behind him, adamant on helping the search. Kakashi noticed an unfamiliar chakra signature inside our apartment building. We both entered and found it strongest in Potaru Luna's apartment. Genma's breath hitched slightly before he continued. We sensed the intruder's chakra exiting out the front door with Luna's unique signature intertwined with it. The Hokage looked grim. Inuzuka, Hitaki, you two will retrieve Abarameto and set off after Potaru Luna. Go now. Kakashi and the other shinobi took off out the window. But Hokage-sama, I can help, Genma stressed. You are emotionally compromised for this mission. Instead, you are tasked with keeping Hari-kun safe during this time. The Hokage gestured to where Harry stood frozen. But I can help, Harry choked out, glad his mask covered the tremble in his lips. I'm sure that when you are older, you will be quite proficient at it. We have to look at the possibility that you may be a target as well. So for now, Hari-chan, your task is to stay put until your sister comes back safely to you. The Hokage looked sympathetically at the two of them. We will contact you as soon as she is found. We can wait in her apartment, Genma offered dully, pulling Harry toward the door. Hokage-sama, Genma said as he bowed before leaving the room. Harry sat on the couch hopelessly as Genma paced through the apartment. We have the best trackers in all of the elemental countries, Genma stated as he continued to pace. They will find her, no problem. It seemed to Harry that Genma wasn't saying it for Harry's benefit but to convince himself. It was something Harry was used to during the war. When someone went missing, they could only hope the person was lost or hurt and not killed or taken by the enemy. It had been half an hour already, and they had heard no update. Harry tried to meditate but all he could picture was how Luna looked when they first rescued her from one of Voldemort's hideouts. Her hair was lank and dirty with the ends looking like they'd been burnt off. Her already lithe figure was ashen with her bones visible through the skin. Her face was sunken in with a look Harry had never seen from her before. Luna, who was always filled with such optimism and brightness, looked as if she'd been touched by death and barely survived the encounter. Harry had stayed with her off and on for the weeks of her recovery. She never spoke a word to him of what happened, and after those weeks, she was back to her odd yet cheerful self. Not many who'd been captured by Death Eaters were able to recover and return to their normal lives. She's strong, Harry allowed himself to admit. She'll make it back to us. Hari. Sasuke came bursting into the apartment. What's going on? Luna's missing, Harry replied softly, and Sasuke immediately wrapped him in a hug. Sasuke looked between Harry and Genma, who was still pacing the room feverishly. We were ordered to stay here and wait for them to find her, Harry said, answering Sasuke's nonverbal question. Kakashi is leading the search team. Then I'll wait with you, Sasuke declared, settling into the couch next to Harry. Genma discontinued his pacing to walk over to the couch and pat Sasuke's head. I'll make tea then. The clinking of teacups could be heard, and Harry was glad for the distraction. Genma was making Harry even more nervous with all his pacing. A silvery figure of a bunny hopped suddenly into the room, twisting and turning to get Harry's attention. Luna! Harry exclaimed, standing abruptly to greet the small creature. His heart leapt at the appearance of Luna's Patronus. Genma's head snapped toward Harry with a hopeful expression but faltered in confusion when he saw the ghost of a bunny hopping around Harry's figure. Woke up in the woods. Had some fun making the men grow antlers and sprout fur. Not sure my location. Getting tired, so go ahead and find me now. Genma gasped as Luna's voice echoed throughout the room. Sasuke stood with uncertainty to get a better glimpse of the floating rabbit. Oh, my smart, beautiful Luna, Harry whispered happily. Harry held out his hand, pulling on the happy thoughts of his parents, and created his own Patronus. Hello Prongs. I have a favor to ask of you. Kakashi's Nin-kin had already caught Luna's scent and were pursuing when a silvery light interrupted them. Kakashi was in complete shock to find the ghost of a deer and a bunny circling him and his teammates. Shisho, follow the stag to find Luna. Harry's voice spoke out clearly as the stag stood in front of him, waiting for the message to finalize before taking off. Kakashi? Inuzuka asked hesitantly. Is this for real? It's from Hari-chan. The ghosts are heading in the same direction as the scent, so I trust it. Let's go. Kakashi answered before taking off after the silvery images. 15 minutes later, Kakashi and his teammates come across an odd scene. Hello Kakashi-san. Thank you for coming to get me. I was rather tired after all. Oh, and Prongs found me too, how wonderful. Luna sat gracefully between two unmarked shinobi, both of whom were knocked out with. Are those antlers? Inuzuka whispered in confusion, pointing at the pointed bones protruding out of one of the captors' heads. The other had sprouted purple fur around his face like a mane. Both of the men's eyelashes had grown 2 feet long and their clothes were covered in brightly colored mushrooms. I put them to sleep after they started screaming about their new accessories. They wanted to see my talents, so I showed them. Luna sighed. They weren't very nice though, so I think I'm rather ready to go back home. I gather Harry is quite cross with me. Yes, let's go, Kakashi agreed. Inuzuka, Aburame, grab these two and take them straight to Ibiki. Kakashi's teammates grabbed the colorful sleeping ninja and took off. Luna, are you opposed to me carrying you? We will get home more quickly. Oh, I don't mind. You are family after all, she answered before hopping onto his back. This will be better than riding a hippogriff. So Poteru-san, what did the powder look like? Hokage-sama questioned. Luna sat comfortably in front of the Hokage's desk surrounded by Kakashi and his teammates, Genma, and Harry, who was grasping her sleeve tightly as though he feared she would disappear again. Sasuke, since he was not family or directly involved with what occurred, was asked to stand outside the door, much to his dismay. It was white, but I didn't see it very well. I lost consciousness as soon as I breathed it in. Luna spoke calmly, as if she was recollecting her normal daily routine. And what happened when you awoke? Hokage-sama asked, gesturing for her to continue her story. Well, they said they had a mission, and it was important that I didn't try running off. Did you try? Genma interrupted, with a worried look. No, they asked me not to after all, Luna replied, giving him a soft smile. I knew my family would find me eventually. Poteru-san, you need to realize that if you hadn't been found, Hokage began but Luna shook her head. I know, she admitted in a quiet voice. I am not unfamiliar with the process. Harry sniffed involuntarily, and Luna patted his head as a comforting gesture. The two men made it clear that their mission was to bring me to that location but didn't mention any other part of it, Luna continued. It was rather odd for a kidnapping attempt, I admit, but they told me I wasn't to be hurt. Why would they do that? Harry asked, looking around for someone with a plausible answer. Was it a drop-off point? Kakashi muttered loud enough for the group to hear. They were close enough to Konoha that this doesn't make sense. It's almost as if they wanted us to find her, Aburame interjected softly. Logically, their placement of Poteru-san leads me to believe they're either idiots or this was the plan from the beginning. But why? Harry asked exasperatedly. Why would they take her just to allow her to be saved? These are all just theories, Hari-chan, Hokage-sama said gently. We are questioning the men as we speak. We'll know soon enough why this occurred. He turned his attention back to Luna. So, how did the two men achieve the, colorful state they were in? Luna smiled, and Harry would say the expression was rather vindictive. They asked to see my abilities. And as Harry's loving sister, I thought I would emulate the ones he looked up to so much. And how better to do that than embracing the legendary power of the Marauders? Harry couldn't help but laugh at the incredulous looks of the ninja in the room. Legendary power of the Marauders, Harry wheezed in his fit of laughter. Only Luna could truly make a situation feel lighter than it really was. Hokage-sama. A John and Harry didn't recognize burst into the room. Pardon the intrusion, but the two men brought in for interrogation. He hesitated for a brief moment, his eyes resting on Luna's silvery blonde hair. Hokage-sama, they're dead. Harry's laughter halted at once. How did this happen? The Hokage inquired intensely. They had tablets hidden in their molars. We failed to spot them beforehand. As soon as they regained consciousness, they bit down and released the poison. Have the poison analyzed immediately, the Hokage ordered. We can find out where the poison originated from and investigate further. I want the culprits found. Yes, sir. The Jonin saluted before disappearing in a cloud of smoke and leaves. The Hokage rubbed his temples for a moment before sighing heavily. He eyed the two Potter siblings. Things are never simple for the two of you, are they? No, Hokage-sama, they never are, Harry answered, all too aware of the truthfulness in that statement. Let's see how far you've come. Harry ran through the hand signs and sparks collected in his palm. It lasted about 5 seconds before sputtering out. You've improved, well done, Kakashi commented as Harry flexed his hand irritably. The jutsu left his hand uncomfortable and tingling after every attempt. Once your hands get used to the sparks, the jutsu won't bother you anymore, again. Yes, Shisho, Harry said and began his second attempt. The week following Luna's abduction had been tense, and Harry threw himself into training to keep his mind off of it. Because she was a civilian, Luna was left under constant surveillance until the investigation led them to the person or village who ordered the kidnapping attempt. So far, the poison hadn't given them any leads, and no one could identify either of the men. Genma spent every hour he could adding to and updating all the traps around Luna's apartment to ensure this would be a one-time occurrence. He also took the majority of the shifts to watch over Luna. Luna, on the other hand, acted rather unaffected to the whole affair, much to the exasperation of everyone. Luna, you need to take this more seriously, Harry said at dinner that night. It was a topic that came up multiple times throughout the day. I understand. It's too bad I didn't learn more warding. That would have been helpful, Luna commented lightly. I would like this whole situation to be over with though. Harry and I haven't worked on our bloodline in a while. It was true. The two of them hadn't been able to practice magic at all with so much focus being placed on the two of them. Apparently, the Hokage thought he could still be a possible target as well. Harry at least was a genin so he had more freedom, but even then, he was with Kakashi constantly. We worry because we care about you, Genma added with barely concealed reddening to his cheeks. If something were to happen to you. Luna smiled and placed her hand on top of his, I know. Ignoring the fact that Kakashi was monitoring him from afar, Harry tried to enjoy this time to himself. His destination was the academy, hoping to catch his friends as soon as their class ended. After becoming apprentice to Kakashi, Harry hadn't had much time for his academy friends, especially Baitoru, whose genin team passed easily and now was doing his own missions and training. Before he turned the corner to approach the academy, he ran into a familiar face. Kazumi-san. Oh, Hari-san. Hello. She had her head tilted down, avoiding eye contact. It didn't deter Harry from seeing a large bruise on her right eye. He quickly glanced at the rest of her form and saw slight bruising on her neck and arms. Bruising that looked nothing like a normal spar from an academy student. What happened? She flinched at the question. Who did this to you? She glanced around nervously, as if someone would jump out at them at any moment. My family was unhappy with my failure, she answered slowly. I deserve my punishment. Harry felt sick. No one deserves this, he almost growled. And it's been over a month. Do I need to talk to someone? Sensei maybe? We were sparring, it is nothing, she whimpered, staring dutifully at her feet. I will do better next time. It's not nothing, Harry argued. She took a step away from him. I have to go train, she commented and turned to leave. Wait. She stopped but didn't turn back to face him. You can always come to me if you need to talk about it. She nodded tersely and then took off down the road. How dare her family do this to her? Harry thought in outrage. Not even the Dursleys left marks on him like that. He practically stomped the rest of the way to the academy. I'll just have to keep an eye out for her. If it gets worse, I won't let her suffer. I'll figure out something. Hari-chan. Naruto leapt at him, grinning like a Cheshire cat. How's my little Oto-Oto? Just training a lot, Harry answered, trying to calm down his bubbling anger. How's the academy? Boring, Naruto answered, sticking out his tongue towards the building. Harry noticed Naruto was the only one who had already left the building. You haven't been skipping out now, have you? Naruto blanched and looked at him guiltily. Don't skip, Harry ordered, giving him a stern glare. If you don't learn, you'll be stuck in the academy even longer. Naruto looked at him in horror. No way. I can't be kept here forever. I'm gonna be Hokage one day, he declared. I won't skip anymore, I promise. Good, Harry said, grinning. And maybe if you improve your grades, I'll talk to Kakashi about getting you extra training. Yes. Naruto cheered. I'll improve my grades, believe it, I'm gonna go home and study right now, and with that, Naruto took off. I wish I was as optimistic as that boy, Harry mused. He really is like a ray of sunshine. Harry only had to wait a little while for the rest of the class to appear. Harry, Choji cheered as he approached him. Yo, Shikamaru added, slouching over with his hands in his pockets. Haven't seen you around in a while. Sorry guys, it's been a little crazy lately, Harry lamented, feeling sheepish. He mentally noted to himself to make more time for them. We understand, Choji stated, offering him a chip. Harry assumed it was the boy's way of accepting his apology and gratefully took one. We still have a few more years before we graduate and become as busy as you are. Sounds troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. Still, it'll be nice to not have to sit in that classroom every day. Sasuke exited the building and spotted Harry instantly. He came running over with a broad grin. Harry, what are you doing here? Kakashi wants to test you, so it looks like we will be sparring today, Harry answered. I've been working hard, so I won't go easy on you, Sasuke stated, his posture radiating confidence. Harry grinned at the challenge. Shikamaru sighed and glanced at Harry with a peculiar look. How is your sister? He asked quietly. She's fine now, just annoyed with all the attention, Harry answered honestly, though he was surprised. How'd you know? Dad told me. Ah, I see. Harry made a face. We are both just ready for things to calm down. Shikamaru nodded in understanding. Well, we have to head home for clan training, he muttered, looking not excited in the least about the prospect. He nudged Choji to join him. Be careful, all right? Of course, see you guys later, Harry responded with a wave goodbye. You ready? Harry asked. He glanced over to see Kakashi leaning casually against a tree reading his favorite orange novel. Sasuke nodded. You bet, Hiruzen, something must be done. A heavily bandaged man stood in the Hokage's office with two others. Danzo, you are aware we are still investigating. I am not doing anything until I know more, the Hokage stated. The older woman accompanying the man called Danzo cleared her throat. You know the laws, Hiruzen. This could happen again, and we could lose a potentially powerful bloodline. This instance is one of the reasons why those laws are in place. The Hokage studied his three advisors with a heavy stare. Once things calm down, I will talk to them. Excellent. I have a few candidates in mind that would be perfect for the position, the bandaged man commented jovially. The three bowed and swept out of the room. The Hokage pulled out his pipe, cursing his advisor's meddling. He lit it with a snap of his fingers and inhaled the tobacco slowly, savoring the bitter taste. He blew out the smoke and closed his eyes, leaning back into his chair with exhaustion. Let's hope this turns out better than I fear. End Chapter 20. Escort Mission Chapter 21 updated the 8th of December 2019. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 21. Mission to Tea Country. Harry felt uncomfortable leaving Luna. His protective personality flared after the attempted abduction, especially because no suspects had been discovered. It had been a month since that day, so there were no longer guards constantly around Luna and things had gone relatively back to normal. But when Kakashi came to him stating he was ready for his first C rank, Harry could feel nothing but excitement. Finally, he could show off his readiness for bigger missions than the horrible D ranks he'd been stuck with recently. There was only so many times you could catch Tora without the desire to wring the monster's neck. Harry approached the missions desk, trying to contain as much of his enthusiasm as possible. Even with all his effort, he grinned broadly as the Chunin seated at the paper-littered desk looked up at them. Reporting for a C rank for my apprentice and myself, Kakashi stated. While Harry stood stiffly erect with his hands pressed against his sides, Kakashi had a natural slouch with his hands stuffed in his pockets. First C rank, huh? The Chunin said knowingly after glancing at Harry's earnest posture. Yes, sir. The Chunin ruffled through a folder to his left. Harry's attention shifted to the disastrous mess atop the mission's desk. Hermione would have had a heart attack if she saw this, Harry decided, and she would have chewed out the Chunins here until it was all organized perfectly. Ah, here's one. A wealthy nobleman in Tea Country requests Shinobi escorts for himself and his daughter on their annual trip to Konoha for the festival. He handed the scroll over for Kakashi to take. It covers their trip back home as well. Sounds perfect, Kakashi said, casually saluting the Chunin before turning for the door. It should take about 2 weeks to make it back to Konoha with the clients, as long as we don't run into any trouble, Kakashi stated as they left the building. The light morning breeze ruffled Harry's hair and loosely fitted attire. I expect you to pack your bag with all the necessities for a 3-week trip. I'll be checking as soon as you're done. Yes, Shisho, Harry replied. He wouldn't dare pack incorrectly with how many times he'd practiced packing his supplies. That would be too embarrassing, especially for someone who mastered cramming all his supplies into a trunk for 6 years straight. When will we be leaving? Kakashi rubbed his chin in thought for a moment. Noon should give you enough time to prepare. Harry nodded. That gave him a small window to pack and see Luna before their departure. He still wasn't completely confident leaving her on her own. As soon as his bag was packed and inspected by a critical Kakashi, Harry took off to find Luna at the flower shop. Hello, Hari-chan, Hanako Yamanaka chimed as he walked through the entrance. He was immediately hit with the strong aroma of flowers in bloom. It was odd how lively the flowers looked when they were getting well into the autumn season. Hi Yamanaka-san, is Luna here? She's repotting some calla lilies we received in shipment this morning. Watch the front for me for a moment, Hari-chan? At Harry's nod, she disappeared into the back. Harry took the time to admire the completed bouquets filled with vivid pops of color nestled together against the wall. These would look pretty in Luna's kitchen, he thought absently, taking a whiff of a bright orange snapdragon sticking out of the bunch. Hello Harry, what a pleasant surprise. Luna approached him with a warm smile. She had a stained white rag in her hands, casually cleaning off the remnants of dirt stuck to her hands. He embraced her in a swift hug. I've been assigned my first C-rank mission. At Luna's blank stare, he elaborated. It means I'll be out of Konoha for a couple of weeks. Oh of course, she said genially. This is what you've been waiting for. No more Tora, right? I can only hope, he replied cheekily. We're leaving soon, so I wanted to see you before I head out. You don't need to worry about me, Harry. I know you are still concerned about what happened. Her clairvoyance shined once again, and she brushed his bangs away from his face softly. I'm not afraid. I know you want to protect me from all the Death Eaters out there, but even without chakra, I am not helpless. Harry felt a jolt of guilt. He knew Luna was just as capable with magic as he was. Maybe even more because she didn't have hers slowly fused into chakra coils. You're right, he murmured. You are strong. I can't help but worry though. You mean a lot to me. To think something could happen, she wrapped him up in another tight hug. You are so cute when you worry. Like a fluffy puffskin, she added, causing Harry to laugh. I am not a puffskin, he argued. Luna giggled. Of course not, and I will have company while you are gone. Al will be there, of course. And Genma said he'd be in Konoha for a while. Luna's tone changed as she spoke about Genma, and Harry knew she'd be in good hands. Tell Sasuke and Naruto I'll be back in a few weeks if you see them, Harry added, realizing he wouldn't have time to say goodbye to his friends before leaving. Well, they are both coming for dinner tonight, so I'm sure it will come up, Luna replied with a teasing smile. And if I see your friends Shikamaru and Choji, I'll be sure to mention it to them as well. The lush forest outside Konoha's city looked the same as it did when Harry first arrived in this world. However, his feelings toward the tall skyscraper trees now felt comforting and inviting, a vast contrast to how he felt back then. To think, he'd been in this world for over a year now. His feet landed lightly on a branch before leaping forward. He was still getting used to running through the trees, but Kakashi had slowed their speed to ease him into it. Apparently it will soon be second nature for him to race through the trees with barely a thought. Harry was following Kakashi diligently, trying his best to keep up with his Shisho's pace. It felt a bit odd to have the extra weight of the bag on his back, but he thought he was adjusting well. We'll be heading in this direction for about 10 hours until we arrive in Tea Country. Speak up if you need a break. I want to see your current endurance with running through trees. Yes, Shisho, Harry replied quickly, before focusing on his breathing once more in tandem with his steps. They'd traveled for about 4.5 hours before Harry unwillingly stated he needed to stop for a moment. Kakashi searched the grounds before directing Harry to a clearing up ahead. "We'll stop here for a moment. Make sure to hydrate yourself." Harry stopped, taking heavy breaths to try and fill his lungs with the oxygen they were demanding. Once he got his breath under control, he pulled out a water bottle from his pack and a protein bar. He drank greedily from the bottle before munching on his protein bar. They sat in comfortable silence as they ate. After he finished, Harry went behind a tree to relieve himself. As he entered back into the clearing, Kakashi asked, "You ready, my cute little apprentice?" "Yes, Shisho." He deliberately ignored the cute comment. Kakashi stood and studied him for a moment. "You've done well. I'm impressed with your progress so far. We will increase your endurance training when we get back. You'll be able to make this trip without stopping in no time." Harry grinned at the praise and took off up the nearest tree confidently. He'd be damned if he stopped again before they reached their destination. 4 hours later, Kakashi forced them to stop once more. Harry's pride wanted to continue, but his body was screaming for a break. He reluctantly stopped and flopped onto the ground. "We'll rest here for a bit. There's only about an hour or so left, and once we arrive, we will find some food and check into the hotel." The sun had already set, and the canopy of trees sparkled with stars. It was peaceful and made Harry fight his body's desire for sleep. Harry was fine with a late dinner as long as he had a bed to fall into once they arrived. They went ahead and changed into civilian clothing for their entrance into the village. The village was civilian-run and about half the size of Konoha. The only restaurant open at 10:30 at night was a small noodle bar that seconded as a liquor bar. Harry and Kakashi slid into a booth and were immediately greeted with a young dark-haired waitress with curves that made Harry blush and avert his eyes. Even at the age of 19, he'd never really had any kind of relationship. His sloppy kiss from Cho Chang wasn't the greatest for his first experience. With the war and all the responsibility thrust on his shoulders, he never had time to establish any closeness with anyone, always saying he would after the war. He also never discovered if he had a type. He was too preoccupied with not dying than checking out potential partners. "But I guess now that I'm young again, I'll be able to have normal relationships if I want once I come closer to a dating age. Even if going through puberty again would suck." Harry asked for a plain miso ramen bowl while Kakashi ordered yakisoba ramen. Harry scrunched his nose at the thought of cabbage. And wondered how Kakashi actually enjoyed it. The waitress hovered around their booth even after they received their food, and Harry noticed Kakashi ignoring the intense glances she shot at him. Even with a blue cotton scarf covering most of his face, he still had admirers. Harry fought sleep as he sat in the plushy booth with a full stomach. His eyes blinked heavily as they left the noodle bar and headed to the hotel. It was elaborate and gaudy, and Harry might have been interested in the structure if he wasn't about to keel over any second. He didn't remember his head hitting the pillow before falling into a deep sleep. The morning rays barely penetrated the curtains of the hotel room before Kakashi was ushering Harry awake. "All right, Hari-chan, what do we need to accomplish before meeting our client?" Harry sat up in bed, ignoring the sleep in his eyes, to answer the question. "Talk to locals about issues, if there have been raids or suspicious outsiders, and find more information about the client. We need to know if there are enemies, ex-lovers, family dissonance, or political rivals." Kakashi nodded, adding, "And what else?" "Well, we already know the route we will be traveling on the mission, so asking for information or rumors about happenings on the road will be beneficial, especially if there is talk of bandits around the area." "Excellent, my little apprentice. Let's see what we can find out this morning." Kakashi eyed Harry's rumpled clothing and bedhead. First, you shower and change while I get breakfast, and wear your civilian clothes." Harry, now clean and dressed as Kakashi's son, headed out the door to participate in his first official acting job. He held Kakashi's hand and swung the arm back and forth with a huge grin. He let his child instincts take over as they headed into the heart of the village. Kakashi led him to a line of booths preparing for a day of sales. "Hello," Kakashi said cheerfully to an older woman transferring apples from burlap sacks into wooden crates. "I'd love to buy an apple from you for my son." Harry waved shyly at the woman as she cooed about how cute he was. "His eyes are like emeralds, how precious," she said, smiling down at him. He gave her his biggest smile, widening his eyes just a bit in what Genma calls the puppy dog eyes. "Inherited those from his mother, thankfully," Kakashi added, approaching the crates in front of the booth as the woman continued to prattle on about Kakashi's adorable son. He looks just like her. As he glanced leisurely through a crate of apples, feigning inspection of the quality, Kakashi began asking how sales had been recently. Harry was impressed how easily Kakashi coaxed the woman into talking about the going-ons in the village recently. Sales had been low, so thieving had increased in the south side of the village, where the woman said she avoided now. When Kakashi mentioned their client, Mr. Kawasaki, the woman blushed. "Oh, you've heard of him? Well, that doesn't surprise me. He is a fine man indeed. If only he was a little older," she trailed off looking wistful. "His wife died a few years ago, but he has one daughter who's a little older than your son." "Is she pretty?" Harry asked shyly, showing a pretense of interest. "Oh, yes, very. But not as cute as you, little one," she answered, winking at him. "Can we meet her, too-san?" Harry chimed, accepting the red apple Kakashi finally chose from the selection with a bright smile. "Well, dearie, I don't know if you can. They live in the mansion north of the village with big fences and don't come to this part of the village often." Harry faked a childish pout, and Kakashi ruffled his hair. "Thanks so much, ma'am, we'll be getting out of your hair now." Kakashi dipped his head and stuck out his hand for Harry to grab. "Goodbye, dearie, come back to see me," she said, waving jovially at the two of them. As the sun rose higher into the sky, the streets filled up with civilians and the booths were bustling with potential buyers. Kakashi and Harry skirted through the streets, searching for people to talk to. Harry mainly stayed with Kakashi, studying how he skillfully navigated conversations to find any pertinent information. They found out a few wagons had been attacked heading towards Konoha in the past few months, so there was definitely at least one group of bandits if not more somewhere down the road. Also, most of the town loved their client and spoke highly of him, while there were a few angry and jealous of his nobility and wealth. Harry memorized the faces and names of the envious men just in case. Funnily enough, the ones Kakashi found the most information from were the women of the village. He'd mention his late wife and raising a son on his own, and they would tell him anything he wanted to hear. Harry now understood why the father-son charade was so successful. By mid-afternoon, Kakashi announced they'd uncovered enough information about the situation to continue with their mission. They packed up their things, changed into shinobi gear, and took off for the Kawasaki mansion. As the two approached the large iron gates guarded by two soldiers, Harry peered inside intently. On the other side of the immense wall were beautiful gardens and serene waterfalls cascading into expansive ponds. It looked like something out of a movie rather than someone's home. A pepper-haired man with a goatee dressed in a crisp black suit walked forward to greet them. "Master Kawasaki is expecting you," the older man said as he motioned to the guards to allow them entrance. They follow him down the cobbled street leading to the grand mansion. Not as cool as the entrance at Hogwarts, Harry thought loyally, walking through enormous steel doors to a marble-covered room where two more men in black suits were waiting. "My name is Hoseyu, and I am the head butler at the Kawasaki estate. These two will escort you to your rooms where you may change into more appropriate attire for dinner," the butler added as he gazed over their shinobi gear and masks with barely veiled disapproval. "If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." Harry and Kakashi were given separate rooms across from each other. Harry entered to find a rich design throughout the room with a massive four-poster bed lined with navy and bronze. "Dinner begins at 7 o'clock sharp. I've been informed that you may tour the mansion at your convenience," the butler said through the open door as he showed Harry his room. "Okay, thank you." Harry went back to studying the room, so unlike anything he was used to. It was decorated simply but spoke volumes of the Kawasaki wealth. He felt very out of place suddenly. Worried about clothing choices for dinner, he walked over to Kakashi's room. Kakashi's room was very similar in design as Harry's except the coloring was burgundy and gold. Kakashi had already changed his shinobi clothing for a pair of nice black slacks and a black button-down, though his mask and hite stayed securely in place. "Need help choosing an outfit?" Kakashi asked, noticing Harry's obvious discomfort. "Kakashi, I didn't bring anything nice enough for this," he said softly. Kakashi chuckled. "Hari-chan, I am happy you did not bring unnecessary clothing like this on our mission. There are clothing options in the closet of your room. Though they probably won't have something small enough for you." Harry huffed but cheered up considerably at the fact Kakashi didn't have any nice clothes with him either. Kakashi exited the room to look through Harry's closet. Finding nothing to fit his apprentice, he left to find one of the butlers for smaller clothing choices. However, it seemed the butlers were prepared and already had chosen clothing to fit Harry's small frame. The silk button-down was dark gray and the softest shirt Harry had ever worn. He also kept his hite on but pulled his mask down to pull around his neck. The black pants were about an inch too long and Kakashi expertly rolled them once inward and pinched the crease. "When I was younger, I had to do this more times than I can count," Kakashi said, standing up and checking Harry over. He nodded in approval. "You look adorable." Harry stuck his tongue out at him childishly. He was not adorable. "Let's look around before dinner. We still have a few hours before meeting our illustrious client." Dinner was a grandiose affair. As the two shinobi entered the dining room, they were greeted by a middle-aged man wearing a dark purple tunic with gold accents. "Hello, hello. How wonderful to have you here." The man Harry assumed was Mr. Kawasaki greeted them cheerfully. He had a handsome face with bright blonde hair and a finely trimmed beard. His broad waist reflected a lavish diet of rich food and drink. "Thank you for your generosity," Kakashi said, bowing slightly. Harry copied the motion but stayed silent. Nobility had always made him nervous. Lucius Malfoy suddenly came to mind. "My name is Hitaki Kakashi, and this is my apprentice Potter. We look forward to escorting you and your daughter to Konoha." "Yes, I'm sure you will do an excellent job." Kawasaki gestured to a young girl seated to his right. "This is my lovely daughter, Hiromi." Her blonde curls bounced as she turned her head to stare at them. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hiromi-san," Kakashi said, slightly bowing to her as well. Harry mimicked him once again. "Yes, it is," the girl said haughtily. Harry took an instant dislike to the girl. Now, Hiromi, these shinobi are here to make our trip safe." He patted her head softly. "Hitaki-san, Potter-san, please join us. Dinner will soon be served." Since Kakashi took the seat to the left of the client, Harry was thankful he did not have to sit across from the pretentious daughter. Dinner was extravagant with multiple courses filled with succulent flavors and sauces. Most of the food was so rich it was difficult for Harry to stomach. He picked around his dishes, eating just enough so it wouldn't look like he'd snubbed the meal. His protein bar back in the room was calling his name already. "Hitaki-san, your apprentice seems very young to be a ninja." Harry glanced at the client who was studying him from across the table. "Hi, Hari-chan is young but has proven himself a prodigy. Konoha is lucky to have him." Harry forced himself not to grin. It felt nice being complimented for his hard work rather than his boy who lived fame. "That is high praise coming from you, Copy Ninja Kakashi." The Hiromi child huffed, catching the attention of her father. "May I be excused?" "You don't want dessert, my dear?" Kawasaki asked in astonishment. "I'll have it delivered to my room." She got up and curtsied to her father before leaving without a backwards glance. "You'll have to excuse my daughter," Kawasaki said with a sigh. "She doesn't like shinobi very much." "Her mother," the man faltered, his eyes becoming cloudy. "Well, she passed away a few years ago. A missing nin looking for quick money. I paid the ransom but—" "I'm sorry for your loss," Harry said after a moment of silence. "Thank you, my boy, but it was a long time ago." After dessert was served and eaten only by Kawasaki, Harry and Kakashi departed to their rooms. "We'll be leaving tomorrow, so have everything packed and ready to go by dawn. We'll need to check the roads and wagons before taking off." Harry nodded, his stomach a bit queasy from the food. All he wanted to do was sleep the stomach ache away and not think about the trip back home. The early morning found Kakashi and Harry racing through the roads, searching for any potential bandit locations within 10 miles of the mansion. "Everything looks clear," Kakashi said as he leapt onto the branch next to Harry's. "We will have to continue scouting the roads while we travel, but I don't foresee any problems." "What about those bandits we heard about yesterday?" "Ma, we will continue to keep an eye out, but there are no traces of bandits around here. They probably moved to another road or much further down this one. If we do manage to come across them, we will deal with it then." "Ah, Hitaki-san, there you are," Kawasaki said as Kakashi and Harry approached the mansion after their morning scouting. There were 3 wagons getting prepared for the trip. 2 servants were tying horses to the wagon hitches. We are almost done packing up and then we will be ready to go. Kawasaki introduced the 4 servants, one being Hoseyu the head butler, who would be traveling with them. 2 of the wagons were designed for Kawasaki and his daughter to sit comfortably for the trip, and the third was for the rest of the travelers. Kakashi inspected each wagon thoroughly, showing Harry the process as he went. It took about an hour, but Kakashi stated everything was clear from them to start the trip. Hiromi finally graced them with her presence. She strutted down the cobblestone road with a servant overloaded with bags trotting quickly behind her. "Put my things in there," she ordered the man, who scrambled quickly to load them into her wagon. Kakashi and Harry went to help the servants load the rest of the bags into their designated wagon so they could embark on their trip. "It seems we are all set," Kawasaki stated, clapping his hands together in excitement when everything was finally packed. "Whenever you are ready, Shinobi-san." He climbed into his wagon, settling himself down for the long trip. Kakashi looked down at Harry. "This will be a routine 2-man guard position. I want you on point, keeping your eyes peeled for any disturbances. I will be rotating between the back and the sides of the wagons. We will switch once it's time for us to scout ahead." "Yes, Shisho." Kashi nodded to Hoseyu, who sat at the reins of the first wagon. He signaled the other 2 drivers and off they went. The first week went flawlessly, though Harry was incredibly bored. This mission wasn't nearly as exciting as he first thought when they accepted the C rank. He was currently guarding the back of the caravan, which unfortunately was Hiromi's wagon. "How old are you anyway?" she asked, leaning out of her window in boredom. "I'm 6. She snorted. "You are such a baby." "I'm 8.5. She looked smug at the idea of being older. "Why do you wear a mask? Are you trying to be like your master?" Harry ignored her and continued to scan the area. "So how long have you been training to be a ninja?" she asked, apparently unaware of his disinterest in talking or not caring. "Over a year." Her eyes widened in surprise. "That's a pretty short time to become an official ninja, isn't it?" she asked, her curiosity peeking through. "I guess," she hummed, twisting one of her platinum curls around her finger. "So, if anything happens, you'll probably be useless then." Harry's eye twitched. He couldn't wait for the next 30 minutes to be up so he could switch positions with Kakashi again. "Even if you don't feel confident in my abilities, my Shisho is a Jonin and one of Konoha's best." "So I hear," she responded dully, clearly not believing it. Harry pulled back a little further, checking out the forest to his left. Anything to keep Hiromi from talking to him more. "I can't wait till we finally reach Konoha." There were 3 days left in the trip, and Harry was situated to the front of the caravan. Anticipation for their arrival was at an all-time high, not only for him but all of their traveling companions. His thoughts drifted to what Luna was up to when he noticed something odd. The sounds of birds had stopped completely. He faltered, turning his head to get Kakashi's attention. However, it seemed Kakashi had already noticed. "You stay here, rotate consistently between the front and back. I don't want to make them aware of anything." "You're going to check it out?" Harry asked quietly. "Something like that." And he took off. "Where is Kakashi-san going?" Hoseyu asked as Kakashi disappeared into the foliage. "He's just scouting ahead," Harry commented leisurely, relaxing his posture to hide how tense he really felt. Nothing to worry about. Harry dutifully rotated between the 2 sides of the wagons, hyper-aware of every sound coming from the surrounding forest. Not 5 minutes later, Kakashi came strolling back up to them. He signaled, "Bandits, all clear," with a hand sign he'd taught Harry a while back. Breathing a sigh of relief, he took his original post up front to allow Kakashi back to rotating between the wagons. Only 3 more days, Harry thought, desperately wanting some dango and a good night's sleep. Hiromi threw a few tantrums in those last couple of days. Her father tried everything. Promises of jewelry, new dresses, and hair accessories as soon as they reached Konoha fell to deaf ears. It was only when Kakashi informed them they would be in Konoha in a few hours that she finally cheered up. Everyone, including Kakashi, breathed a sigh of relief when the gates came into view. "Lord Kawasaka and Lady Hiromi are staying at the Hotel Matsu," Hoseyu stated when Kakashi inquired where to take them. "What about you?" Harry asked. "We will stay where it is required of us," the man said simply. Harry felt bad for the guy and was very thankful at that moment he was a shinobi. When they finally reached the hotel, Kakashi and Harry helped the servants deliver the many bags into their clients' rooms. It seemed Hiromi had 2 rooms, one for her to sleep and the other designated for all her purchases. Kawasaki called them over as soon as they walked back outside. "That was a pleasant trip," he said, clearly forgetting all about his daughter's horrible attitude the last part of the journey. "We will meet you here in a week to escort you back," Kakashi said as he bowed. They both turned to head to the Hokage Tower when Kawasaki stopped them. "Wait, wait." He beckoned them closer. "I was hoping to hire you both to guard us during the festival as well. I don't want my daughter to feel uncomfortable during the festival, and since Hiromi and your apprentice are close to the same age, it's just perfect. It will of course be considered a separate mission, and I will pay handsomely for it." Harry held back a sense of dread at the implication he would have to spend the entire festival with that brat. "Of course, Kawasaki-san. We would be honored." "Excellent. I'll have my butler go fill out the required paperwork. Come by an hour before the festival, and we will be ready for you." They both bowed once more and left to report back. Harry managed to hold in his groan until they entered into the tower. Kakashi ruffled his hair, chuckling. "Most missions won't be fun, my little apprentice. At least we will be here for a week before heading back. And I'm sure our client won't mind if a few of your friends join you during the festival." "What festival is happening anyways?" "It's the festival on October 10th to celebrate the 4th's defeat of the 9 Tails." "Huh, that's the same day as Naruto's birthday." Kakashi just hummed and didn't comment further. They checked in quickly and left to head back to their apartment. Harry was hungry and tired, but he couldn't keep the smile off his face when they approached their building. Finally, we're home. End Chapter 21 Mission Festivities. Chapter 22 updated December 14, 2019 The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 22. Mission Festivities. We have a few more days before we have to meet up with the clients, so we'll get back to our normal training schedule until the festival, Kakashi stated as they approached the apartment building. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, happy to finally be home. "Luna, we're back!" Harry shouted as he burst through the front door of Luna's apartment. As the kitchen came into view, he saw Genma and Luna sitting at the kitchen table in silence. Genma's senbon was mysteriously absent. "Harry, Kakashi, hello," Luna said after a few long moments. Her thoughts seemed far away. "Kakashi, come outside with me for 1 second, Genma said and steered Kakashi right back out the door. "Welcome back, brother," Ao said, his head popping up over the table where he was situated comfortably in Luna's lap. "It is good you are here. Your Luna has been leaking from her eyes. It has been very odd." "Ow, what do you mean?" Harry asked as he approached Luna to give her a hug. She accepted it graciously, squeezing him tighter than normal. She read the paper in her pocket and that's when the leaking began. "Luna, what's going on?" Harry began, pulling back from her. "Ao is saying something about a piece of paper that upset you." "Yes, you might as well read it too," she said, pulling it out of her pocket and holding it out for him. As he accepted the paper, he recognized it as a formal letter and began to read. "Luna," he breathed, his eyes widening as he read the contents. "As a civilian holder of a bloodline, you fall under the protection of Section 12A, the greatest honor Konoha can provide, safely bear children with the comfort of a strong shinobi spouse." Harry couldn't read anymore. He threw the letter on the ground, hot, angry tears threatening to fall. His hands were shaking, so he clenched them into tight fists. He had an overwhelming urge to punch something very, very hard. "The Hokage asked to meet with me. He handed the letter to me so I could understand the law and why it is in place," Luna added, her voice hollow and apathetic. "It's like there is an umbrage here trying to muck up all of our plans, and succeeding." Okay. So, this is. Yes, this is bad. We will figure something out. I will not have them, breed you, he said, seething. This is absolutely not okay. Kakashi, he looked around. Where is Kakashi? He can help us figure out a plan. Genma took him outside, Luna said, wringing her hands nervously. Genma could tell something was wrong, but I just couldn't. You didn't tell him. Luna shook her head slowly. We need to tell them both, Harry stated definitively. They're shinobi, so they will be more familiar with this law and may know. More options than we do. And Genma likes you, so he will be very invested in helping us with this situation. Harry grabbed the letter off the floor and stormed out of the room, clutching it in a death grip. He came across both Genma and Kakashi hovering awkwardly in the hallway. So, did she tell you what was wrong? Genma asked quietly, glancing nervously at Luna's apartment door. Is it me? Harry shook his head and instead of explaining, he handed over the letter for them to read. Genma's eyes practically popped out of his skull. No way, Genma started, but Kakashi cut him off. We will be right back. My hands are tied, Kakashi. Even if I do not particularly like it, this law was created for good reasons. Now that it's been brought to my attention, as the leader of this village I cannot ignore it. Kakashi and Genma both stood in front of the Hokage's desk after walking straight into the office, having ignored the receptionist's plea to make an appointment. Let me guess, Danzo. The Hokage raised an eyebrow but did not dispute. And he has already submitted candidates for this honor, hasn't he? The Hokage inclined his head gravely. She was kidnapped, so that qualifies her for the Civilian Bloodline Protection Act. I have a village to protect, and Poteru-san is now a part of that. The Hokage sighed, looking very tired all of a sudden, and pulled out his pipe. How convenient that Luna-san just happens to be kidnapped so this law could be brought out, Kakashi said mildly, watching the Hokage load tobacco into the bowl and light it with his fingertip. It seems our councilman is prepared for just about any scenario surrounding Bloodlines. Indeed, the third said, and took a long puff from his pipe. He inhaled slowly and leaned back before letting out a perfect smoke circle to hover over his head. A look passed between the Hokage and Kakashi that spoke volumes. Kakashi sighed, realizing this would not be the last time Danzo tries to interfere with the two siblings. Hokage-sama, please, Genma said, stepping forward. Luna-san, she and I, well, he wrung his hands together, trying to find the right words. I really like her, sir. And it's possible she feels the same. So, can't we figure something out? Kakashi smiled. It was the first time Genma had ever voiced his feelings of the blonde. Took you long enough, Kakashi mumbled under his breath. Genma pointedly ignored him, keeping his focus on the Hokage. Well now, the Hokage said after another puff from his pipe, why don't you just tell her that? It certainly makes my job easier. He pulled out a piece of paper from one of the many desk drawers. Here is the form you will need to submit to announce your interest in becoming a candidate. When she returns to my office, Poteru-san will be selecting her choice. If your name is in there, well, he leaned back in his chair, pulling his pipe up to his mouth, it will make her decision much easier, wouldn't you say? The third looked positively smug as they walked out the door. Kakashi and Genma returned to Luna's apartment and explained their conversation with the Hokage. Listen, Luna, Genma began. Don't feel obligated to be with me if you don't want to. We can extend the engagement until you find someone else if that is your decision. Genma grabbed her hand and held it tightly. I think you and I think we could be very happy together. Luna's smile lit up the entire room, and Harry suddenly felt like he was intruding on something incredibly private. He eyed Kakashi and the two of them crept to the doorway before taking off to someplace very, very far away. Want to train? Kakashi said lightly as they raced outside. Absolutely. After the whirlwind of emotions from the past hour, Harry thought training sounded wonderful. His anger had yet to abate fully and putting his energy towards something positive was a great idea. Can we grab Sasuke to join us? It's about time for the academy to let out, and I really want to spar. It was finally the day of the festival, and by then, word had spread around the rest of the village about Luna and Genma's engagement. The Yamanaka even offered to throw them an engagement party. More like demanded the approval for hosting the party, and Luna did not feel it was appropriate to deny them. Yamanakas were scary when they put their minds to something. At lunch, Luna invited Naruto over to celebrate his birthday with a large bright orange cake she had decorated. Naruto sat at the table. With wide eyes, surrounded by Genma, Kakashi, Harry, and Sasuke. Harry had invited the other boys over as well for cake, but with it being the day of the festival, the other clans already had plans. Thank you, Naruto said quietly. Harry saw tears building up in the corners of his eyes before he stood up with a grin. This is the best birthday cake in the entire world, believe it? he yelled and then blew out the candles in a single try. Harry wondered if anyone had baked a cake for Naruto before. His first birthday cake was the one he received from Hagrid on his 11th birthday. He understood the overwhelming feeling of someone finally caring enough to celebrate it with him. He smiled as he watched Naruto scarf down his cake with crumbs flying. Sasuke yelled after crumbs landed on his own slice, and they both leaned into each other's faces growling. "Hey, no more fighting at the table," Genma said, separating the two before one of them lunged for the other. Harry laughed, glad to see the two of them sort of getting along. These two would be closer than brothers in no time. Maybe. While on the way to pick up Kawasaka-san and his daughter for their secondary mission, Harry was hounded with congratulations by well-wishers about his sister finding love. "These people have no idea of the circumstances," Hari muttered in annoyance. Kakashi patted his head. "We need to be grateful that your sister's engagement is a happy one," Kakashi reminded him as they walked by the many stands finalizing their setup for the festival. "Others have not been as lucky as Luna in this situation. If Genma wasn't in the picture, she would have been forced to choose between a few select shinobi for marriage." "Why does this law exist in the first place?" Harry asked, finally voicing the question that had been eating at him. Before, he'd been more concerned about the outcome of the law than the reasonings behind it, but now that it had been resolved, he wanted to know. It doesn't seem ethical. The law was put into place during the First War. Our enemies were kidnapping civilians from prominent clans with bloodlines who were not able to defend themselves. We also had many refugees wanting to join Konoha for protection, and this law allowed them to join if they married into a shinobi family. So these refugees would just agree to marry whoever offered? Those were difficult times, and the safety Konoha provided was a good enough reason to marry. Harry did not agree. A village shouldn't take advantage of people like that. Kakashi hummed as they arrived at the hotel, though Harry wasn't sure if it was in agreement or not. They walked through the front doors of Hotel Matsu and met Kawasaka's head butler in the lobby. "Lord Kawasaka wishes for you to accept these gifts and wear them during the festival," Hoziu stated as he handed over two carefully wrapped packages. "I will show you to the room provided for you to change." Inside the packages were two lavishly made kimonos. Harry cringed as he held up the smaller bright red kimono with intricate gold stitching around the collar and sleeves. All it was missing was a lion's head, and it would look like one of the outlandish Gryffindor-themed outfits Sirius would always brag about wearing to pureblood parties to anger his prince when he was younger. "Is there any way for us to get out of wearing these?" Harry asked, looking at Kakashi with wide pleading eyes. "It won't be too bad, my cute little apprentice," Kakashi responded, already having changed into his navy blue kimono with subtle patterns of silver around the edges. "But yours isn't as obnoxious," Harry stated, staring at the navy blue material with jealousy. He wished very much he hadn't told his friends to meet up with him at the festival now. This gaudy outfit was something they could hold over his head for years to come. "I picked your kimono out myself," Hiromi said proudly, gesturing to Harry's outfit. "I thought it would contrast well with your eyes." Hiromi's kimono was made of a delicate pink silk with floral patterns of pearls and diamonds throughout the fabric. Harry decided it was the single most extravagant and unnecessarily expensive piece of clothing he had ever seen. "You look just like a pretty doll," she added with a smug tone. Harry did his best not to wince. "Thank you," Harry responded, doing his best to look sincere. He was quite proud of his acting in that moment. "Yes, you both look quite handsome," Kawasaka-san commented as he walked up, smoothing down his own rich purple kimono with finely crafted diamonds glittering at the collar. While his was not as flashy as his daughter's, the elegance of Kawasaka-san's kimono screamed that it was worth more than Harry would ever be able to afford. "Thank you for the gifts," Kakashi said kindly, bowing to the client. Harry copied him with a soft thank you as well. "Shall we go?" Kawasaka-san said cheerfully, gesturing them towards the front door. Hiromi looped her hand through Harry's arm and forcefully led him through the doors. "Hari, you will keep Lady Hiromi company," Kakashi said, and Harry could hear the happiness in his tone. He was clearly enjoying Harry's obvious discomfort at the clinging arm gripping his left side. "We will meet in precisely 3 hours in front of the hotel before heading to the final fireworks display." "Yes, Shisho," Harry replied, and watched as Kakashi and Kawasaka-san headed towards the stands for the members of high society with Hoziu following diligently behind them. "Lady Hiromi, where would you like to go first?" I want you to show me around, she ordered, staring at the crowds with disinterest. Find me something entertaining. Harry pulled all of his strength and willpower to nod and smile towards the bratty child before pulling her towards the first row of festival stands. From what Harry understood, the festival began as a celebration of the fourth Hokage's sacrifice in defeating the nine-tailed Biju Fox 9 years ago. He didn't know much about what happened back then, but knew that many people lost family and loved ones the night of the attack. He asked Kakashi about it, but the Jonin didn't want to go into any details. There was more to the story he could tell, but unfortunately no one wanted to tell a 6-year-old about it. It was awkward leading Hiromi around because Harry was at least 6 inches shorter than the girl. One of the servants followed behind them silently as they perused the market. Harry pointed out the brightly colored masks, intricate fans, and glittering jewelry that were typically popular during the festivals, especially with the younger girls. She looked through the jewelry with a critical eye. "Put these on me," she demanded, after picking out a handful of necklaces. Harry just stared at her. "I need to see what they will look like on me before buying them," she added pointedly, gesturing to her neck. Harry, thankful none of his friends were anywhere close, dutifully clasped each item around her neck as she studied all of them in the mirror provided by an excited stand owner. Harry went through every necklace as Hiromi modeled for him, asking his opinion on each one. For every one, Harry said it looked great, and each time she would add it to the "yes" pile. He tried sounding interested, but it became difficult the more necklaces the girl tried on. The stand's owner looked so happy Harry thought the man might cry. Hiromi bought all of the chosen jewelry pieces and added a couple of fans onto the purchase, which she promptly passed on to her servant to carry. Harry tried to share the burden of Hiromi's purchases, but the girl promptly denied him. Apparently he needed both of his arms empty to better escort her through the crowds. "Now what?" she asked, looking at him expectantly. "Well, there are the stands with all the games we could play," Harry offered. He hoped if they played games the 3 hours would go by faster. Harry was already mentally exhausted after their brief but painful shopping experience. "That is acceptable," she said, grasping his arm once again. They passed by a group of Chunin waving sticks of dango and cheering 2 of their teammates in a drinking contest. As one of the shinobi slammed the last cup onto the table, the other Chunin burst into righteous celebration. Hiromi eyed them with open hostility as they passed. "So these are the Leaf Shinobi people are so proud of," she said viciously. A few of the Chunin heard her comment and stood up to confront them. Harry bowed and apologized before rushing the girl away, pulling her harshly beside him. "That was inappropriate," Harry said firmly as they finally slowed to a stop, with Hiromi's servant struggling to catch up. "How dare you throw me around like that? I am going to tell my father about this." Harry was reminded of a certain stuck-up privileged blonde with a rich father. "While you are my client's daughter, you are still a guest to the Leaf Village and under the protection of all Leaf Shinobi. I will not allow you to speak badly of them, especially when they've done nothing to deserve it." Hiromi looked like she had been slapped. Harry wondered if anyone had ever reprimanded her before. He forced himself to rein in the harsh tone. "I know you have a great dislike of ninja. From what you have been through, I do understand why you feel this way." Hiromi glanced away from him, her eyes blurry. "But I would protect you with my life as would any of my fellow Leaf Shinobi. I promise you this." Hiromi sniffed, and there was a brief moment of awkward silence. "I guess you aren't so bad, even if you were a baby," she said finally, to Harry's surprise. "But I still don't like ninjas." Harry took this as a success for the night and gave her an actual genuine smile. "How about we go win you some prizes?" The rest of the 3 hours consisted of Harry playing all the games to win Hiromi the prizes she wanted. They walked back with Hiromi's servant weighed down by stuffed bears, trinkets, and good luck charms on top of her previous purchases. "My dear, it looks like you had a good time," Kawasaka-san stated as they walked up. "It was all right," she responded. "Hari-san won me lots of prizes." "Wonderful, wonderful. Let us find a good spot to view the main event." Harry thanked the servant, who he unfortunately did not know her name, for carrying all the festival purchases and prizes. She smiled at him gratefully before entering the hotel to store Hiromi's new items. Kawasaka-san led the way to an open area with a good view of the open sky. "Hari, over here." Harry turned to see Shikamaru and Choji in their formal kimonos. Behind them stood their fathers watching them as they walked over. "Hey Shika, Choji," Harry responded, wishing silently they would not notice his outfit in the dark. He gestured to Kawasaka-san and Hiromi. "This is Lord Kawasaka and Lady Hiromi." Shikamaru and Choji greeted them with a bow. "Lord Kawasaka, Lady Hiromi, these are my friends Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji." "What a pleasure," Kawasaka-san said, smiling jovially at them. "Why don't you two join us?" "Thank you for the offer, but we need to return to our families," Shikamaru said, and they both bowed once again. "See you, Hari," Choji added, waving as they walked back to their fathers. "Are they ninja too?" Hiromi asked, watching them leave. Harry shook his head. "No, but they will be one day. They're beaux in the academy." She clicked her tongue but held in a comment. Harry took that as a win. At that moment, the fireworks began. Cheers filled the crowd as mesmerizing colors filled the sky in loud bursts. Harry went to stand next to Kakashi, needing to move away from the girl for a moment. He thought he deserved an award for lasting 3 hours and not blowing up at her. Kakashi patted him on the head and chuckled, seeming to read his mind. As he stared at the fireworks display, Harry wished he could have spent the festival with his family. He knew Luna and Genma were around somewhere but were keeping to themselves while Kakashi and Harry escorted their clients. Sasuke and Naruto both didn't want to go to the festival for some reason, and Harry wasn't able to persuade them otherwise. Harry decided next time they would all go together and not accept any offers to escort bratty children, regardless of pay. As the festival came to a close, Kakashi led the way back to the hotel. Hoizu greeted them at the doors and welcomed the Kawasaka-san and Hiromi inside. Hiromi immediately went to her room as she could barely keep her eyes open. "We will meet you in 2 days' time to bring you back home," Kakashi said outside the door with a bow. "Yes, thank you both for attending us during the festival," Kawasaka-san said with a yawn. "We will see you soon." Hoizu bowed deeply to them before closing the doors. "Let's never take a mission like that again," Harry said simply as they began the walk back to their apartment. Kakashi laughed, rustling his hair. "One day, when you have your own apprentice or genin team, you'll find joy in missions like this." Harry first stuck out his tongue and then grinned. "I guess it would be okay if someone else was stuck with the daughter," he said. "But for now, I'm ready to go home." "Me too, my cute little apprentice." End chapter 22. First encounter chapter 23 here. I also went through the rest of the chapters and updated them. If anyone is interested in betaing for me, please let me know. I'd be happy to have a second pair of eyes read over my next chapters before posting. Smiley face. Thanks for your patience and enjoy the chapter that took entirely too long for me to post. Also, Happy New Year's everyone, the next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 23. First encounter escorting Karasuwa-san and Hiromi back to their home was thankfully uneventful. The only aspect of the trip that bothered Harry was being forced to entertain the young spoiled child who now decided Harry was interesting. After he reprimanded her at the festival, Hiromi did a complete 180 in her interactions with him. She'd bounce between insulting him, asking him how she looked in her new dresses, and then talk about how rich her father was and how much better she was than a lowly ninja. Harry's head hurt from listening to her and was reminded vividly that girls are crazy. Or at least, this one was. Kakashi and Harry monitored the carriages as their clients' belongings and new purchases were unloaded at the estate. The carriages were exponentially fuller than their first trip, and Harry wasn't sure how everything fit for their journey back. Harry walked casually around with his hands in his pant pockets as he watched the servants carrying boxes away and checked the perimeter of the estate for any disturbances. Hiromi's servant looked especially relieved to be back home. She heard the brunt of Hiromi's complaining on the trip back, and Harry felt bad for the poor woman. Kakashi had a word with the head butler and then did a final sweep of the carriages before stating their mission was completed. Harry couldn't help but feel relieved the mission was finally over. They apparently were getting paid very well and the mission itself was easy, but the daughter was an absolute pain. Harry decided he would treat himself to some nice dango when they returned to make up for it. "Thank you Hitaki-san, Potaru-san for keeping us safe during our trip," Karasuwa-san said as he gave them a slight nod of the head and smiled warmly down at Harry. "It was our pleasure to escort you and your daughter," Kakashi replied with a bow and Harry promptly followed suit. You will escort us next year as well? Hiromi piped up, sounding more of a demand than a question. She hovered near her father's arm and peered over at Harry as if she expected him to answer the question. Her curls bounced perfectly as she moved her head as if in a movie. Harry wondered briefly how expensive her hair products were to cause such movement. We would be happy to escort you, Karasawa-san, though it will depend on our mission requirements at the time, Kakashi answered with a bow to her as well. Harry managed to keep a straight face but thought to himself, no freaking way. Nonsense, I will request the two of you specifically. Karasawa-san puffed up his chest and looked at his daughter with confidence. I will send a letter to the Hokage directly. Can he do that? Harry asked, as they finally left the estate. Send a letter to the Hokage asking for us specifically? They walked through the village at a slow pace to not upset any civilians. Their attire though did attract attention, and they received a few worried looks from the villagers. If they offer enough money, the Hokage would not refuse unless it were special circumstances. Harry stared at Kakashi in horror. But Hiromi is a nightmare, Harry said, telling himself he was definitely not pouting. With the paycheck you'll receive after we get home, you may not think it's so bad. Harry grumbled something that sounded like, not a chance. Koksahi chuckled and patted Harry on the head. They passed a couple of stands with fruits and vegetables on sale. And Harry saw the nice old lady who sold them apples a few weeks ago. She did a double take and her eyes widened as she saw them, and Harry waved cheerfully at her. It only took a few more minutes before they were beyond the market and approaching the edge of the village. They passed through the village entrance and took off into the trees to begin their trek back to Konoha. They were about 4 hours into their trip when Kakashi had them both stop. Harry sat down in the clearing, breathing hard and pulling out a bottle of water from his pouch. He was nowhere close to having the endurance to complete the trip without stopping. Maybe once I can manage this trip in one go I'll be ready to be Chunin, Harry thought. Though now that I think about it, I have no idea how you actually become Chunin. Kakashi scouted around the spot for a few minutes before joining Harry on the ground. How about some lunch? Kakashi asked, and Harry readily agreed. They sat eating the bentos the chef provided before they left Karasawa's estate, which were a little too rich for Harry's tastes but good nonetheless. Kakashi? Kakashi looked over at him, already having finished his meal in record time. How do you go about becoming a Chunin? Kakashi considered him for a moment before answering. There are the Chunin exams every 6 months where genin are able to participate and, depending on how they perform, will be nominated for a promotion. Why do you ask? Just wondering, Harry said. I don't think I'm ready yet, but I'd like to be soon. Kakashi chuckled. You're closer than you think, but I agree with you. I was promoted too young and was not ready for that responsibility. We'll make sure you are ready, and once you are, I expect you to win the whole thing. Harry grinned. Challenge accepted. Harry finished his bento and stood up to stretch. He arched his arms back over his head and tilted his torso left and right, feeling his spine popping with the movements. Harry took his time stretching his legs, going through the normal katas to ensure he didn't pull anything. Are you ready to head back, Hari-chan? Yes, Shisho, Harry replied, handing his empty bento box over to Kakashi to place back into the storage scroll. I want to make it all the way back to Konoha without stopping a second time. Alright, let's head. Kakashi paused mid-sentence and held out 3 hand signals toward Harry. Ninja, 3, hold. Harry crouched down and pulled out a kunai. He couldn't sense anyone around, but trusted Kakashi's judgment. Kakashi looked calm in his usual slouch, but Harry could see his shoulders tense and hands twitching in anticipation. Harry tried to keep his breathing even and braced himself for the possible first real fight since he was at Hogwarts. Am I ready for this? He didn't have time to answer his own question, because suddenly Kakashi was yelling out to him. Hari, duck! Harry dropped to the ground as an array of kunai lodged themselves into the tree behind him. One of the kunai had an explosive note attached, and Harry threw himself to the side to avoid the explosion. You missed, Gichi, said a voice through the trees. Would have been a much easier end for you if you hadn't dodged, kid. Harry picked himself off the ground quickly, realizing he had been separated from Kakashi. He looked over to where the voices were coming from and saw Kakashi step in that direction. Harry noticed Kakashi's hand make another signal, Jonin. 3 ninjas stepped into the clearing with slashed kiri headbands. Their clothes looked worn and dirty, giving the assumption they had been on the road for a long time. The man leading the group had bright green hair with black tips and creepy red eyes. The two men flanking him were almost identical, both had black hair and expressionless black eyes. The one differentiating factor of these two was one had a deep gash across his cheek that looked relatively recent. "Hitaki Kakashi, the copycat nin," the green-haired man said with a grin. "We're in luck. Your bounty is 3 times higher than the last guy we killed." He peered down at Harry. "Sorry kid, but we'll make sure it's painless for you." Uzi Kobe, the water beast of Kiri, Kasugashi said calmly, famous for assassinating the Lord of Water before becoming a missing nin. "And now bounty hunter," Kobe added. He pulled out his sword in one swift motion and held it expertly in his hand. "The other two," Kakashi continued, "never heard of you." The two ninja on either side of Kobe, one named Gichi and the other still unnamed, snarled and looked like they were going to charge, but a hand held them back. "The brothers are still making their names as bounty hunters," Kobe said with an arrogant tone. "And they'll start by helping me kill the famous Sharingan Kakashi." In a flurry of movement, Harry found himself blocking a sword from the missing nin with the scarred face. He was thankful he had his kunai out and in front of him where he'd already be cut in two. "Shun, finish the boy quickly and help," Kobe yelled as he and Gichi attacked Kakashi on both sides. Kakashi had his Sharingan blazing through as he blocked the sword attacks from either side, though Harry wasn't able to see any of this. He was a bit preoccupied by the missing nin glaring down at him. "Don't take this personally," Shun said as he pressed his sword into Harry's kunai. "I don't make a habit of killing children, but a job's a job." Harry shifted his kunai to the left, pressing the sword to the ground and darted backwards, thinking quickly through options. He was nowhere near the level of this man or his comrades, so all Harry had on his side was surprise. The man came at him again, albeit slowly. It was obvious the missing nin knew the differences in their strength and thought this would be an easy task. "I won't let this be easy for him at least." The nin swung his sword at him again, impacting Harry's kunai on his side. Harry grunted at the force with both hands gripping the kunai and held firm. Thankfully there were no large bodies of water nearby, but he was still wary of water attacks. He didn't have much experience with water since most Konoha nin were either fire or earth focused. He jumped back and flew through hand signals. As the sword came down again, Harry lifted his kunai, now coated with his lighting spark jutsu, and connected with the sword. Shun showed a hint of surprise but was able to hold on to the sword as his hands shook from the jolts through his weapon. "Sneaky little one, aren't you?" he said through gritted teeth. "At least now I don't feel so bad." He disappeared, and Harry noticed his presence appear behind him too late as the sword cut into his shoulder. Harry felt an acute pain above his left arm, but Kawarami'd away before he was cut in half. "Hari!" Kakashi yelled, but the two missing nin used the distraction to launch another attack. The green-haired nin laughed as he swung his sword at Kakashi's head and said, "Poor copycat is going to be the reason a little kid dies today." Harry fought the immediate reaction of gripping his shoulder to put pressure on the wound. If his hand was wet from blood, he wouldn't be able to fight properly and any disadvantage here was deadly. Trying to focus through the pain, Harry unfortunately was too slow in his reaction time as the man swung the sword again toward his neck. His arm wasn't moving fast enough and the weapon was suddenly too close. He shut his eyes, expecting more pain and wishing him and Kakashi were both home safe instead, when he heard a yell and a smash. He looked up to see the glow of a shield around his body and the man struggling to pick himself up off a fallen tree. Harry looked at the shield in surprise. It was the same color and transparency as the one that appeared in his fight with Taichi. It seems it not only protected him, but also flung the missing nin into a tree with enough force to knock down the entire tree. Magic, of course, Harry thought, feeling a mixture of relief and horror. I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I think of that sooner? He decided he would berate himself later once the fight was over and he and Kakashi were safely back in Konoha. You little, Shun growled, picking up his sword and charging again. Harry focused on his magical core again, this time channeling his old self amidst battle. He waved his hand and shot a cutting hex at the man, connecting with his left knee and sending him to the ground. The missing nin swung angrily at him, no longer composed and confident. Harry jumped away, ignoring the blood soaking through his shirt, and aiming a disarming spell at the man's sword arm. The weapon flew out of the nin's grip and Harry let it sail over his head a good distance away from their fight. Shun yelled and charged Harry, running through hand signs too quickly for Harry to discern. A torrent of water shot towards Harry and leapt back while shouting, "Protega!" The red shield shot up and held for a second before breaking under the weight of the attack. The shield gave him enough time to drop to the ground and avoid the spiraling water that obliterated the trees behind him. Harry looked up to see the missing nin running for his fallen sword. Harry sent a stunning hex toward the man, but he easily dodged the red light. "I don't know how you are doing that, kid, but this ends now," Shun said, lifting his sword up from the ground. Harry tried to think of a quick strategy. The nin was too fast for him to hit easily with a spell now that he had seen Harry's magic, so he'd need a different approach to hit him again. He'd need the nin to be close enough so he wouldn't have the space to dodge so easily. It was a major risk since Harry wasn't fast enough to keep up with this man in close combat. Harry heard clanks of metal further to his left, but ignored the sounds of Kakashi's fight. He couldn't allow himself to get distracted, and he knew Kakashi would be fine. Since Kakashi had his hands full with two Jonin, Harry couldn't rely on him to come in and save him. It was reckless, but he came up with an idea to possibly get out of this alive. His shoulder throbbed and burned, and he saw stars as he braced through the pain. Shun disappeared again and Harry turned, hoping the man would appear in the same place as last time. He held up his kunai and barely connected with the fierce swing aimed at his head. The man pulled back enough to change position and attack Harry's torso. Harry held his kunai in his left hand to catch the sword and his right hand extended toward the man. Harry's left arm wasn't strong enough to protect himself from the attack and Harry felt the searing pain of steel as he shot a severing hex at the man's throat. The strength in the missing nin's attack faltered as the man released his sword to grasp at his bleeding neck. He coughed up copious amounts of blood before falling lifelessly to the ground. Harry stilled and stared at the body, still bleeding freely from the neck area. He'd actually done it, he survived a fight with a Jonin. Barely survived, he thought, putting a hand on his side and a wave of intense pain shook through his system. The sword had done significant damage before Harry's spell hit the man. Without magic I would be dead, Harry thought, the reality of it hitting him hard. "Harry," Kakashi said sharply, leaning down to look at his shoulder and side. Harry hadn't noticed Kakashi approach until he heard his voice. "We need to get you to the hospital." "Kakashi," Harry said as his vision blurred. "You're okay." And then everything went black. Harry woke up to the familiar smell of antiseptic and white walls. He blinked a couple of times before looking to his left where Kakashi was leaning against the wall reading his usual orange novel. "Glad to see you awake," Kakashi said, shutting his book with a snap. "The medic healed up your shoulder and the cut on your side, but they said you'll need a few more healing sessions before you're released." Harry nodded, looking down at the bandages wrapped around his torso and upper arm. They must have given him some pain medication as well, because all he could feel was a dull ache in both locations. "I saw some of your attacks," Kakashi said. "You did well for your first experience with an enemy nin." He eyed Harry intensely. "Was this your first kill?" "No, it wasn't," Harry replied softly. He hadn't killed anyone in this new life, but it didn't feel right denying the people he had killed previously. Even if they were bad people, ending all those lives had irreversibly changed him and that change he carried with him even here. "I assumed so," Kakashi admitted. "If you ever want to talk about it." Harry gave him a forced smile. He appreciated the sentiment, but he wasn't ready to talk about any of his kills just yet. Not even with Kakashi. "Were you hurt?" Harry asked. Kakashi shook his head and sat down in the chair next to the bed. "They kept me preoccupied longer than I'd have liked. By the time I had taken care of them, your fight was already over." Harry looked down. A flash of the man's face as he grasped at his bloodied neck appeared in his mind. "You fainted not long after, so I sealed up the 3 missing nin and took you straight to the hospital." Kakashi leaned in further to catch Harry's attention again. "You and I need to have a discussion about the abilities you showed yesterday." Harry looked at him sharply. "You are my apprentice, and it seems like you've been keeping things from me." Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Kakashi held up his hand. "I know you and Luna-san have been working on your bloodline, and I'm glad that has worked out well. Those abilities helped you survive against a much stronger opponent. However," he continued with a look, "you and I are a team. If you are going to use your bloodline so heavily in fights, I need to know what you can do so we can practice this in our training sessions. As your sensei, it's my job to help you find strategies to use all of your skills more effectively. Also, Kakashi added, since I have no idea how you fight with your bloodline, I can't yet determine how we can fight cohesively as a team. Harry dropped his gaze, ashamed. He'd been keeping his magic a secret and didn't realize what position he was putting Kakashi in. Kakashi was completely right. Even when he was coordinating attacks in the Wizarding War, he and Ron would take into consideration everyone's abilities to see who they would work with best. He knew how important it is to know the strengths and weaknesses of your allies, and he failed in letting Kakashi in on a huge part of his abilities. I'm sorry, Harry said earnestly. I was so worried about keeping our bloodline a secret, I didn't think about how that may affect anyone else. Honestly, at the beginning of the fight, I didn't even think to use my bloodline. It wasn't until my bloodline saved me that I realized how I could win. I almost died because I forgot about my magic. Kakashi ruffled his hair and smiled. We all make mistakes. The important thing is that you learn from it. Once you are all healed up, we'll start practicing incorporating your bloodline into your attacks. Harry smiled, relieved Kakashi wasn't angry at him. Though you'll be the one explaining to the Hokage how exactly you defeated a Jonin. End chapter 23. Thanks all for reading, sorry again for the wait. Bloodline training begins here as chapter 24. Again, this is super late, I'm sorry. I have chapter 25 in the works already and should have that out soonish. Thanks for being patient, I love you all, EM Lights. The next great adventure. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Albus Dumbledore, HPSS, Chapter 17. Chapter 24. Bloodline training begins. Harry shifted his weight back and forth as he felt the burning stare of the Hokage on his lowered head. He was finally released from the hospital, but the Hokage asked for an in-person post-mission report before they could go home. He could think of many places he'd rather be than the Hokage's office at the moment, and his bed was at the top of that list. The twinge in his shoulder and side stung fiercely even after 2 days of recovery, and he tried to ignore it as he listened to Kakashi describe the successful arrival to the Karasawa's mansion. He attempted to keep his shoulder relaxed and still so he wouldn't reveal it was still hurting. He may have told the nurse that the pain was gone and he was perfectly fine to leave. Harry wasn't sure if Kakashi had believed him, but he knew the Jonin hated hospitals as much as he did and wouldn't give him away. Luna made him a salve based on a healing potion that would speed up his body's natural healing, and he couldn't wait to go home and apply it. The report started out fine until Kakashi mentioned the new information about Harry's bloodline and how exactly he found out. Harry gritted his teeth as he waited for his reprimand. Now Hari-kun, you realize why it was dangerous to keep this information to yourself? The Hokage didn't look angry, but he leaned forward in his desk to meet Harry's eyes directly. Yes, sir. Harry realized his mistake on how he approached his magic almost immediately after his talk with Kakashi. He thought he and Luna needed to hide their skills from everyone and keep it safe for their protection. He had a lot of time to think about his actions, or more accurately his inactions, while he was sitting in the hospital bored stiff. He thought about how he should have handled the knowledge of his magic and how he should have trusted Kakashi, the one who's been nothing but caring and helpful to him since he arrived in Konoha. He was old enough to acknowledge when he was wrong and work to correct his mistakes, and that would start by telling Kakashi and Genma all about their abilities with magic. Especially with Genma and Luna's engagement. Genma has a right to know about magic and what kind of bloodline he is marrying into. Good. Now, it is remarkable you were able to defeat a Jonin-level opponent. It is an attest to both your skills and training that you not only survived but won. But I am disappointed you kept this from your sensei. The Hokage sighed and leaned back, looking thoughtful. For now, I'm putting you back on D-rank missions until Kakashi feels your bloodline training is sufficient and the two of you are able to work as a team. Harry knew there was no sense arguing, but his stomach dropped at the repercussion. Now Hari-kun, please wait outside. I have a few more things to discuss with Hitaki-san. Harry nodded and bowed before walking out of the room. He sank into one of the chairs outside the room and put his head in his hands, mentally kicking himself for being an idiot. He could feel the stares from the Hokage's receptionist, but the last thing he wanted to do was answer any questions. He'd wait for Kakashi, start training, and earn back his sensei's trust. What is your opinion of his bloodline after seeing it in action? Kakashi hummed, absently patting his pouch where his favorite book was resting. It was impressive. Nothing like I've seen before, he said, but he didn't use it until the end of the fight. Like he had forgotten about it. Sarutobi nodded. This makes sense. He hasn't been training his bloodline out in the field, so it hasn't become second nature just yet. True. Kakashi paused and then added, I also noticed in his fight, he didn't hesitate. He attacked and dealt the killing blow with ease. Like he has done this before, Sarutobi said. Kakashi bobbed his head in agreement. The Hokage sighed, shuffling some papers on his desk. He looked tired with heavy bags under his eyes. Keep an eye on him. This may have caused unwanted memories to surface from before. His actions align with our hypothesis of his life from before. Hi. So, the Hokage continued, what is your plan for him now? Hari has agreed to fill me in on the specifics of his bloodline, and we'll be working on incorporating this into his current fighting ability. Luna-san will be joining in our conversations so there won't be any intentional or unintentional gaps. Sarutobi scratched his chin in thought. Genma should be informed as well, he said finally. I'll have him join your training for the next few weeks. This will be helpful if his own children carry the bloodline. Kakashi left with a bow, leaving Sarutobi alone in his office. He reached into the bottom right drawer of his desk and pulled out a glass orb. He peered into the swirls of color until it focused on one person in particular. Sarutobi smiled, watching Naruto with fondness. The blonde was in the academy taking what appeared to be an exam. The boy was scratching his head and staring at his paper with a confused expression, and Sarutobi couldn't help but chuckle. He would do everything in his power to save Minato's child. Prophecy or not, he knew things would get worse in the future, and Naruto would need to be ready. Maybe the boy could start training with Hari and Uchiha Sasuke. Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, pondering his next move. When they returned to the apartment, Luna and Genma were waiting on them. Luna immediately pulled Harry over to the cauldron with the salve inside. It worked wonders on Harry's partially healed wounds and aching muscles, reacting almost immediately upon application. This is amazing, Luna, Harry said, watching the scars disappear from his shoulder and side. The salve, Luna had dubbed pomfrey paste, was a murky ocean blue and smelled like peppermint. The idea for the salve was for him, Kakashi, and Genma to test it out after missions to determine its effectiveness on their injuries. This would be the first test run, so Harry was excited to see the results. Harry and Luna both were unsure if the mixture would coordinate with chakra to speed up healing or if it only worked on wizards. In the wizarding world, most potions if administered to muggles were completely ineffective due to the lack of magic in their bodies. Luna hypothesized that since there was natural chakra in the ingredients, as is magic in the wizarding world, the potions would be effective with chakra. If she was correct, the salve would be a game changer for not only helping Konoha but also a great source of income for her. Incredible. Genma poked Harry's shoulder tentatively, feeling the newly healed skin. Can I try this out? Not that I want you to get hurt, but next time you have an injury, I'd like to try it, Luna replied. Though, we aren't sure yet if it will work on anyone else. It may only react with our bloodline. Well, I'll be the guinea pig and we can find out. Luna smiled up at him fondly. Harry peeked over at them, holding in his own smile. The two were infatuated with each other and it was obvious they were both thrilled about the impending wedding. Harry was relieved it all worked out, even if it still grated his nerves that someone tried to manipulate them. Kakashi wouldn't tell him anything about the person responsible, but he trusted Kakashi to tell him more when he could. We should look into Dittany next. Luna looked over at Harry in surprise. That is a wonderful idea, she responded cheerfully, clapping her hands together. I'll see if the Yamanakas know of any plants with similar properties first. Kakashi cleared his throat, sitting down at the table pointedly. Hari-chan, are you ready for us to discuss your bloodline? They all joined Kakashi at the table, and Harry took a deep breath before beginning. First, I want to apologize again. He looked between the three of them and ended his gaze on Kakashi. I should have told you all of this before. I'm sorry. Kakashi ruffled his hair. Thank you, Hari-chan. I'm glad you understand why this is important. I will do my best to give you the information you need, and I will expect the same from you. Thanks. So Harry, with some assistance from Luna, went into detail about magic and what possibilities there were. They talked about everything, from offensive off spells, though they didn't call them spells, to potions. Luna even highlighted divination, though reading teacups seemed to go right over the Jonins' heads. Harry, so involved with his explanations, didn't see the widening eyes of both Kakashi and Genma as they listened to the impossible possibilities of their bloodline. "Well, that was informative," Kakashi said simply. Genma laughed. "That's an understatement. Your bloodline is amazing. It's no wonder you were wanting to keep it a secret." "Well, now it's our secret," Luna said, putting her hand lightly over Genma's. "It's so nice to no longer have to keep anything from the both of you, even if your teacups aren't easy to read." The next day Genma and Kakashi took Harry out to the training fields to apply the bloodline abilities to his typical training routine. Luna accompanied them to help explain some of the abilities if needed, though Harry thought she might just be excited to be a part of his training. For the first day, they decided Harry would work with projectiles and coordinate offensive spells to coincide with weapons. He took off through the training course, aiming for targets with both his weapons and spells. He thrust out his right hand to hit the first hanging target with a stunning spell and nicked the right corner. He turned as he ran underneath, throwing a kunai with his left hand and hit dead center. He continued on, switching between magic and projectiles to hit each of the targets that appeared on his route. He completed the course a little slower than normal, which frustrated him immensely. He jogged over to where Kakashi, Genma, and Luna were standing, trying not to seem discouraged. "Okay, my cute apprentice, this is a good starting point. Let's walk the course and discuss." The four headed towards the start of the training course to walk through. "What was that red one just there?" Kakashi asked, pointing to the first target. "Oh, that one will make someone go unconscious for a while." Harry grabbed the first shuriken he saw and tugged it out of the target. He couldn't reach the hanging ones, so he left those for the actual adults to retrieve. "I see." They passed another target that had been destroyed with the pieces slightly smoking. "And this one? Bombarda, right?" Luna chimed in. She danced around a tree and leapt up to snag a kunai. Harry nodded. "That one kinda blows up. It's a blasting ability." Kakashi leaned in closer to study the pieces. They continued until they got to the final target that had been sliced in half. "That one is a severing ability. It can slice open whatever you point it towards," Harry answered without prompting. Kakashi put a hand on his shoulder, pulling him to a stop. "This one, this is what you used back then, isn't it?" It took a second for him to realize what Kakashi was referring to. "Oh, you mean the fight?" "Yes, it is." Harry had killed before. This one wasn't more significant than others. It was a bad guy, and if he was choosing between himself and the ninja, he'd most definitely choose himself. He looked up at Kakashi and could see the veiled concern for him. "I'm fine, Kakashi." He gave him a tight smile. "No need to worry." Kakashi considered him for a moment and nodded. "Ma, then let's have you go through it again, but alternate which hand you are using for both your bloodline and weapon throws. Let's only use that red one for now. We can't have all the targets destroyed now, can we?" That night, Harry dreamed of flying. He grasped his broom tightly as he swerved around, scanning the pitch. He heard far-off cheers as he circled the grounds like a hawk, sun beating down harshly on his neck. It was a beautiful day outside of Hogwarts and the stands were packed with a mixture of reds and greens. Harry heard Lee Jordan's booming voice announcing that the snitch had been spotted. Wind rustled his hair as he turned his broom sharply to plunge towards a glittering gold zooming across the pitch. He reached for the fluttering snitch, fingered clasping around the round sphere with elation. His dream shifted suddenly, and he appeared in a hallway. He felt the ambiance of Hogwarts with the fluttering candles and shining suits of armor guarding doors through the hall. He peered around, still in his Quidditch gear, and felt the urge to find something. He looked around corners, behind doors, searching without knowing what for. He came across a corridor, one that felt familiar, yet he had a strong desire to turn around. He continued on, approaching a dark corner with the door he suddenly remembered from his mindscape. It pulsed with black veins and sent chills down Harry's spine. Harry stood rooted to the floor, even as the dream coaxed him to get closer. He heard a far-off scream coming from behind the door and felt phantom pain scatter across his body. The screams got louder and Harry stumbled back. He recognized that scream. It was his own. Harry woke up the next morning with a weight on his chest and tickle on his chin. He shot up, accidentally pushing Ao onto the floor with a hiss. Sorry Ao, didn't realize you were there. Humph. That's what I get for trying to deliver news. He swished his tail around in irritation. Harry looked outside the window and realized it was barely light out. His alarm wasn't set to go off for another 30 minutes or so. He felt sweaty and clammy, the usual response to a nightmare, though the specifics of the dream faded as he started getting dressed. What news do you have? Harry asked. Ao didn't travel too much since he decided to stay with Harry, so he was curious what would be so important that Ao would want to wake him up so early. The snakes have decided to partner with you. Harry looked over at Ao in surprise. What do you mean? He asked as Ao slithered over and waited for Harry to lower his arm so he could climb up. Go to the tree you and I first met. One of my sisters wants to meet you. Right now? Yes, now. Hurry up. Harry, realizing he wasn't going to get any other questions until he did what the blue serpent asked of him, began walking toward the academy with Ao resting his head comfortably on his shoulder. He left a note on the counter so Kakashi wouldn't worry. The man probably heard him leave anyways, but he'd rather overshare with everything going on. Harry walked by the shops setting up for the day. It was a quiet bustle of movement and Harry preferred it this way. The aroma of baked bread and fish filled the street and Ao stuck his tongue out into the air, enjoying the smell. As they approached the tree, Ao lifted his head and hissed. Another snake, moss green with a yellow diamond on its head, slithered from behind the tree. Thank you for meeting me, speaker. Hello, my name is Harry. He crouched down, allowing Ao to fall onto the ground to greet his sister. Do you have a name? The snake considered him with deep ebony eyes. I do not, though my brother says you gave him a name. Yes I did. Harry stared awkwardly as the snake swayed slightly. I wouldn't mind you naming me, she said finally. Harry tapped his chin thinking. What about Kuroba? Harry thought her scales were a pretty green color that reminded him of a clover. The green snake's tail flicked back and forth, and Harry wasn't sure if that was good or bad. She was hard to read, even by snake standards. I like it. Okay then. Harry let out a sigh of relief. Ao said you wanted to speak with me? Harry sat down and leaned his back against the tree, feeling the brisk early morning breeze. He was thankful the grounds at the academy were empty so early in the day. He figured it would be another hour or two before any students began showing up. He'd rather not have more eyes on him as he conversed with two snakes. Yes, brother without scales. Our brothers and sisters have decided we want you to have our summons. We will assist in your battles and poison your enemies. Kuroba reared back her head and began convulsing. Harry panicked and reached toward her but Ao tapped him harshly on the forehead. Relax brother, she is fine. Kuroba lowered her head and dry heaved. Rolled up parchment appeared in the back of her throat, steadily moving out. She reached her tail into her mouth, twisted the parchment, and ripped it out. Harry winced and shook his head, forcing himself not to touch his own throat as he thought how painful that must have been, and how gross. Open it, Kuroba hissed roughly, curling up as if to go to sleep. Harry opened up the scroll with hesitation and peered at the contents. He read through and saw the signatures at the end. One of the more recent signatures, Orochimaru, sent a shiver down his spine. What will happen with the current summoners? They will still be able to summon, though only the ones who deem them worthy, Ao answered. You will also need to prove your worth to the summoned ones. Be careful, Kuroba hissed. If they decide you are not worthy, you then become the enemy. Thank you for the warning, I will be careful. He rolled the scroll back up and held it within his hands. I am honored to be chosen as a summoner. I will not take this lightly. I'll sign this very soon, but I want to speak with my family before. Is that okay? Kuroba nodded sleepily, looking content in the glow of the rising sun. Would you like to come back with us or? I will return to my nest once I rest a bit. Harry nodded and stood back up. Ao hissed a goodbye to his sister, warning her about the noisy children who will interrupt her nap soon. Harry thanked Kuroba and headed back home. Kakashi, I'm back, he said as he entered the apartment. Yo. Kakashi set down a pot of tea and toast on the table. Sasuke came by asking for you. He said you haven't been meeting him in the mornings for training in a while. I'll go talk to him after the academy. The last couple weeks have been pretty busy with our mission, the hospital, and now my bloodline training. He sat down and accepted the cup of tea offered to him. Al slithered down from his shoulders finally and headed to his favorite window spot to take a nap in the sunshine. Have to tell you something. Harry pulled out the scroll and laid it on the table. Hari-chan, what is that? Kakashi asked lightly, though Harry had a feeling Kakashi already knew. It's a summoning scroll. Al let me know the snakes wanted me to have it.